ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Gen.G 파이팅!
Gen.G 화이팅! KT 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I am Atlas, this is Wolf, and I have something that I need to admit to you, Wolf.
Admit it to me.
Just really don't want to commentate this series.
I want to commentate it.
I don't. Mainly because I tend to curse KT. And I didn't cop any flack for it last time around, but I made an outrageous call saying that everything was going to go well in Game 1 of KT's series against Kwangdong Freaks. And then they got utterly obliterated from that moment on.
Yeah, I mean, they did beat Hanwha Life, which inflated some of BDD's stats we'll talk about a little bit later on, but they have looked really rough. I would go as far as to say they're kind of in crisis right now because you just start to look at the standings, you look at the race between Kwangdong, BNK, and KT Rolster. Their game score is not looking great. They have that DRX match. Obviously, this is the thing that everyone's saying is going to be the reason why KT feels likely to go to playoffs. But after losing to Bro and some of the recent performances we've seen against other teams like Kwangdong, I'm not even ready to say myself that I'm confident KT will beat DRX. I would predict it, and I did predict it. But right now, this team is in such rough form that it is looking very dire. And I think a win today, even a game today, would definitely turn the tides, turn the momentum. So KT, they did it once before. They did it in spring. They were the only team to beat Gen.G in LCK Spring. If they could repeat that today, playoffs seem extremely likely, but that's a big if.
It is a huge if. And one of the ways that they managed to do it in spring, I mean, if you guys watched the Pog State debate, if you didn't, definitely go back and do so. Ian had some absolutely first-class editing in it. It was absolutely beautiful. But a good point was brought up by Chronicler, and that is that KT leveraged something that Gen.G wasn't ready for. It was the Sen and Nautilus, and it was absolutely broken. It was disgusting at the time. We are on a new patch right now. KT might be ready to bring out some secret sauce. We'll just have to see. Gen.G just needs one victory here, and they will guarantee first place. I think in our minds, Gen.G have almost already won Worlds, but yeah, this is going to be a step in that direction, right? This will confirm first place in the regular season.
Which is important because obviously they've already guaranteed their spot in the second round of playoffs, so that means they will have the opportunity to choose their opponent of those teams that do advance from round one. So a very strong, secure here. No one was in doubt, but it will be confirmed today if they can take the win. You can see some of the POGs here. Canyon has an extremely wide champion pool across his POGs. On the other hand, Pioshik has been relying very heavily on this Ivern and also the Viego pick, which has been a big pop-off carry for him. I don't think he'll be able to play Ivern today. It's been banned against him basically for the last 2 weeks, and I think that will continue today.
No, I would agree. I find it pretty interesting that Canyon only has one POG out of the 10 times that he's played in Italy. Of course, one of them was in that one loss to D+, but it's certainly his most played champion, his most iconic champion, and an incredible pick for Gen.G. We'll just have to see what KT are going to come up with as far as the bans that they have. They're going to be starting on red side, which already feels like a bit of a disadvantage against this absolute juggernaut of a team. Keen making his way out first. Canyon, Chovy, Pays, and Lehens.
Counter pick is all you've got in this first game as KT, as Gen.G look so incredibly dominant this season. I mean, they don't look incredibly dominant. They are factually and statistically our most dominant team. You know, our average game time is about 31 minutes right now here in the LCK. They're a minute ahead of the clock on their averages as well. You know, the team just wins. They win hard. They win early. They have like a 2,500 gold, average advantage over their opponents at 15 minutes. They're just really good, Atlas.
Yeah, it's a pretty good team. I would have thought that the average game time was actually a lot longer than that, but that might have something to do with yesterday's match that came in towards the end where we broke some records. Here is KT. I don't know where the coin has landed today, and we'll just have to find out when we get onto the Rift what this team is going to look like. You could imagine that spirits are not very high.
Oh, and Atlas, like, we saw the bottom 2v2 be such a consistent issue. They lost to Bro's bottom lane. We saw Palu play yesterday. His current form is pretty poor. Beryl and Deft are normally a very strong 2v2 duo that win a lot of lanes, especially when they have favorable matchups. They were losing with, Ezreal into the Ashe, not respecting it. And KT, they won against Hanwha, which is, again, why some of these BDD stats are going to look, I think, really high. His DPM, for example, this is round 2 exclusively. Kill participation really high. When he's winning, he does incredibly well, but when he falls behind, his impact has been very low. Look at some of Chovy's stats here. CS difference at 14. He has the highest farm, by the way, even above aiming in the league in CS per minute. Gold difference at 14. First place across mids. His DPM is also the highest, not only in round 2, but across the LCK. The guy is just our best mid laner. He might be getting MVP, and BDD is not currently in his best form, I would say. An ex-Gen.G player himself.
Yeah.
And, as strong of a point he has been for KT, I think, in round 1, and in most of round 2 recently, he hasn't been able to step up. He's picking Orianna in weird places. I think KT ran out of tricks, so to speak. I really like that you mentioned the Senna Nautilus, because that was how they caught Gen.G off guard last time. It's a new patch, maybe something like an early Aurora priority for them, leaving that open, hoping that Gen.G picks something else. They have to have a good game plan coming in, because if you play standard games of League of Legends against Gen.G, you lose. If you play a weird game of League of Legends against Gen.G, you also probably lose, unless you're D+ Kia.
Yeah, and even if you're winning, you probably lose, as T1 found out last week as well. So it is just, it's almost an impossible task up against this team. But we'll see whether KT can rise to the occasion, because we know they just have a habit of surprising us when we least expect it. And right now is about the time that we least expect.
That is true.
I don't think that there is ever a time that we have had in recent times where we thought KT were going to win. We thought they were going to lose, and, this is definitely it. So
whenever we have a strong expectation, KT subverts it.
Yes. They do the opposite of what we assume. So I want to go back to the BDD point just a little bit, though, because he has been the best player on the team by a large margin, even in these losses, and all of your points still stand. That's the real tragedy of KT here, is that they haven't been able to get it together, and it feels like it's BDD by himself, much like it kind of used to, when he was on Gen.G, it was sort of similar times in a lot of those matches. Nongshim, I mean, we don't even want to talk about that, but we're going back to some dark ages for BDD, unfortunately. We'll just have to see whether KT can find some way to right the ship. This is probably not the match to do it. That's what I'm going to say right now. But if they can make some positive moves, if they can at least keep this competitive and have their heads held high at the end of this series, that can feel like it could be enough, to be perfectly honest.
This is one of Gen.G's 2 toughest opponents left. They have 3 matches left, of course. Nongshim and Hanwha Life Esports are after this. So if they could take out KT, Hanwha feels like the last big game to take down. No shock, no surprise that once again here it will be a targeted Pyosik Ivern ban. They'll take away Barrel's Leona as well. So we see the Nidalee gone, Rumble's taken away. We're respecting that pick, especially for Keen. Questions come in now about Corki, the Aurora pick, Ezreal.
There's a lot of things that are left up and available, but all of these bans I do feel are mandatory, especially on the side of KT. Of course, a lot of extra flexibility for Gen.G because they do have that first pick priority. The Kalista going to be the final ban here, something that Deft has had banned against him for many, many years.
It feels like it's hinting that it might be an Ezreal pick here. I think you definitely have to trade. If you ban any of those picks I really mentioned, I think you're putting yourself in hot water. I like the Zyra ban actually a lot more. And
that's the first pick Aurora.
It is first pick Aurora, but the question was always going to be, what did KT get in return when Gen.G gets one of these big OP picks? Do they go for the Deft Ezreal? They grab the Corki away from Chovy. Going to get the Pyosik Maokai here, which has been quite strong. So that's a good boon.
I guess so, but I'm really worried that we're going to have another one of these moments where Deft is like, I'll pick Misfortune, and then he just gets one-shot by Aurora all game. And I don't think Chovy's going to get Flame Horizon like Bulldog did in that series and was still able to hard carry. All right. Yeah, so we've got Bunny Girl and then Deer Girl coming through here. They are going to be both locked away. And Chovy, what is he going to be locking in here? He could be playing the Aurora. We have seen it in top lane, find a lot of success. This could theoretically be for Pays, but Chovy's been playing a lot of Draven. Yeah. He likes it into Corki.
I think the question is really, is Chovy playing Lucian into the blind Corki, or is he playing the Draven into the blind Corki? And Draven is so strong with his comp. Imagine the circle you put down with Aurora's ultimate. Lilia can get in there, do a bunch of damage, also set up a sleep, and then Draven tosses his ultimate inside while everyone's getting Malignance burned. It's a pretty insane comp, and also it's high-tier picks across the board. It's like the Cassante is going to come through here in response, try to weather the storm in that Aurora lane.
Yeah.
And again, it could be Draven bot, as you mentioned.
Okay, so instead of the Cassante, it is going to be Gnar locked in. This is one of Perfect's more comfort-style picks, you could say. We'll see how it is going to go up against the Aurora because she is a tough opposition there towards the top side of the map. Can be very, very slippery, but is quite squishy as well. So if you do manage to get a wallop off or anything like that, you can find angles. We'll just have to see how it is going to go. Senna going to be banned away here as there goes the Ashe. I'd like to see a little bit more Senna before she's gone forever, but it's not going to happen this game.
Not this game. Ezreal is still available here, and we have seen the priority drop a little bit here in the LCK over the course of the beginning of this new patch, 14-15. See if that one does get taken away. They already have a great combo set up here on the side of Gen.G, but having some additional poke to set up for objectives would feel really nice. They don't have a very strong front line with this draft, so range is of the essence. The Jhin will be taken away.
Getting a little bit thin down there. I would imagine an Ezreal ban would make some sense, although Deft in the last match didn't really have a whole lot of success on the champion, so maybe they just let it go through and see how they deal with it. But I think I'd prefer to see something a little bit more stationary forced into his hands, as the Aurora really can take advantage of something that is less mobile. But it is a misfortune, yeah.
Yeah, they're challenging him to play the Ezreal, it looks like, in this draft. And, you know, Ezreal also can struggle into a Draven lane if that is flex bottom. So I think, yeah, I like grabbing Rel here instead. You don't necessarily need support counterpick. Now, this does mean Lehen's probably 100% just locks in the Alistar. He's going to hover the Zeri instead.
It's an interesting one. It's going to be locked away. We've seen a fair bit of Zeri Corki, especially paired alongside the Maokai. Pretty stable draft, but it's not a very stable team. So I'm still expecting shenanigans in this game, but KT can certainly take this one a little bit more slow and steady. I dislike this champion, Wolf.
Yeah, me too, but I'm not going to doubt Pays on it, especially with the amount of ways you can set up the callback of the feathers with the Aurora ultimate. It actually makes a ton of sense. The Rakan is also available, so you have that really strong duo in the bottom lane. Can be quite nice into Zeri. I feel like the Xayah pick is often a trap in a lot of different comps as an anti-dive pick. In this case, it's not really about her safety as to why she's being picked up. It's about like her damage output, her utility. in a team fight that is going to be low range based on Aurora ultimate. The Lulu pick here, going to be tough to get a ton of value on outside of just turning Deft into a hyper carry in team fights. Can be used on the Gnar, can help protect a Maokai that perhaps gets caught out of position. But otherwise, you know, here it's just going to be trying to make Deft the main character. You've got 2 strong 80 carries that will scale up incredibly strong in the late game. You have the Maokai to keep this not tanky composition in place and keep it at arm's length to prevent the Aurora engages. I think the flanks we're going to be seeing from Keen are what they need to be watching for, because if he gets in there, especially when you get to level 16 where it's just so huge and you do so much damage and you've really fully scaled online, if you can't stop her from closing the gap into your squad, she sets up a big ultimate. That's just the team fight one. You toss in the Feathers, you toss in the Draven ultimate. There is no real frontline here though for Gen.G, so if you can stop that Aurora flank, if you can catch her on the flank, perhaps take her out first, isolate her, or prevent her from using her ultimate in a really meaningful way in those team fights. It's a very low range composition here from Gen.G that doesn't have a frontline. I think difficulty high. We could trust Gen.G with a composition like this, but it doesn't mean that we won't mention its weaknesses for sure.
Yeah, it's true. I do like Rakan just alongside an Aurora if Keen is actually able to get into team fights relatively early on. I think creating a battlefield, a Thunderdome, for the gentleman with the quickness around him to get amongst and then have all of that malignancy stuff happening and all of these line skill shots that Aurora does like to throw down. I think it could be something that could work out very, very well as far as keeping KT contained. They've got a lot to do inside that as well. So we'll just have to see how things are going to go here as KT Roll still look to try and keep themselves alive here in the LCK in Summer. Let's jump onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
KT fans, you can always hear the desperation in the fan chants. And here we are onto the Rift to see whether their nightmares are true or whether once again the coin will rule them all.
You know, Atlas, this is going to sound really stupid, but
okay,
this KT Rollster roster reminds me so much of DRX 2022 in Summer. And I know that's because...
of course it does, yeah.
I know it has a lot of the same players on it, but their playstyle, their lack of consistency, they're barely making it into playoffs potentially here, but that's not even guaranteed for them. The way in which they kind of got figured out, solved, I feel like, in the last few weeks, really reminds you of what DRX looked like right before they made that incredible run to Worlds, and then, of course, then winning Worlds, which was one of the craziest things that's ever happened in League of Legends esports history. And I mentioned it because you mentioned the fans being so desperate. It always feels like, is this the summer of KT? Is this the summer of KT? And, you know, once again, we're left wanting as Deft and Barrel...
This should be a fair bit of power in the lane with the Lulu alongside the Zeri. Well, Hens and Pays, if they can get an early engage here to take control of the lane, things could become a problem. The W empowerment that you do get with the Rakan and the Xayah can't really give you a lot of power. You can see you're just going to be trading happily as Lehen's just biding his time, waiting for his moment.
Yeah, if Deft and Barrel can weather the storm with this Lulu pick into this lane, it's going to be pretty huge. They didn't opt into the Cassante, into the Aurora top, which means that that's not a lane that necessarily ends up being disastrously. Going disastrously, that is to say, I'm not 100% well-versed on the Gnar versus Aurora matchup, but I do feel like it will favor Aurora early. Mid lane is, don't look at that if you're a KT fan. That's just going to be one of the strongest counters into Corki that we have in the meta that Chovy is the best at. Yep, BDD is going to be having a rough time. But this bottom lane, really good control here from Barrel so far.
Yep, being able to push them out. These Glitter Lances starting to hurt. And Barrel, when he is on a champion that can demand respect in a lane, he's often good at leveraging it. It's just junglers that seem to be his worst enemy. We'll see where Canyon's going to be. Right now, he is moving towards topside as the Aurora top debut is coming in. Of course, Bulldog debuted her in the mid lane against KT. And now KT, the lucky team, to be able to see how well Aurora's going to do on the top side of the map.
Yeah. Most players saying that Aurora was going to be more viable in the top lane. And I think with the first pick here and how well Gen.G had clearly prepared a draft around this first pick, knowing they had the answer to the Corki coming over for KT, does feel like it's a pretty good angle for it. And we haven't seen it yet, just simply because it's been banned almost every game so far.
Right now, Deft and Barrel doing a great job putting on a lot of pressure here onto this bottom side. And a lot of CS is going by the wayside here for Pays, unfortunately. Feeling the brunt of it. You can see 6 CS down. That's almost a wave As BDD, he doesn't even really know what a wave looks like because this one is something that he's not really able to contest. It's what we've seen from Chovy into Corki matchups, no matter who's piloting it. I don't think that this is a sign of, oh, BDD's not playing very well. This is just something that he has to accept.
Yeah, this is what he has to accept. It's going to hurt, you know, his spikes later on because it's going to be significantly slower. See what he buys on his first back. If he's going to get a call, just go straight into the tier. You know, he doesn't have a lot of money, doesn't have a lot of economy. So trying to manage these waves as best as he can. Canyon's also in the vicinity here, but won't make an impact in this lane. But because of the control of this wave, no vision here over to the Lilia. They have a ward at least on the Raptors, so we'll see him there. And yeah, this is just Chovy's dominance in lane. And it's going to be the first back coming through for BDD.
Yep. A wave is going to crash, and BDD is going to have that back stopped, though, as we have, once again, a look towards his bottom side. Wave kind of stacked up here for KT. That's why you can see that CS gap is so magnificently large.
Yeah.
Equalized by the top side of the map, as we can see. Keen really making Perfect's life hell.
You know, Chovy has kind of an all-in angle potentially at level 6 if he can actually push this wave quickly enough. BDD really needs to get out, and he will. So here comes Canyon.
Yep, he's going to move in. Bowling ball avoided there because Zeri can skate over any wall and not be too worried about anything at all. But it is going to alleviate some pressure here on the bottom side of the map so Pays and Lahens can start getting things sorted. Beryl throwing some things towards Pays. First fire not quite in range here for Deft, though, so Pays not going to be fully punished for his little bit of a step up here in the lane.
Yeah, tough pre-6 to get anything done. I think the thing about BDD's Corki that's been most impressive recently is I really feel like he's improved on the champion quite significantly is his skirmishing in the early game, but without any lane prio, it's going to be hard for him to impact these lanes. He is going to try to, off of Chovy's back here, maybe help control this dragon prio that they do have. It's a Hextech Soul, or rather, Hextech Drake to start, and they have full control over it at the moment, and that is going to be going over to KT. Canyon on top side will likely try to trade for grubs.
BDD actually trading pretty well into Chovy here, but missing that phosphorus bomb puts a lot of control back into the hands of Chovy. Drake does go down, though. Certainly fantastic news as Chovy and BDD trading once again. Big one will connect down to 200 as BDD wins out on that one quite handily.
Oh my god, the top lane, though. Like, we've been looking at this matchup so much, looking at bottom, I'm like, I look up at the CS numbers, I'm like, wait a second, he got pushed out, didn't have TP because he'd already been pushed out once. Keen is smashing the lane.
And
so
Perfect
ahead.
just flash.
Yeah.
So we're not entirely sure why that happened, but yeah. I just prefer if we never looked at it. It's not really Perfect having a very good time up here. It does show as Deft is able to dash away from Lahens' grand entrance. Beryl will turn up once again, give Deft a little bit of power here. And that's going to help him at least absorb a Blade Caller.
Keen does.
Pays going home.
Yeah, Keen doesn't have TP either. We'll have to come back to lane here as quickly as he can without boots. Perfect Gnar down now, and Canyon has his ultimate. Don't think Perfect will be punished, but Pyoshik is very far away and doesn't have 6. Perfect scanning here. There's a potential angle.
Perhaps.
He has no flash.
Yeah, Kenny moving in. See whether they can take advantage of this mini Gnar. It does have hop, but yeah, I don't know about this one. As Canyon's just going to be moving in, looking for Pyoshik, and she will discover him. There we go. Pyoshik able to at least hold on to the big one, I'm pretty sure, as Twisted Advance pulls him over. BDD rotating up as Chovy is behind him. Presses W, able to get so many autos down. This vision is brilliant as there's the Nature's Grasp. And Canyon gonna put them to sleep. The flash forward, but Perfect, I think, should be able to cut this one off. If he can pick up this kill, it would be gigantic. With the rest of Gen.G, they're coming over, and it's the big one that's able to take him down. BDD taking first blood.
Insane greed from Canyon on the play. If Perfect makes a mistake, if he's very much going to step way too far forward there, you can set up a sleep, you can absolutely get that gank off, but going into the Krugs there, into a Maokai who's hitting 6, was super greedy considering that Chovy is going to have the fast track over on the Corki, or BDD rather, is going to have the fast track over on the Corki. Chovy did not have ult at the start of that exchange either. And this ends up being a huge win. BDD picks up the kill here in mid after staving off the lane pressure. He's still down 10 CS, but that's going to be thinned out here as this wave crashes. Bottom side going well for KT. They're up right now 600 gold. Atlas, I don't want, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
I'm
anything,
not
Wolf. I
saying anything.
refuse. This is precisely why I said at the beginning of the day that I would prefer it if I just wasn't here, because it's got me into trouble before. So right now, yes, you're right. Things are going relatively well for KT.
Relatively good game state. That's as far as I'll go.
Yep, I'm going to say that too. Outside of the top lane, which is still colossally in favor of Keen, although it has been shored up somewhat by Perfect
So
to get things back. Let's have a look at it again.
yeah, so Draven doesn't have ult. Obviously, Corki can rotate over faster. He has Valkyrie. It's on his side of the map. And yes, Chovy can offer some damage here onto BDD, but just really nothing Canyon can do. Avoids the ultimate coming through here from Pyoshik, which is well placed to make sure the rest of Gen.G can't rotate over. Gets a flash out of him. The sleep buys time, but ultimately he knows he's dead. Good call from BDD to go over here and chase down and make sure they can secure the kill here. Perfect as well, putting in some extra autos. Keen and Chovy close to being able to get something done there, but ultimately are unable to do so.
Yep, doesn't quite work out, as Extendo Beam going to be blocked there by Lahens, and Static Shift now completed for Deft as well. That's a completed item versus just a BF sword and a longsword here for Pays, so a lot of extra power for KT towards his bottom side that they were already leveraging, even though they didn't quite have this level of item advantage. This could be a little bit of dire straits. However, there is a mini wave that's just disintegrated, so Mark Knopfler not necessary at this point in time.
That's
Perfect, not going to be sleepy right now. Does just want to go home. The dot was being annoying for a little bit.
Yeah, just got his teleport unleashed. We'll be able to get back to the lane, no problem. But a little bit annoying for that back to be stopped. We'll just go straight back to the wave.
And here's the double down tactic coming on through. We're looking for a bit of a dive as Pyoshik just moving on in. Taking the easy route, and there is the Nature's Grasp. They get behind Pays because he's the one with the cleanse. Lahens is still going to get stunned up. Extendo Beam does a fair bit of work as now Pyoshik holding onto the wave. There's the ulti. They look to take down Lahens first, and they'll successfully do so. Turret was tanked by Pyoshik. He had a wild growth, and now they might even look for more as Pays just going to get destroyed. Twisted advance for a last hit. That's a cool way to do it. 6 grubs will be the trade, but I think the KT are okay with it.
Yeah, and it's not a massive side laning composition here for Gen.G. Obviously, 6 grubs is going to be really strong whenever you get any alone time with a turret, especially with a champion like a Draven. But they identify...
Oh dear, that was not where Keen wanted to go. As Perfect just going to throw him back. We'll see whether the Mini-Nut can get this one done, as Keen's going to have to flash. Perfect flashes into the brush. Q is going to miss as a result. He bounces back though, and he's going low. They're both going low. The boomerang comes in, and it's Keen that locks it up with a return Q.
Oh, look at Perfect's reaction on the player cam. He knows he messed that one up. He flashed forward, misses the boomerang, and
I think there was some messing up on both sides of that one, Wolf.
yeah. When you get the flash out of Keen, I think in this moment you have to just take it and be happy with it, and then he decided he wanted to get the kill. If he gets that kill, it's amazing for him. It completely changes how the lane's going to be played out, gets that huge injection of gold, denies a ton of farm, but instead, he's going to get taken out instead, uses his flash in return and still dies, and it's such a frustrating situation because Aurora is so mobile. You know, she uses her W, she goes around that alcove, and you're just trying to chase her down. Unfortunately, despite Keen's mistake, he does not fall up. We'll talk about that in a moment, as this is just really good usage of the wild growth here on the engage. Big Extendo Beam connecting here, and Pays and Lahens just not much they could do. The charm comes through onto a single target, does not deny, of course, Deft's ability to follow up with the damage. And the Pays is just left out to dry here. Lilia, as you mentioned, is doing the grubs top side, so not able to help out. And Keen goes in by mistake with the weirding here, misplaces it, and then Perfect goes for the punish. Let's watch his first-person view and see what he has to say.
Like the flash, knows that he then has to make sure he doesn't get hit by a flash boomerang. But I think it's just the amount of consistent damage that you have with this champion.
Oh, 실수했는데 잡았네.
Yeah, with the passive, with the autos, yeah, you can see the frustration. Like with the autos, it really does stack up, and then the weirding, even though it was almost his demise, actually helps him get just that additional distance away. Perfect misses both boomerangs, and yeah, that's a rough one. Didn't have vision in those brushes.
Yeah. Doesn't quite work out here. Perfect now with the the Mercury Treads. And Keen actually said, oh, I made a mistake, but I got him. That was the exact response. I need to say thank you for the translation there. But, yeah, could have been better for Keen, as he didn't really want to bounce backwards into a turret. It's probably not necessarily it, but still. should be all right here.
In this lane, going for the Leandries first. Last time we saw the Malignants first, but, you know, with Gen.G's composition, the burst damage that they have already, perhaps just knowing that they don't necessarily need ult cooldown because he's not roaming into team fights because he is the top laner in this case. See if he ends up building it second here, as it is a very strong item. Similarly to Malignants, you put the Malignants burn on the ground. Leandries just puts it on the champions anyways.
Yep. This has been the more popular build towards the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Keen really does like building Morellonomicon and things like that as well. A lot of utility things that he does put together. We'll see what he does do here, because of course solo queue and pro play are a little bit different when it comes to a lot of the builds, but we'll just have to see where his mind is going to go next. I think Leandries is almost always a thing, but he likes Riftmaker as well, like a lot.
Yeah. Pretty good in top lane as Canyon is a little bit isolated here.
Yeah, Pyoshik moving on in. Pretty tanky here on the tree. As BDD now in position, pays, pressing that W as Nature's Grasp does come down. He pushes Canyon back, and he tries to put some circles down. Speaking of circles, the flash out from BDD, and Deft is already dead. Can they find the fight, though, as Perfect finds an ulti, but there's zero follow-up. And BDD cannot get any autos in here. Chovy sees blood in the water as the crush over the wall for Perfect gets him to relative safety. It's only Deft that's fallen down so far, and you can see BDD still trying to stand his ground, but KT, they have to get out of there.
I mean, the Aurora creates such an insane, you know, artificial front line here in this draft, and Perfect's ultimate a little bit late to actually save the day or turn that one around. It looked so good for KT at the start, as Chovy doesn't have any plates here, as you can see, but we'll be watching him go up to the top lane. Did get that cash in off of the kill, so now this Raven is a big threat. You see the setup here? You catch both the Lilia, but also Zone pays away, but Keen gets in and hits 4 people with his ultimate. The radius is so huge, and Death is ulted by Chovy, and Chovy's just sitting there on the sidelines. He's like, there's too many ways to catch me in this comp. They already used the ult. I'm just going to hang out, wait for my ult to go through. If they want to push the issue, then I'll auto-attack people, as he does chase them down very quickly here. But it's really just a 1-2 punch of Keen. Presses R, Chovy aims his R, and it doesn't matter what KT had planned there. Great ultimate from Pyoshik, really identifying the setup for Gen.G in terms of where the jungler is, where the AD carry is, but there's 2 AD carries. One of them has a long-range ultimate, and Aurora closes the gap. Fantastic ult from Keen.
Yeah, I do want to say that I hope this doesn't get into Deft's head. We know that a fair few of the plays have been a little bit frustrating for this guy, but that ultimate could not have been more perfectly timed and placed for Keen. He was in the middle of trying to skate out of the fight. It pulled him back over the wall and interrupted him. 793 gold earned by Chovy as he cashes in those adoration stacks. And so yeah, this is going to be a problem. Bowling ball flies by. Deft not going to be tagged by that one. And that is what the team fights we were kind of talking about, right? Like set up the Thunderdome and then destroy them. Like the amount of sleepy people inside these circles that Canyon can provide as well, with just his massive amount of damage that he can throw down and just the AoE that he covers with his spin. This could be a real rough one as they do take down the first Chemtech Drake of the day.
Yeah.
Ox is here, by the way. All of his attention was used yesterday, I think.
I mean, it was a big day to focus up, so
yeah, it was.
See if today can live up to that. As Gen.G, it's only a 100 gold lead, but I think the bigger fear is not the Dragon advantage they have right now, not the 100 gold they have in their pockets, and all that money that Chovy picked up. It's really just how this comp works functionally in a team fight. We saw it on display, even with KT having such a good setup. Def just getting instantly blown up. The angle perfect there for Chovy as Keen closes that gap. And if you use the Nature's Grasp to try to hit the jungler and keep the AD carries at bay, then you got to deal with the Aurora, right? If you ult the Aurora, then perhaps you have other issues, but I think maybe Keen should have been considered as a prio target to keep at bay in that last fight. He didn't even have Flash. He has it now.
Well, there is a ward going down. Lehen's trying to get some vision. Interruption on Deft's back there as well. So he'll stick around for another wave. Looks like this outer turret will survive for a little bit longer. As Keen with some souped up honey fruit. We'll find Perfect once again. Pyoshik in good position here to go for a bit of a counter. No bowling balls to be found. And Chovy just moves this wave towards the turret. 50% health on this one as Pyoshik not going to be able to defend this by himself, especially with 6 grubs in hand for Chovy.
BDD is just free pushing bottom all the while, stacking his tier up. Not going to be able to get the whole inner probably, but to see a back only from Lehens right now, so if he's given some additional time, he will eventually start working this down, but he'd be happy to get the farm.
Force. Like, that's a lot of damage to turrets, but he's not going to push the issue. And I think understandable, because there is a rotation down from both Keen and Canyon.
That was really well handled by KT, responding very quickly against the Grubs, coming up there fast to deny the turret from going down while also having BDD with teleport and hard pushing there, forcing Gen.G to respond to him. Really good macro rotation from KT. BDD is hovering on the blast cone.
Yep, not quite able to steal away the Rift Scuttler from Pays there, who is able to lock that one down. A little bit of extra vision here, but not going to be around for the next dragon, so not super consequential, to be perfectly honest. Chovy will take down the Grump towards the top side, and the game slows down just a little bit. KT with about 200 gold of a lead, but I start to get more and more worried, because as Keen puts items together, the likelihood that Deft just gets one shot again is going up. And that's what makes me very, very worried, because they are going to be reliant on this guy. They always are, but he's playing Zeri this time as well. There's a Lulu, you know, this is one of these hyper carry compositions. And yes, there's a Corki there for backup, but I just don't know whether that is going to be enough if Deft is going to blow up at the beginning of every single fight.
Yeah, I think if you can stop Keen's flanks or stop Keen from getting in, then you can kind of front to back these fights with the Narbar. But that, again, relies on your Narbar being set at the exact right time as well. So it's very tricky what KT have to pull off. I think this comp can work, but if Gen.G get big Aurora ultimates from Keen every time, that massive radius, then they have that, you know, artificial front line and it works well for them. And then eventually, you know, Chovy finds the angle for his ultimate or hits an auto or two, and then bam, that's your Zeri gone. If you lose either your Zeri or your Corki, you just don't have enough damage to compete with this comp. It's so high damage. It's perfect.
He's kind of looking for an angle here. We'll find a big hyper proc onto Kane, who's just getting run down for now. Q will connect, though, and there's the burn from Oleandri. He's doing some work. On a control ward here, Kane will be able to remove that one, but good to see that Perfect is still playing with confidence, despite the fact that things went so poorly in the early game.
Just knowing that
find the angles.
He's a real top laner, and if she uses a rotation of spells on a minion wave, that he is going to auto her down. He has a Triforce, so damage needs to be respected, and Keen does.
Okay, Kane for that angle. Deft, he knows about that one, especially here in the mid lane at about that position. That was where Bulldog did the jump scare previously. So not going to get caught out for that one, but you can see the Gen.G able to get a bit of a shove towards this turret. 6 grubs barely needed here, as 4 members of Gen.G will be enough.
Yeah. Chovy side laning against BDD here as well with no help. He will be able to put some additional pressure on the turret. They don't have enough vision of, you know, where Koshik might be lurking to actually try to go for that. The turn that Gen.G has in this composition off of a Baron is pretty insane. They have double Leandries on the Aurora and the Lilia and double 80 carry with really high damage output on the Draven. So trying to maintain Baron vision over the next few minutes here is going to be something KT really needs to focus on. Yes, it's still early, but if you come over too late, Gen.G just rush it down. And if you come over and you're not well set up, but you don't have a lot of vision, and Keen gets a big ultimate off, the turn is just so easy for Gen.G. And that's the next worry that KT has to have in the back of their minds. They will be able to group up here faster on the bottom side of the map now and start up this dragon, but even that's not a guarantee.
Yep, you can see Chovy just probably not going to move down. He is going to teleport, though, as we can see. So I'm a little bit caught. That's going to be BDD finding some rocket damage, though, onto Lehens. They're going to fight for this Drake. I thought maybe they just give it up, but no, Perfect now looking for his angle. Keen on a good one as well. Perfect still trying to find that flank as the Sapling's doing a lot of work. That's going to be Pioshik blocking down the Dragon. Canyon's in trouble. He goes golden, though. The Whirling Death flies in, and there is the circle. That's Deft picking up the first one, and he gets over the wall. Taken down is Beryl, though, and there go the rest of the dominoes. Pays now relatively low, but Deft by himself is not going to be able to get anything done here. Over the wall, and Pays could be in trouble here. Deft going down very, very low, but I think Chovy's going to be here, and his ex-teammate's just going to cash in.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, Chovy is the one who gets the kill. You live long enough, you wanted to maybe get that kill onto the Rakan, but instead you ended up giving another Draven cash in. Smaller than the last, but still massive, and there was really a Chovy win in this fight as Canyon kind of baits them in this one. He has the stopwatch, so actually can survive here. Perfect's on the side of the fight trying to get Narbar, doesn't get it in time. Look at this massive ultimate here for Chovy. Keen sets up the ultimate, and then the Rakan follow-up from Lehens is just beautiful. only Gen.G, I feel, could turn a team fight like this so beautifully off of just one Zhonya's there coming through. Really a Seeker's Arm Guard, I believe it was at the time, for the Lilia. And then Deft, really fancy footwork here, gets over the wall, but then ends up being shut down by Chovy here. So that's 487 in his pocket. But again, no real frontline in this comp. They just used their CC as the frontline. And man, Gen.G, that was a beautiful fight. Great attempt again by KT, just like the Grub fight earlier on. But it's not enough.
Doesn't quite work out. I think if this game was allowed to go until like 40 minutes or something like that, then maybe Pyosik becomes a big enough tank. You saw in that fight, you know, it was difficult for Canyon to sort of stand his ground, but utilization of that arm guard, like you were saying, really, really nice. And Keen has adapted the build a little bit here, has put in the Malignance as item number 2. So very similar to what we saw last time around. I think it was Malignant's first item for Bulldog. Yeah, this time just throw it in as the second one. And this turret is well and truly going to go down. No Barons taken just yet. That one's still up. So KT not needing to worry as much about these, you know, game-ending pushes coming through just yet. But it is feeling like they're starting to circle the drain.
Yeah, the Malignant's damage, you know, applying Leandri's as well with the ultimate in those fights means that basically everyone loses a third. It's like a Karthus ult in there, basically.
Yeah.
And then, or like a Rumble Equalizer that's in a big circle. And then you have all of that damage plus the ability haste on her ultimate. So her ultimate is up all the time. You know, you can get a pick before a dragon and then use it on the dragon fight. You could just, okay, well.
Yep, there's that circle that you were talking about. Beryl is going to flash out of it as Pyosik throws down the ulti. Wild Growth comes in there as well. And he does soak a lot. Both him and Beryl are going to need to go back home. And that means that Gen.G could have an opportunity here. They have lots of damage, as you mentioned before, Wolf.
Yeah, and look at that ultimate on Keen, by the way. Like, it's not going to be up for this contest, but I don't think KT have the health bars to make this work. They're going to pull Gen.G off the Baron.
Yep, Beryl actually still just wandering around with 200 health here, making everyone very, very nervous. Bowling ball not going to connect onto Beryl, who was the preferred target. And dissuaded from the Baron for now, Gen.G. Please go home, Beryl. I'm just, I'm getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, Chovy also still oldest. Okay, look at Keen's ultimate, though. It gets almost back up.
Yeah.
This is actually insane. This is one of the crazier parts of Aurora, too, is her normal ult cooldown base is pretty low, and then you add the Malignance on top of it. The damage is great, but the ability to use it kind of on command, non-stop, is just crazy. And you know, he just goes straight back to the side lane. The Leandri's just going to help us already pretty decent wave clear here. They put the threat on, they set up control wards. And again, KT, they stopped the Baron, but that's basically one step forward, 2 steps backwards here as Gen.G can just start this up again. This time they have the turn. This time they have a good setup. They look for a pick to start it. Now they can turn with Keen's ultimate back online.
Yeah, perfect. Looking to stack up some Naba here with the Baron. They can even see it. It's going down so extraordinarily quickly. Deft, he's not going to be able to do anything. Pyosik was nowhere near. They're going to look for a fight instead. The circle goes down one more time, and Pyosik is just melting. A tank? I don't think so. That is just more money for Chovy. It's perfect. It's jumping out of there. Pace going down low, but he's got the Feather Storm. Deft still looking to try and fight this one, but it is Beryl falling down. Deft now flashing away from Lehens, and he will at least be able to escape for the moment. BDD, very large health bar, as Canyon once again just going to utilize that stasis beautifully. And Gen.G now with Baron in hand are looking to push it even further.
Yeah, I mean, it's 27 minutes in. Long respawn timer on BDD. They may just end here. I think they have a pretty good chance. TP to mid. And that is it. You just win one team fight. Keen's second ultimate there. He gets it back online. Everybody dies, and they do back away. Even though BDD isn't up, Pyosik's coming back up. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they want to play this one safe. I think that was definitely an angle to potentially push further, because in the extended fight, Keen gets his ultimate again. Yep. But again, they want to cross their T's and dot their I's. 15 seconds on that ultimate. He could use it on the turn on this dragon if KT want to contest. This Aurora champion seems pretty good, Atlas.
Yeah, and KT are just a sacrificial lamb. They're the team that has to demonstrate to all of us that Aurora is broken no matter which lane you put her in, and we need to keep it banned forever.
Look at how Keen uses the weirding to push himself away from Pyosik, then W out to make sure he can just guarantee he's not going to be caught by this Maokai. Really good positioning there. Sets up the ultimate. Perfect. Incredibly low. No way you can do this, and then Keen just bursts down the Lulu.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Unfortunately, KT just don't have the tools. If that Maokai ultimate doesn't catch the Aurora, And he just weirds them again. That ability name is pretty strange, but I'm kind of getting into it.
Ooh, BDD actually. Never mind. He's dead.
Get weirded.
Yeah, he got a little bit. Things went weird. They certainly did, and he is most definitely across the veil now.
Why would you play Victor when you could just play this?
Yeah. All right, Gen.G going. Well, I mean, no one plays Victor, so I think it's fine. He might get some quality of life buffs though.
Arcane incoming.
Arcane Season 2. Let's see whether Aurora makes it into that show, because right now she's looking strong enough to get there. As first, Nexus turret going low, but in goes Pioshik into the backline. My God, he went on a journey. Chovy's in a whole host of trouble, but not as much as the trouble that KT are in. The Wild Growth on Deft does absolutely nothing, and it's Keen that's going to lock him down. Nexus is to follow, and just before 30 minutes, Gen.G will dispatch KT.
Pretty close start to the game. You know, I will give BDD credit for recovery in lane. The punish on Canyon on the top side was good. You know, Perfect had an opportunity there with Keen making one mistake, but wasn't able to capitalize. Bottom lane was also great. But Gen.G's coordination, their team fighting, they looked like they were like, okay, I know exactly what I want to do if we get the first pick Aurora. They left it open. They want Corki instead. We have Chovy. We could play Draven. We could play Lucian. You know, they had such a strong game plan, but I feel like the Draven specifically with how the Aurora ult works gives you that guaranteed. And yeah, first place, by the way. All they had to do was win a game.
Yep, just one game. And now their game score is absolutely impossible to catch no matter what happens. They could lose the series to KT if they would like to. They will still be first place. In fact, they could just lose for the rest of the regular season if they felt like it. They probably won't. It's Gen.G.
It's such a demoralizing loss, too, I feel, for KT when you consider the small edges that they had in the early game.
Yeah.
And, I mean, very few teams can actually get even with Gen.G at 15 minutes. They were able to get a few 100 gold the advantage. You can see it there, that red blip. But it all started to go wrong when we hit those big team fights later on. Keen, top damage in the game, and it's no surprise.
Yeah, this Aurora is broken. Please ban it. It needs to be banned every single game. It does not belong on the Rift in even matchups between teams in League of Legends competition. That is what I'm going to say, and I think
fair point, Atlas.
It's somewhat objective. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be the space to break that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you then.
근데 얘들아 나 이거 룰루광이 띄워줄 수도 있어서 그냥
나 이거 딜러
막강하냐.
그냥 딜러 때 이거 할게.
근데 그냥 파워 치면 끝날 듯. 얘 팔 짧아서. 아 오케이. 내가 좀만 기다려.
내가만 끝나고.
내가다.
네 들어오겠다.
딜러만 서 있으면 될 듯.
대리.
내린 없어요?
어이 딜 너무 세.
좋은데요 오로롱.
storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll set a flame in this I'm never quitting. I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space on this Friday afternoon. I'm Digon alongside Valdez and Ox. And we got King Poro. King Poro's looking at something up in the sky. Looks beautiful. Ox, what could it be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just shocked that we have Aurora Borealis in our LCK games, in our drafts, localized entirely within our KT games. It's pretty beautiful. You know, some people are lucky to see the Aurora Borealis once in their lives. KT have got to see it twice, and they've lost both times against it.
Yeah, they chose this life. They decided to see it twice. They went, they saw it once. They're like, that was really cool. I want to see it again. And we can pull up the draft and just showcase how KT were able to make this happen, of course.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Because Aurora was just let through. And, of course, first picked by Gen.G, very obviously.
You know what's the problem is I actually think outside of the Aurora, you know, I think the Zyra Khan pick, not without seeing the enemy support, was really disrespectful. We saw Deft and Beryl stomp them in lane. We even saw, you know, more pressure come out of there. We saw a big gold lead. It was like 1.3k. But you're into Aurora, and your wing con is your backline 80 carries, particularly this Zeri buffed by a Lulu. So what's going to happen in team fights? Aurora is going to ult your backline, and they will die. So all, you know, everything else in the draft, the good bot lane matchup, the winning early game from KT is completely irrelevant when you let this champion go open. And also, they picked Gnar into it. Gnar tends to struggle against these champions who can match his range or are longer range than him. Like, we've seen him struggle into Kennen, and we saw the early laning phase was super rough for Perfect in this matchup.
It's really rough. I mean, it seemed like he didn't know how to handle it. He got very far behind, and that just exacerbated the problems. It's not just an Aurora, it's a super fed Aurora. And also, I think the fact, you know, they want to get this Corki for BDD, and you're playing into Chovy, that's always really difficult because you can play like 7 different champions into that as well.
Yeah, Perfect had like maybe one opportunity for the 1v1. It was very close. He missed it, and the snowball then happened. As we take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 1, a lot of focus on the bottom side of the map for KT. Looks good at the start.
Imagine you have a Zeri Lulu with strong team fighting tools like the Maokai. You're winning lane already, you've already taken a bunch of plates, and you get this dive pulled off pretty much without a hitch. Really well done, actually. You can see the ult comes in, but the lockdown is there onto the Rakan. Pays ends up using his ult before he's even really being focused as well, which allows him to go for this redive and get him too.
Yeah, so it's a big problem. You know, I feel like if this was a different team setup or a different champion on the Rift, like the fact that your Xayah Rakan just basically got dove and you pick this Xayah and you want the Rakan for the hard engage, you know, for your team comp, but then the Xayah doesn't do anything later on in the game just because it falls behind, is a big problem if it's not Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if this was a more even matchup in terms of teams and the Aurora didn't exist, that would have been that would have been game losing.
But Aurora does exist. You guys missed Ox. Ox made the sausage laugh there. All right, let's take a look at highlight number 2 here, where we're not the only ones looking for Aurora. So was Perfect, as he went around the world to find Aurora, which allowed Keen to get in and isolate the rest of the team.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it's so hard to play Peel against this champion. When she pops a W, it's invisibility, it's not camouflage, you can't spot it by being close or with a control ward. So where is she? Oh, there she is.
Circles!
Yeah, big ult. You get the Rakan follow-up, which was really nice there. Even gets it onto the Zeri as well. And immediately the fight is just over. You can see Def trying to get a kill on a Paze here, but there's no one else to support him, and he ends up on the wrong side of the map as well. Does survive a bit longer, but eventually goes down to, oh, it's the Draven. Oh, well. Yeah, nice little cash-in.
Yeah.
Nice little big...
Yeah. Also, wasn't the first cash-in that he got in that game. The first one was 800 gold. This one was like 500, or maybe it was 187. Either way, you know, Chovy was a big issue. Obviously, the Aurora was a huge issue. The Xayah ended up not mattering because, well, it's Gen.G.
Yeah, and the Rakan, you know, you see the value in team fights you get, but the laning phase was rough, and the payoff did come in. You saw Lahens have a pretty strong performance, but I still think it's a hole that they had in their draft, but obviously they had Aurora, so it's fine.
POG time. We can't vote for coaches, so we'll go ahead and vote for the player that got to play Aurora in our POG of game number 1. That's right. Let's send it on over to Keen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like Ox mentioned, it's invisibility, you can't see it coming, and then it's just a giant circle, so your win condition is just immediately gone. The fact that Perfect also, this highlight really does showcase, like, Perfect is ahead in the fight, he misses the boomerang and just dies, and this was already Keen, who was a big problem.
Yeah, and then this was the earlier fight we didn't end up showing, but the big cash-in, getting straight on a death, that's where Chovy got 800 gold, where really things started to go rough. But this one, I feel like, you know, they don't even catch Deft with this one, but you can just see how large the ult is and how punishing it is when you have a backline you're trying to protect. And here, look at this damage.
Oh, no.
It's just absurd. This champion, bit too strong, and there's...
That's fair. I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it.
No. I respect it. It's a protest vote. They're like, look, I'm not voting for this.
Yeah, Chovy had a great game.
It's
I think
new.
It's fine.
It's Aurora Borealis, very pretty. Everyone loves to see
We
it.
had
but
3
no.
draft highlight squares. None of them were on Chovy's Draven because we've seen it before. We don't need to see it anymore. You put it on. I don't know how
a protest
feeling.
pick. It's a
we put it on
protest pick.
Rakan and Xayah.
Yeah, it's a protest pick. It's a protest pick. That's
a
what
good
they're going
protest
for.
vote.
Yeah.
That's a base rate meter.
Media said no more Aurora. I'm not giving it POGs. It's too broken, and I respect that.
No, chat. Don't let them do this to us. We're going to send it on over to the casters while I have a talking to here with Valdez and Ox. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, T-Gun. I actually disagree with everyone that voted. I think it should have been Canyon. I don't think that Aurora deserves any votes. That champion is completely broken, and like Keen we saw didn't even really pilot it all that well. He completely messed up underneath the enemy turret and then just killed his opponent because his champion has bigger numbers.
It had big numbers. I was a bit of a numbers voter and a bit of an impact voter on that one as well.
To be perfectly honest, like, it does make a whole lot of sense, but I thought that Canyon had a much better game than Chovy.
So just after a little bit of research I did during the break, it turns out that if you want to see the Aurora Borealis, it's actually quite difficult to see until late August. And I think that maybe in the LCK we should kind of adopt that as a theme. Where it's quite difficult to see this champion until maybe like it gets nerfed and it's a little bit more of a niche pick in like Worlds qualifiers or something like that. We move a little bit later on. Because I'm seeing it twice already, and I don't want to see it anymore. I think that's too much. It's not special anymore.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to need an upgraded Banhammer for that one. We'll have to have a talk to David Turley about it, see whether he can convince someone to adjust that as, yeah, KT are going to ban it this time around. That is very, very smart. Cassante ban is odd, as Gen.G sticking to their guns. It's once again going to be the Ivern and Leona taken away.
It is quite a choice to make to ban it on blue side, though.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like they could have utilized that. Perhaps they just haven't prepared it. And there's two schools of thought with this, because if you're preparing it a ton, it gets banned every game, you wasted your time. But not having that in your wheelhouse when it seems to be so incredibly strong is a bit of a concern, but either way, the Rumble will be respect banned here. The Pioshik Ivern ban comes through again. Ashe is banned. Maybe this time it's a first pick Ezreal angle. Please do not first pick Corki into Chovy. Don't do that.
What about Renekton?
That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Well, Nidalee is available. That is Canyon's best champion. It also pairs very well with Renekton if Pyosik were to get it in the next round. And so I think that Gen.G are likely to probably pick that one away.
Now, the question is, what does get locked in with it? You know, Keen could just straight up pick his counter right now into the Renekton. It's not being flexed mid at the moment.
Ooh, he likes the Lilia.
It's very strong, and I think it's a fair first pick here. Doesn't mean that he'll be playing it potentially into Nidalee, which can be quite tricky. The Keen answer of the Jace into the Renekton, of course, can be flexed mid.
Yep, could also be a Gnar if he'd like to. You can see Keen with a little bit of a smile on his face.
Gnar at GP seem like the more common answers right now and can obviously scale incredibly well. And we're seeing a lot more scaling comps. I like the GP more too. A lot safer here. You have a lot of setup with the Lilia Sleep for big barrel chains. Pyosik on Maokai, you know, he looked really good in the last game. Obviously, he had lane prio there on the bottom side and utilized it quite well. Almost was able to punish Canyon on that dragon fight. I think this is a very strong pickup for him. Completely reasonable. But now it gets tricky because BDD, does he blind Corki here? I really hope not. But what else are you going to do? Are you going to play Azir in this composition with the Maokai lock-in? Probably not. Are you going to pick up an 80 carry for Def? Maybe that's the angle. Maybe go for a Zeri pick here and try to protect it in the second banning phase. Well, we didn't learn.
Yeah, it's looking like that's not going to be the play. Chovy could go back to the Draven if he would like to. I think that the mid lane wasn't the problem. I honestly think that the whole game revolved around the issues that happened on the top side of the map. So if the rest of this draft just plays out exactly the same way that we saw in game number 1, KT are walking away so incredibly happy. So I don't mind the Corki pick, even though it's not necessarily my favorite. Misfortune going to be taken away here as we have a look towards the bottom side of the map. And I'm kind of expecting that Gen.G just takes a leaf out of the KT book and goes for the Zeri, and so KT are going to identify that, ban that one away themselves. As Kalista is still up and available, Senna still there as well, were things that were banned last time.
The Kalista was the big one for me in this, but we'll see what ends up coming through here because KT don't have counter pick for 80 carry, so it's not like they're necessarily going to be able to get a ton of value out of that without knowing what is on Gen.G's side. They're still going to respect it. Def's Kalista is a champ to be feared and really unlocks Barrel to play a lot of different picks, like Nico even. So I think that is a warranted ban. See if we see an Ezreal ban here in this final slot against Pays, who does have pick priority here.
Yep, wouldn't mind a Senna ban as well, just because Gen.G have 0 frontline, so if you have the ability to then play a Senna on towards the bottom side, then you do actually shore up that slight weakness that they do have.
It's a great point, and they do not do it. I think that's definitely going to be the angle Gen.G want. They weren't able to make a frontline happen last time. They are hovering the Ezreal instead, however, and they will have a ton of range to kind of chip away at the KT roster comp to then set up a big ultimate coming through from Chovy, Canyon, etc. So this is also a fine pick, and we've seen Pays do big numbers on the Ezreal, and even with a nerf, the reduction of the scaling, he is still going to be quite strong anyways.
Oh yeah.
As that's going to be the answer here. No Kalista for Deft. Ziggs, something we've seen a lot of our teams shy away from this week, even though there have been a few good angles for it.
Yeah, a bit of a fun one.
Good with Maokai.
Yep, Ziggs, Corki, fair bit of poke damage there as well. And when you do have so many squishies, this could certainly work out. So Ziggs and the Barrel, once again back on the Rift.
Is it going to be a Karma angle, or is he going to do something crazy? He's going to just play Yuumi. I mean, he could play Yuumi, but he's just going to play Blitzcrank or Nautilus, or, you know, I don't think Nautilus is that crazy, but it isn't going to do a whole lot for you in terms of being able to handle the lane pressure. Certainly can be good to stop dives. Pyosik wants to play through bottom lane and try to get Deft ahead, get the plate gold. It's very difficult to dive a Nautilus Ezreal because Ezreal has his Arcane Shift and the Nautilus is passive where you can root people as they try to go into the turret and hook them and just make the turret be the defense. Makes it quite challenging for something like a Maokai to successfully get those kills and then get the Ziggs ahead. So I think the pick is, you know, it has its strengths and weaknesses. Top side, I feel like Perfect really needs to perform here. It's a matchup that's going to be tough into Keen. We can get a lead as Renekton. It has been one of our matchups where a lot of weaker teams have been able to win, I feel, with Renekton against other teams with weaker GPs. I think that's why we're not seeing as much GP by East Side teams. West Side teams are so good at GP that, you know, they end up weathering the first few levels, barrels start to scale up, you get your Sheen, and then actually start to win the matchup. It's very scary. I think Perfect might have an angle.
There's the Cass sponsorship. Is she actually going to...
It says
she's down in it.
Yeah, it says if Keen's POGM one-shot in the Cass, and she got
did it!
One-shot it. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you, Cass, as well, for the sponsorship. Excellent. Fantastic stuff. We're just... I feel like that is something that a KT fan should be doing at this point in time and not the Gen.G fans. Personally, as Gen.G, they have, once again, another one of these compositions without too much of a frontline, but with a lot of boom boom and so much execution as well. And I mean that in the form of executing their opposition. We'll see whether that is what's going to happen as we jump onto the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초
All right.
남았습니다.
Barrel already taking a little bit of damage here as we tick over to about a minute in the game. That's a good start. As Canyon also going to get hit by a Brambly Smash. Not too bad. Wizard Deft. I do kind of like that skin. I think that Pool Party is probably the greatest, one of the best skins in the game. But this little like wizardy one is kind of cool too.
I mean, I think Ziggs has a lot of good skins.
Yeah, he does actually.
The wizard one is one of my favorites.
Oh, Chovy. Gonna find BDD here. And yeah, the spinning axe just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he just has better base attack than you and more health than you.
And press the attack as well is a little bit unfair.
Really trying to look for a punish here, but I don't think anything is going to happen.
Yeah. Lehen's out of vision for now, actually considering trying to get a very early flash out of BDD. You don't quite know what's going on. The mystery that Jonah Strong provides. Absolutely beautiful. But you can see BDD able to utilize the phosphorus bomb quite nicely.
Well, you know, Nautilus is going to offer less than 0 in, at level 1 probably into this comp down here on the bottom side. So I get that, you know, give Pace some extra XP.
Yeah.
And see if you can catch a whoopsie. Not going to happen, but Deft's first Ziggs game of the season. He's played it in the past. I feel like it's a pick that he's gone to in a lot of these types of scenarios where he wants to win lane, but hasn't always found that success with this pick. I personally don't really associate him with great success on it, but strong for the comp. Perfect's doing the thing.
Yeah, slice and dice and acting all cool. But Keen is just going to be able to walk it off, at least for the moment. A lot of value for the Renekton thus far, though. Certainly good there. And he can go low because he does have the Culbermeek to get him his health bar back. Fury now going to be built up again, not hit by the barrel. And things going okay. And tell you what, there's one thing that's impressed me about Perfect, and that has been his mental fortitude.
Absolutely. You know, he has been down but never out, I feel like, in so many games. You know, that first Udyr game so long ago where he's like 0-7, but kept it together, made some big plays.
Huh.
Great. That's... Okay.
That's a direction a hook could go.
I mean, look, just because he missed the hook doesn't mean we have to put these stats up. Okay.
They're not great stats, though. We saw Moham actually, you know, playing yesterday for the first time in the LCK. It was actually great to see him. He had a decent game on it, but it didn't quite work out. As now Beryl comes in, and Chovy, he might just be dead. That is going to be first blood going over to BDD, and Chovy just didn't even get to the wall to flash.
Beryl with a great roam timing here, knowing that Lilia is likely not going to be around and won't be able to impact the gank very much anyways because she doesn't have level 6. It's perfect, continues to put the pressure on here, but that was a great roam. Ends up taking Chovy out there. BDD picks up a kill, and that'll shore up the CS deficit. We'll be able to buy a cloth armor and his tier and then return back and catch this wave. Chovy having to teleport as well. Picked up a cull off of the back. Not ideal, not the Vamp Scepter we saw him get on first back in game 1.
Wait, now Pyosik is back. Well, I mean, Pyosik is here for the first time because last time it was Beryl going for the gank. Now Pyosik is just going to push Chovy into the jungle. Canyon already here. Sapling does scout out the brush. As Pyosik moving in. I don't know whether he really wants this, but watch out, Eep is just going to be used on the camp, and I believe Pyosik just managed to get that smite.
Yeah, big smash as well on the little popcorn chickens.
Yeah, nicely done there from Pyosik.
Good
Pretty
handling.
difficult to take things away from a Lilia. Canyon just not quite on the smite finger there.
-1.
Yeah, Chovy not actually able to get that. Did cost BDD a large amount of his health bar, but leveling up helped him out there.
Yeah, BDD also missing his cannon as it's a high-action game.
It is. Nice satchel there to come through from Def. Every time I say satchel, it reminds me of Tangled.
Yeah,
yeah,
the movie.
Yeah, they're always talking about satchel.
Oh,
Keen! It's possibly solo kill time for Perfect. Instead, he backs away, identifies that there is a flash, and he's not going to go too far. That baited him in last time. The young man is learning.
Yeah, I think if he had his Q back up, he definitely would have tried to force the issue, but didn't have it. As this is going all the way back to Barrel's level 2 roam. They have Cryo bottom side here, and he just goes straight up and takes Chovy out. BDD will secure the kill here. The Ignite doesn't steal it away. BDD's super hyped about it.
Thank you. And you just love it when BDD smiles. It is just a fantastic thing. Man has been through a lot throughout his time in the LCK.
Just love the family vibes of, you know, these ex-DRX members plus BDD, you know.
Yeah.
Perfect coming up as the rookie. It's just a team that's really hard to root against, you know? And it kind of always has been, but this roster in particular really feels that way. As Deft has equalized, yes, you know, he did end up finding himself at a small deficit because of Barrel's roams, but now equalized that. Hasn't really been able to put any pressure on the turret, and Pyoshik hasn't been going down for dives or anything like that because he's been putting fires out elsewhere. This is going to be the first dragon taken here by Gen.G with some of FaZe's help.
Certainly some good attention being paid here by Orcs as well to make sure that we do get the Chemtech Drake first.
Getting that out of the way.
Yeah, love to see it. That's going to be some grubs taken here as well in response. So as the dragon goes down, Pyoshik is going to be taking these. And so pretty even trade when it comes to these global objectives. Barrel spotting some things out. Understands that he isn't seen here by Canyon, who is going to get stunned up, but not able to walk through the Hextech minefield. Lahen's going to do that, though, because now Canyon lit on fire. BDD comes down. The satchel is gorgeous. Chovy's coming in, but they're looking to try and close in on the Lilia. Hook going to connect onto Deft, but the follow-up is not there. And now Pyoshik is going to turn up. It's a double for BDD! And oh, KT, stop it!
Triple for BDD. This is what I was talking about with BDD's early quirky skirmishes. And this time he just kind of cleaned up the kills, but the big overextension from Gen.G is punished. Fantastic ultimate from Pyoshik. The satchel charge from Def was basically perfect. He did it without ultimate. He's sitting on level 5.
Oh, slice and dice, and now Perfect is going for it once again. Dominus is ticking onto Keen. But one more time, Perfect says, I will allow you to live.
Yeah, did have the sheen Keen does here, but still just really tough with that extra health from the ultimate to do anything back there. Perfect sets up the stun really nicely. Has his Fury back here as well, so he can just clear this wave. Canyon doesn't have ult, so I don't think he's really going to be able to impact this play, but it's good that the observers show that he is nearby. Had Perfect gone for an overextension. Well, speaking of...
Yeah, underneath the turret now is Perfect. He does clear out the wave as the bowling ball goes wide, and Canyon realizes that without the sleep, not going to be able to hold the Renekton in place.
Man, KT fans giving Perfect a big standing ovation, it feels like, here in the arena after that one. Is Canyon kind of greedy here, just like we saw in the previous game, except this time on the bottom side of the map. Gets caught here by Barrel. Lahen's is trying to keep Deft at bay, but he's zigged, so rooting that guy and trying to CC him isn't going to really lower his impact. It's really Corki that rotates over. That's the big issue. Deft flashes very late here, is able to avoid the ultimate from Chovy, which is massive, so he doesn't go down. No cash in, and Lahen's is left out to dry. Great skirmish there. 4 kills now on BDD's Corki. He is insanely big. I'm hyped about it. And his satchel sets it all up.
That's a real happy day. Look at Harai. Harai is like, it's not even happiness. He is just relieved. He's like, oh God, I've seen them do this in scrims all the time. Like, what the heck? You can imagine that there is a fair bit of relief. It shouldn't be coming in yet, right? Yes, they have a 2,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. That's very large for this time of the game. I don't care. They need to kill a Nexus, and we haven't seen that for quite some time from KT.
Yeah, I mean, BDD doesn't end up getting a CS lead here, but the fact that he has the plated steel caps here means that Chovy can't trade back as much damage. His Vamp Scepter was late. The call is still a ways away, so the Corki taking control of this matchup this early and getting plate gold as well means that Chovy now also losing Adoration stacks a second time is really going to be behind the curve as where he'd like to be. Gen.G still have an incredibly strong scaling composition, though. The Lilia does a ton of damage. The GP is going to be massive later. Is significantly down on farm now, but will scale up. The Ezreal also will do more damage in the longer team fight than Ziggs' burst damage.
Oh, okay. Lahen's coming in, but BDD with his Valkyrie is going to be able to create enough distance, and even without flash, I think BDD very capable of putting on a lot of pressure. If this back does come through, it could just be Trinity Force already done at around 10 minutes into this game.
It's crazy, but I think you might be right.
Yep, boots 2 already, and the added premium on those, certainly good news. But BDD not going to be able to go back just yet. Chovy is going to ult the wave, and teleports will be unleashed. So is Lahen's. He is just refusing to be in the bottom lane. It is Ezreal versus Ziggs. And I guess Beryl is back, but I think he's only been there for like a few seconds to try and get himself a Magnet Storm, and he is successfully able to do that. Perfect. Once again, going to get some oranges out of Keen. Conqueror procced, slicing and dicing, and Keen is just chilling.
Has his Fury perfectly set to get the Empower there as he goes in with the Slice and Dice. Doesn't need to use his ultimate. Trading incredibly well. Now Pioshik up here looking for some more grubs.
Yeah.
And man, Perfect is playing this really well. This is what I was looking for. You know, I feel like this is one of the huge parts of the success here of KT is Gen.G don't have this pressure point topside. They're not going to be able to punish this Renekton.
Ooh, not able to actually stop that barrel. I think that would have been a Demolish proc. That would have been another plate. That had happened instead. Going to lose out on the trade, in fact, as Beryl going to get hit by the bowling ball. That's going to be 6 grubs going over to KT. No one's going to be able to stop Pioshik from doing that. And I think a lot of this is courtesy of A, good laning from Perfect, but B, there is a giga-fed Corki in the mid lane. Yeah, I'm kind of losing it because KT have a big lead, and I don't know what it means. Well,
yeah,
I just don't.
I'm not ready to say that this is a great position. I mean, obviously, in terms of the gold, it is, but the scaling issue is still there. I think the Ziggs is going to scale pretty well. The Corki is accelerated and obviously has a pretty great late game as well. As speaking of, Lahen's nearby.
Yeah, BDD actually not quite winning in this trade. Does finally pick it up as the bowling ball goes wide. Beryl and Pioshik in position. And that is a twisted advance to go in on this one. Magnet Storm connecting onto 2. The Nature's Grasp as well holds them in place. The flash forward, the shutdown gold is on the table, and the watch out heap is going to seal it. They shut down the Corki, and Beryl is going to fall down as well, as Gen.G will let Pioshik live for now, but 2 kills off the back of that one, and Gen.G are on the board.
It looked so good for KT at the start of the fight. You know, BDD has Prio. Chovy can't join the fight. Not going to be able to offer any autos in there. And Beryl was in position, but unfortunately the sleep as well as the big ultimate coming through from Chovy ends up really doing a number on those health bars. BDD in particular is the one to go down, gets shut down by the Lilia, who will utilize that gold very well. No cash in for Chovy, which arguably could be a good thing because he didn't have as many stacks as you normally have at 12 minutes here. Maybe he'll get a better one later on, but still picking up that kill and winning that team fight is pretty huge. They get the dragon out of it.
Yeah, still going to be able to get another plate here, especially with the help of all of the grubs that they've been able to pick up. So BDD gets back, purchases the Trinity Force, and now he's going to be a whole lot stronger because I believe he didn't have it in this fight. As we have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, he did not have it. We thought maybe he'd buy it on the last back, but he wasn't quite able to. Let's have it now. As you can see, great knock up here from Lahen's. He does die for him, though, but the sleep is going to be massive. Gen.G end up winning this fight. Pays also shows up and cleans up house. Pioshik will be able to get out with his life, but still massive here for Gen.G. And this game and the lead that KT has, the turret does go down. They still have a lead. But you can see how Gen.G are so punishing. If you think you have an angle, but Gen.G are actually just a little bit more ready than you. They're a little bit more clutch than you. And these moments is really reminiscent of the lead that T1 had over Gen.G in Game 1. Then a few mistakes come through, Gen.G punish you super hard, and what looked like a done deal is definitely not. With KT, none of us believed for a second it was a done deal. But, you know, the lead is still there.
It is. And this is a much better looking game too this time around as well, as Canyon coming on in looking for Perfect, whose Dominus is on cooldown. He's going to flash. We'll see whether the slice is going to be back up, and it looks like it's not going to be. He does get the W off onto Keen. Slices around a little bit, but that is still going to be the kill going over to Gen.G. And now Keen on this gangplank, 1-0-2.
Yeah, a little bit optimistic. I think the flash back in to look for a little bit of healing there. Probably would have wanted to hold on to that one, but end of the day, still will go down. Def's going to pick up some of this farm, so
yep, nice.
Small victories.
And I think Deft as well wasn't quite in range of a Mega Inferno Bomb in that last exchange around the mid lane, which is kind of mind-blowing just because of the massive range on that one. But otherwise, I think he probably would have used it.
Yeah, I mean, with the low health bars there, might have been able to even pick up a double off of that at the end. We'll see in the replay just how close he was, because they were fighting towards the top part of the top lane, like in the alcove for a lot of that. But the flash, coming back in and pulling them there might have been in range. We'll see when we get into the replay, but...
Yeah, you got Lehen's just bodyguard for Chovy here as Perfect is going to move in.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, could be Dove once again. Avoids the hook and now just wants to clear out the minion wave. He's going to be successful in that, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to keep himself alive. That's the cash in for Chovy. And Perfect, after navigating the early game so well, just dying twice in a row, it will be that we'll get another charge to come through from the Rift Herald towards his top side. And with 6 grubs, I think this Cannon Barrage isn't going to be enough to be able to stop this, as BDD tanks up the turret for a very long time, but there's another minion wave coming in. Kane going to get pushed back. The crash down is going to get the flash out of Kane, who's slowed down by the Bramble Smash. Hook is going to go wide, and in a turret in trade for a Crocodile. You take that.
Yeah, very deftly played though by Keen. Like, he is able to avoid all of that. There's so much CC. Pioshik trying to catch him with the ultimate there, but he's just got such good spacing. He just is able to survive. Could have been much worse if he also goes down there in the top side, but it's definitely a big trade up. And the Renekton buying enough time there on the bottom side. So go back to this moment long ago. Let's look at Deft. He's going up the river. And I think, yeah, if he continues to go up here, I think he would have been in range.
Yeah, it's like almost an angle.
Yeah.
But he sort of knew that Perfect was dead. And I think having it for the wave is probably a good thing if they were considering pushing further forward. But this was just a little bit unfortunate. Perfect did get the wave, I guess.
Yeah, it was a slice and dice back in, by the way. I misread that as a flash for some reason. So that's better.
Yeah, yeah. He already used that one to get out of the way.
Yeah, flash or at the initial part of the play. Either way, if he was able to get 2 kills there, would have felt amazing. But it's not. Bomb into the fight. Perhaps just still a little bit out of range. Maybe our Ziggs experts on the desk will tell us.
Our Ziggs experts don't really want to talk about Deft right now because he built an Archangel staff.
Yeah, and he also...
We're not a fan of that.
Didn't get plates, they didn't lane swap, they didn't play through him at all. Barrel left him out to dry basically alone in the lane. He was down on CS. He's still down on CS. I feel like that's okay with how the rest of this game has gone and how they played the BDD and Perfect, winning on his own. But in terms of Ziggs, it's definitely not. He's not the main character in this game.
No, not so much.
Not yet.
Yeah, Keen is up here, able to clear out this wave very comfortably with the barrel, as there is a lot of very long range, very reliable wave clear that is making sieging very difficult. The Ziggs does have the Mega Inferno Bomb to try and lock things down. I believe was just used towards the top side, as the Whirling Death was used towards the bottom side. There's Cannon Barrage there as well, if anything ever goes wrong, was used on the top side on the inner turret to try and help out Gen.G there. So these counteractions that you can see from these shoves is actually being pretty important. But KT are going to be able to create enough space to be able to grab this dragon. It's going to be in trade for the outer turret on the top side.
This is what Gen.G does, though. Even in a gold deficit, they know how to get gold off of the map. They know where to put pressure. And knowing that KT have prio bottom side and there's no turret gold to grab there, they're like, nah, you can have one Ocean Drake. That's fine.
Yep.
We'll take a turret instead. We'll get value to this GP that needs to scale. Their comp absolutely is incredibly strong when it gets to the late game, and that's what they're banking on. Had a deficit early, but if they could just buy time and trade dragons for money, that money is going to be more valuable later on. And they have a 2 Drake lead, so they can afford that. Even the Ocean Soul is also, fairly weak.
Yeah, we don't really care about Ocean Soul, so it's even more on top. For Gen.G.
And even if it was strong, I feel like they'd be feeling pretty good about the situation. So feeling even better here.
Well, KT still with a slight gold advantage at this point in time, but this is where things often go wrong for this team. So we're looking to see them put the screws in, find themselves intelligent fights that Gen.G aren't able to capitalize on, because we know that this composition does some pretty incredible things in the 5v5, and it can all be over very, very quickly. As Hextech Minefield going to be quite valuable. I think Deft really wants a Leandries to really try and make sure that he can hold on to space quite effectively. As Keen is in the bottom lane being a nuisance. Renekton going to move over and try and answer it as the bowling ball goes wide.
And, okay, we're still threatening here.
Yeah, Lahan's actually going to go in as the Cannon Barrage comes down and splits up the fight. BDD can't really get in there, but Def with the Mega Inferno Bomb this time is going to be able to lock down the kill. And Beryl somehow gets out. Keen is burning down. BDD locks up the kill, and now Pace in trouble. BDD splashing after him. He finds the kill. It's a 7th kill for BDD in this game.
BDD is just taking over the game. Great ultimate there from Deft, and also Chovy.
Oh, yeah, Chovy, if he managed to get that shut down, that'd be a big one, although he did get shut down after 4.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, maybe just play that one a little bit safer there, Chovy. Very close, playing on the edge as Deft scouts this out.
Yeah, Canyon runs really fast, especially with that passive stacked up. Def doesn't want him to get on in here, but he's still going to be able to lock this one up. BDD going to spot him, and he just teleported in. Canyon, this is a, BDD with a hotline to Boris. He's taken all of his stuff, Wolf.
I feel like, you know, we came to this series feeling like KT are down right now. They're not looking great in terms of their individual performances, some weak laning.
What were we talking about BDD as well? Like, he's the guy that's playing well for this team.
Yeah, but like, I feel like Gen.G are just playing like this is not a strong KT team. They're playing so disrespectfully.
Would you blame them?
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, we were pretty down on them going into this, but this Baron is also a little disrespectful, I would say.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's KT. They're going to go for something like this. I don't necessarily know what it means. This Mega Inferno Bomb is going to connect. It's a lot of damage as Keen also down to about 50%. And Gen.G, I think they might just be giving this one up. The barrel goes in and fizzles out. That's going to be KT locking up a Baron.
They didn't even use Piercing's ult. They didn't even need it. Gen.G not able to commit to the contest. They didn't have Canyon, didn't have a smite, so tough to really hope for anything. Now, watch what happens with Pioshik here with the twisted advantage. He's actually able to avoid the hook here, which
so
puts
well played.
the hens into the wall, and then Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, and Beryl just narrowly avoids that Q from Paze and gets out. Keen has oranges, but there's just way too much damage between the Renekton and the Corki and Canyon. Nothing he can do here. Spacing and the dodge from Beryl, fantastic. Now he doesn't have flash for the follow-up here, where he's looking for red buff. And this is insanely greedy. BDD, once Deft communicates this, is like, all right, well, I'm going to TP flank. He has TP, and it's just a free kill.
Damage. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, he's huge, and you know, I think he probably kills him even if he's not sitting at 7 kills at that moment or whatever it was he was sitting on at that moment in time. But he's got a rapid-fire cannon now in his inventory, and I mean, he can do no wrong basically at this point. Gen.G's comp still scales incredibly well, and KT don't have, you know, the ability to end this game right now, but the Baron really does help push this advantage further, get deep vision. Stacking Dragon's less valuable than I think getting this gold here and starting to threaten picks with the vision that they're now setting up here. Beryl and Pioshik setting up the saplings. If you can catch Keen, maybe take out an inhibitor turret or an inhibitor for the rest of this Baron, the 90 seconds you've got left, that would be massive. You want real permanent damage to this base.
Yeah, and I think the Satchel, being able to take down some of these structures as well pretty quickly, will be able to extend this. Cannon Barrage invested. It's a big tool that they won't have as the rapid fire cannon shot. Not doing quite as much as I was expecting. Still does a fair bit towards Paze here. As this inner turret in trouble as well, because it's Baron plus 6 grubs, guys. Like, this is so much structural damage they are doing.
It's crazy too, and they're splitting this up into 2 lanes here, so pushing the bottom wave now. As Gen.G rush over to that, then, you know, the push in mid becomes a little bit more threatening. Canyon on a bit of a flank. It looks like actually just going to clear the wave. I don't think Gen.G can really opt into a fight here at this stage. I mean, only 2 items on Keen. It's not that big 3-item spike that he's looking for. Canyon's going to stop this wave, so that means they won't be able to threaten the mid turret anymore. Will he get punished, though, is the question.
Yeah, Banana Brush control here for Gen.G. They've still got this ward down as Lahen's just not allowed to walk through. Leandri's now completed here for Deft as well. And there's the flash forward from Pioshik, looking for Paze and for Canyon. As Trophy moving on over. This Gen.G squad is still very, very scary, but there's no Cannon Barrage for this fight. It has been so important in the last ones. And Canyon also just taking so much poke damage. Chovy can't walk in. Even after pressing W, it's not going to quite work out. And Lahens, he has to get out of there as well. This is going to be the Drake secured by KT. And Gen.G, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an Ocean Drake. Let it go. Scale.
Yeah.
That's the game plan. QSS picked up here for Chovy. Some additional safety, as obviously in the mid lane you're going to have to opt into that teleport, so doesn't have a cleanse, but now he has his artificial cleanse online. As
Yeah, Canyon, I'm not sure what the intention was, but he's going to get crashed into. Deft is going to come down. Bouncing Bomb is not quite going to land, but that watch out Eep was in a weird direction. And Canyon, he's going to go golden again. It worked in game number 1, but that's because he had teammates around him. This time, he was alone.
I mean, Canyon is having a real rough game, to be honest with you, Atlas. He is playing super disrespectfully, super greedy. It's kind of reminiscent of his final year on D+, where the team wasn't winning, but he was playing like they were massively ahead all the time. And I think for most of Canyon's career, he has been massively ahead. His team has been winning, and he's been setting it up. But when he's losing, when he's behind, somebody's making some bizarre decisions like walking in here to try to contest the scuttle. Just not it, unfortunately, and will be directly punished instantly. No teammates nearby. TP going straight into mid as well to help secure and guarantee. Because if he actually buys time here, there's no TP from Perfect. Maybe they get in there. Maybe they could try to turn the play, but I'm really just giving maybe too much credit to Canyon on this one. Bit of a whoopsie, and it's not the first time this game that he's been punished by KT Rolster, who might be the second team to take a game off Gen.G. I mean, now I'm confident to say that they really have such a massive advantage that I feel very confident in them. However, no inhibitors down. And until that happens, I think Gen.G is still in this. Third item coming online here for Keen fairly soon. The LDR is going to help a ton in these fights if they can actually take a fight on their terms.
Oh, Hook going to connect here onto Perfect, who does go golden immediately. Cannon Barrage back up and available once again, but he's got the Sterix to help him stay alive when that True Shot Barrage does fly on over. The Mega Inferno Bomb down as well towards the top side is going to do a bit of damage, but otherwise Gen.G will be fine.
And then this extra teleport here for Deft, where you can come up and say, I'm just going to guarantee there's no way they can turn this, really means a lot when you're ahead to have that extra teleport on the Ziggs. Use it defensively to kind of lane. If you get dove, you know, if you're getting pushed out, you can come back to lane, but it's very valuable now when you have control of the map. If Gen.G want to make a proactive play, you're just like, nope, we have the numbers advantage. I bomb you. That's the end of that. Baron's up in 40 seconds here. KT looking to set up some deep vision to get their second of the game, and that Baron is the one that you feel like at this stage, with Ziggs this online and the pushing power this comp has, should be able to get you some inhibitors, if not outright win the game if Gen.G lose a team fight. This is where Gen.G really need to dig in deep and try to deny this Baron, but it's so tough with a lack of vision here. Lilia does have the Zonias. Maybe setting up a big sleep for Chovy's ultimate to rip through some health bars, blowing up BDD at the beginning of the fight would be huge. There's still some angles here for Gen.G, but with no vision, it's all dark. I mean, right now, Gen.G can see nothing as the Baron spawns.
Exactly. Lehen's also still waiting for his ultimate. True Shot Barrage just to scout the Baron pit. Not going to get too much done there as BDD throws out a big one into this minion wave. Him and Perfect will be able to catch this in mid lane as Beryl thinking about a flank angle. Pioshik there as well. Nature's Grasp in hand as Chovy wants to be able to grab his team a red buff. She'll be able to do so here. KT have done the same on their side of the rift, and now Deft waddling his way back towards the team fight. And right now, KT are in a lot of control. This Baron, though, I think is what a lot of this whole series is going to hinge on, or at least getting to a game 3 is going to hinge on.
I mean, look at how respectfully Gen.G are playing. They're like, we don't know, but we are not going to just check.
Ooh, okay. There is a ward over the wall, so they do get the information. Stand aside is going to hit Beryl, and Beryl says, and what?
Very sneaky check there from Canyon, but once they get rid of that ward, they know they can start this one up.
Yeah, that is going to be a Scryer that's now on cooldown as well. Cannon Barrage right on top of BDD, who just Valkyries out of it. Canyon moves over, and that's a big cooldown. And Gen.G, will they be able to actually fight without that Cannon Barrage up and available? That's the question.
Yeah, it's so tough. Great, usage there of the setup by Deft, holding the choke point, making sure that Keen couldn't wrap around. Pay's gonna have to shift out.
Yeah, Twisted Advance, remember, one of the best tools at getting on top of Ezreal.
Chovy in top lane, he has TP, but KT are saying, look, your Ezreal's out of here, GP's in the bottom lane, we're gonna threaten your inhibitor, we don't need a Baron.
And this is going to go down so incredibly quickly as well. 6 scrubs and a satchel. We mentioned structural damage. I don't know what's going to do more, structural damage or emotional damage. If KT's going to win this game, it's going to be a bit of both for me. I can say that personally. As KT,
once again,
gonna look for it. This is beautiful macro play, and it's making me mad, Wolf.
It's so good. I mean, why can't KT play like this all the time?
Yeah, right?
Keen has no barrage, as you mentioned, has a TP, is going to utilize it, but he's so far away. Here comes Canyon for the flank. Perfect says no.
Whirling Death comes in. Canyon is just pushed out of there, and BDD is flashing on top of another target. They'll wait for the goldenness to go away. Beryl in a little bit of trouble here, though, as the bouncing bombs are coming in, and Deft able to just outrange. They do sidestep the Mega Inferno Bombers. Pyoshik, KT looking like they are erring a little, but now they're not. Lahan's gonna go down. There's the Magnet Storm as Keen just flashes right into all of them. A beautiful Mystic Shot will connect there from Pace. He's still playing pretty well, but they'll lose a Baron, and KT will win yet another fight. Chovy's out of this one. Pace is gonna try and cleanse the Crocodile, but not this time. Pyoshik, he's got a full health bar and a dream, and a twisted advance. Good night, Pace. That's going to be a game 3, I think, Wolf.
I think so. Pyoshik's dream is FaZe's nightmare. Double TP into the mid lane, and KT Rolster do it again. Only the second team to defeat Gen.G in a game here in Summer. The only team to defeat them in a series this year domestically. That's it, lights out.
Yep, they have the best win rate against Gen.G this season out of any other team. The most wins out of any other team if they're able to take this one, as Cannon Barrage is going to kill Perfect. The Nexus is still up. Let's see whether KT are going to be able to close this one out, as BDD in point blank range against Keen is not exactly the greatest. It was a trial by fire. He passed, and the Nexus will go down. KT will bring us to 3 games against Gen.G.
Oh man, what a team effort from KT. They had a great draft. It had to get a tempo advantage. It certainly did not in the bottom lane. The Ziggs didn't get a ton of plates or turrets, but they were able to get this Corki massively ahead off of some greed from Gen.G. Canyon severely overstepping when they didn't have a positive game state, when they didn't have control over the map, getting punished multiple times, punished in game 1 as well. And KT, quick on the punish game, great macro plays. Their Baron setup into getting Cannon Barrage, walking away, pushing mid, going back to Baron, knowing they had that turn, Perfect's positioning, catching the flanking, not Nidalee, the
Lilia?
Yeah, Lilia, thank you. Catching Canyon is what I was really looking for, is Canyon. Catching Canyon there on the flank. His laning phase against Keen, fantastic. I think there's votes you can put anywhere. BD getting those kills early, getting mega fed. Perfect with his laning phase, his positioning, depths, bombs, barrels, turns, Pyoshik's ults. It was just KT living the DRX 2022 dream.
Yeah.
And you know what? When KT wins, they look so good.
They do. I don't know what it means. I'm not even going to speculate. I think BDD getting 100% kill contribution had something to do with it. My God, what an incredible game from KT. We knew that they had it in them. They just don't always show it. It is now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we're going to put our mental back together. We'll have the space, and then it'll be game number 3. We'll see you there.
풀공 어때? 풀공. 아, 풀공 없어, 풀공 없어. 이거 드건 노공의 노플이야. 휴식이 없다, 릴리야. 드건 노공 노플이야, 노공 노플. 네, 노플도 노플. 오케이. 그냥 들어오는 거 잡아. 보다도 없거든. 빨리면 안 돼, 빨리면 안 돼. 오케이. 나 큐만 쓸게. 타워 찍게. 타워 쳐봐. 타워 못 쳐줘. 그래 맞아줘, 옆에서. 맞아줄게, 맞아줄게. 릴리야 집 가야 돼, 릴리야 집 가야 돼. 박아도 돼, 박아도 돼. 이거 타워 좀 쳐줄 사람? 나이스, 나이스. 나이스. 야, 갱플 몰라, 갱플 몰라. 빨리면 안 돼, 빨리면 안 돼, 빨리면 안 돼. 타워. 아, 한번 빼. 아, 볼게, 이거 볼게. 빼면 대박. 이제 10초. 애플 맞을 수 있나? 애플 잡았고 타워 끝낼 수 있어 나이스
We want to believe. It's like the X-Files with the aliens in the sky and the spaceship, the saucer. We want to believe that KT can and will do it. They have done it before, and now they tie things up 1-1 against Gen.G. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Valdez and Ox. And it's possible, because it has been done in the past, Ox. But can they get over the hump and do it here in the Summer Split to ruin Gen.G's perfect season?
Yeah, I think KT expectations on them were all-time low. You know, they've had some really rough series, and I think with that taken into account, it's a no-brainer. They would take a game of Gen.G, maybe more. You know, I think when expectations are the absolute rock bottom for KT, that's when they shine. But this is dangerous, because what if they do beat Gen.G? Then what will happen to the expectations? They'll go high, and the performance goes down. So maybe one game's enough. You got to be really careful. You know, the team has to think this way. They're probably discussing it now between games. Is it worth winning now and planking for playoffs, or do we just get the one game and try and keep expectations a bit low? It's tricky.
Also, in terms of playoffs, making playoffs, getting one game off of Gen.G is huge, right? So they could just make it in with this one game and then not have to worry about it, you know, take a win somewhere else, and then you just get in, and then maybe you can keep those standards a little bit low. We can talk about the draft as well, which this time they did find the Aurora button. It did help that they were on the blue side, so they felt a little bit less pressured to ban everything. No Zyra ban this time around. The first pick, Renekton, is something we've seen many times for Perfect as well, and it really didn't matter, to be honest. I mean, he had a good laning phase, but really it was all about the mid lane and getting BDD fed.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Gen.G's drafts have really been lacking, and in recent series, I would say they've been kind of consistently getting outdrafted. This happened against the likes of DRX. You know, I feel like the first game, apart from the Aurora, their draft was a bit lacking. We saw the Zyra Khan, and I feel like here, it just feels like they're so good that often it doesn't matter, but I was thinking that maybe towards playoffs, they might get exposed in some of these drafts here. I think the Draven, they've obviously picked a lot in Corki, really strong in the lane, but so vulnerable. We know how snowbally Draven is in either direction. I also feel like the Nautilus value is really low here. Nautilus into Rel, Maokai, kind of hard to play. You're so squishy, and you can get caught up in the AoE and decimated, and that's your only engage. You have no other engage from your team other than maybe Canyon running in, and if he gets focused, and there's a lot of champions that can focus him on KT, it can definitely get messy. So it just kind of feels like Gen.G have performed so well that maybe they've taken their foot off the ball when it comes to some of these drafts, and now we've seen it punished.
Yeah, and they've been able to get away with it multiple times, but still, same story here. Early game in highlight number 1, as it was at 6 minutes here, where things don't go well for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, outside of their drafting, I do feel like Gen.G have had some slip-ups in early games. This happened against DK, right, where DK had a really strong early game and Gen.G got punished for it. Almost happened in game number 1 as well with the dives that we saw in the bottom lane against the Zyra Khan. And it happens here as well. They're just kind of wandering into the jungle, and Canyon was very much exposed, I would say, in this game. And this was kind of the beginning of the snowball that got rolling for KT.
Particularly in these early skirmishes, we've seen the Lilia struggle when she's focused first. If she's able to, you know, run rampant around the fight, she has very high DPS, gets a lot of healing for the passive, but they focused on Canyon initially, who overextended. They're able to clean up the fight, and BDD got a load of gold from this. He'd already gotten that earlier gank from Beryl as well to set him up, so suddenly you have this Draven, who's obviously not in the spot he wants to be, and this Corki who is hyper-fed.
Yep, and now we take a look at highlight number 2. With that gold lead, you're seeing Gen.G try to find ways on in, and Canyon, yet again, uncharacteristically just goes in a little disrespectfully without seeing where everyone else is.
Yeah, I mean, they see him. He was just clearing ward, right? So Perfect just steps up to him, and then immediately the call is to just turn on to Canyon, because they know, okay, we take the smite down. Obviously, the Baron is almost definitely ours, and, you know, Gen.G still somehow almost found a way to, like, do enough damage, but they were just too far behind at this point, and I feel like, again, you know, Canyon got caught out, and it wasn't enough to get Gen.G over the line here down their jungler.
And you see that goal here is to try and kill Kyoshik so that they can contest the Baron. But Lahens just gets deleted. The Maokai significantly tankier, higher economy obviously being in the jungle, but also just Nautilus feeling so squishy right now. And you see, you know, Pays and Chovy survive and try and disengage from this, but we get Perfect turning up, just able to get it on top of the Ezreal. And Pays eventually does go down with the Maokai route coming through. I think a big thing with the composition that KT had is that they had so much single target lockdown, and then once one person connects onto a target, their target selection was really good. Felt like they see a target, lock him up, you have the Ziggs and the Quark, you can easily follow up with their burst, and they just moved in target by target through Gen.G.
Yep, they're able to get it done here in game number 2. Let's see who the POG is and have an inkling who it could be. It is the big damage with most of the kills in the mid lane. It is BDD.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is that he did get a lot of support from his team. I wouldn't be surprised to see Beryl votes, even Pioshik votes. They were all moving very nicely around the map and making this all happen. But BDD, he got the lead, he got the triple kill, and he did so much with the amount of fedness that he was gifted, the amount of gold and kills he was given, that we just had to vote for him.
And I feel like a game like this has kind of been a long time coming for BDD, because even though KT have had a lot of struggles recently, some poor form against a lot of teams, I feel like BDD has been probably the best performer. He's had a lot of strong laning performances, been able to do a lot in team fights, even when the team has struggled. So no surprise to see him so high in the POG standings, honestly. I feel like KT's success has often come down to him.
Yeah, again, just him standing up here. Given the fact that maybe he had a slower start to the split, but as those parts around him were starting to falter in the last couple of weeks, he's been consistent. He gets it done there with the vote. All right, time to go for a decisive game number 3. Will they halt at 15 wins, or will they be able to push back? Well, Gen.G, let's find out together as we send it on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Digon, and congratulations to Big Damage Daddy in the mid lane. Really making things happen for his team. Huge respect to any Beryl voters out there. I saw you, Jonah Strong. Love that. I also think Pioshik did have a really good game, so understandable there. No Keck W's required. It is now time for us, though, to head straight into the draft, Wolf.
I think...
So let's see what we're in store for.
Maybe KT fans a little bit worried about the potential of winning this, as Ox was alluding to, but I think the biggest fan base worried at the moment is definitely B&K.
No, it's KT. We're not out of this yet, Wolf.
I mean, if KT, even winning this game alone really hurts B&K's chances of making playoffs. If they win the series, the chances go significantly down and Saturday Showdown goes up, as we're going to ban Aurora this time on the red.
Did you hear the crowd?
Yeah.
All of the KT fans are just losing their minds. They're like, whoa, we might win. Oh, it's fantastic. Sorry, continue.
Banning the Aurora definitely feels like a mandatory choice on red side against this team after what happened in game 1. To make the adjustment, K'Sante being banned, so leaving a lot open here, saying, okay, Chovy, we're going to give you the Corki on blue side. We don't want to play that into your Draven. Even though it went very well in the skirmish early, I don't think Gen.G should have opted into that. And you and I were kind of talking, is this the game where Gen.G kind of hunker down and play a little bit more respectfully in draft, because the drafts were fast and loose. They were certainly very greedy. They were very risky. No front line. It's going to be the Ashe going over to Deft here, a champion that he's very well known for. And Pioshik, once again, 3 for 3. We'll get the Maokai here. Let's see what the answer is going to be, because even if it's a Zeri or an Ezreal, it's going to be tough to pilot that lane. And will we see Gen.G pick up a tank, because the K'Sante is already gone? Sejuani left open is going to fit the bill here.
I don't mind the Sejuani. Of course, Sejuani Corki, not a lot of synergy there. Although, if you lock down a target, Corki does do a lot of damage to it, even if Permafrost isn't really one of those things. Chovy, we all know that he's going to be playing the Corki, but what is he going to pick up? Is it going to be a pick for Keen to make things difficult for Perfect? And it looks like that is correct. Kennen to make sure that Permafrost is just kind of not going to happen in this game.
Yeah, I don't know what they could have really otherwise picked here that feels good. I mean, Yone top, you can't lock in this situation. The Jax and the Maokai feels really terrible. And Perfect just going to lock down. I was going to say, I'm expecting a Gnar here, but considering the Jace with Maokai, it's so incredibly strong, but want to have something a little bit beefier here in the top side. We have seen Cannons dominate this matchup.
Yeah.
Though, so it's a little bit concerning. We'll see if Keen can get it done. Can't protect this pick, obviously, or anything like that. You know the Kennen is there, so a greedy choice, I think, but also in terms of the matchup, fairly safe. Really going to depend on what Canyon could get done in this early game. The Senna ban that we were calling for in Game 2, this time will come through again in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to use counterpick for. I assume it's for Beryl, and we're going to see something come through for BDD coming in next. They don't necessarily have to pick a mage in the mid lane. Of course, you don't necessarily think that Maokai is going to be building a lot of damage, but oftentimes we do see these Maokai compositions paired up with things like the Yone in the mid lane. We've seen Yone have a decent time into the Corki, and BDD has liked the champion in the past.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that there's definitely some consideration to a Lucian mid here for BDD, who's pretty good on that pick as well. In terms of the laning phase, it's Chovy though, so put all your eggs in that basket as the Ezreal will get taken away. I do like that.
Zeri mid lane. What are we
That's-
thinking for BDD?
I mean,
or
that's-
does he just pick his Lucian?
I think you pick Lucian. Like, as I was alluding to just moments ago, like, I feel like his Lucian has been good.
Yeah,
I think Zeri into Corki, Chovy's Corki, might just be a bridge too far. Like, I think that's a Chovy exclusive to play that matchup. We'll see. I mean, it would be great for the composition. I do kind of agree with you in that sentiment, but
And the
extremely
denial.
risky.
The denial from
Yeah.
Hayes is kind of a big deal. Smolder! Oh god, okay, so BDD has been playing this very recently and finding a lot of success in solo queue. I thought it was kind of a meme though, but he's doing it. You know, they take away Aurelion Soul and BDD's like, the younger dragon. I will go with that one instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good, opportunity to control the late game if you get to it without getting absolutely dumpstered in lane. Is Lucian, Nami to come through here, and of course that means Lulu's coming in and response here. But it is an Ashe bottom lane here. Again, assuming this is not going to be like weirdly Ashe mid, I think that would be a really rough decision to make. But the Lulu here is going to add some extra survivability. You have a lot of ways to buy space into this Kennen. I think the main thing here for KT is watch your flanks and do good due diligence to make sure there's no great teleport wards for Keen. As well as the Kalista, actually.
Okay,
Kalista
Beryl. So there's one player that's allowed to play Kalista support. His name's Carrier. But Beryl has done it in the past, but he's also played Ashe, and he's got a decent skin on this champion as well. I believe it comes from the World Championship of 2022, and so we're going to have the switcheroo on the bottom side of the map, and that is a lot of domination available here for KT.
I really feel like the Maokai holds this comp together so incredibly well because the Lucian has a lot of range with his ultimate and can poke you in mid lane pretty well, but it depends on how they want to set up the lanes here. When we get out of the laning phase, the Smolder can actually just sit mid and absorb a lot of the gold there, and they could just leave the Kalista otherwise in the bottom lane for a while. And it's really tough to actually close the gap into this Maokai, set up a flank with a cannon into the Maokai, see who ends up taking exhaust here as well. I didn't actually see in the draft who was locking that one in, but I imagine that will be picked here in the bottom lane. And I think that Gen.G's draft on paper, if you don't look at the other side, feels pretty good. It's a very strong composition, but I feel like KT got not only a really strong draft that has amazing scaling, but a draft that feels very KT, with the bottom lane getting the Kalista and the Ashe. The first time it's left open, KT slam lock it down. And Gen.G, let's see if they can weather the storm here, because the KT's comp has both a strong early game on the bottom side, but also an incredibly strong late game with this Smolder pick.
Yep, BDD has won the last two of his games on the Smolder in the mid lane. See how it goes. Jump out of the rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This Smolder mid lane in question was played against a couple of different things, namely Yasuo and Akali in solo queue for BDD, so it's going to be a little bit different up into the Corki, but played alongside things like Kalista and Ashe, actually in the AD carry role for both of the games, never with both of them at the same time. As pays with an Ardent Blaze into the brush.
But both the Kalista and Ashe separately are winning bottom lanes. So you have like the winning bottom lane, the scaling mid. Now you have the extreme winning bottom lane, which they're going to use here at level 1 to put the pressure on. Notably, Beryl did take heal for the lane. No exhaust, actually, across KT's composition. So if Keen does find that flank angle, if they're not able to stop him, or if he just has the ability to walk into the front of the team fight after the Maokai ultimate is down, can be a big issue as we are lane swapping.
Yeah, and I believe he isn't. Yeah, he's going to get spotted. So they know that a lane swap is coming in. And Deft and Beryl now going to walk behind the turret.
Let's see how Perfect handles this as well, because a lot of this is going to be on him. Keen can try to neutralize this, but obviously topside will get less plate gold because of the lane swap protection.
Yep.
And Kalista Ashe can really put the pressure on this cannon. It's going to be hard for him to get XP. He's trying.
Yep, trying to get into position for it, as Keen will just get bullied away.
Picks up some XP here, and is actually going to get half of a level off of that, essentially. Perfect.
Yeah, hopping on forward. Taking hop level 1 is an odd move. Not exactly a favorite. And this will isolate the mid lane just a little bit. And so BDD probably pretty happy with that right now with a lot of pushing power in this mid lane. Smolder has gone through a bunch of different changes. Doesn't necessarily scale as hard as he used to as Death. Not going to take any turret aggro, but is getting hit by the minions. He's only level 2, as now they're looking for the dive onto Keen. He's only level 1 though, and that is going to be first blood going over to Pyosik. A beautiful dive, I expect Keen's teleporting straight back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we haven't learned that you're not allowed to farm experience as the lane swapped top laner. Still hasn't been figured out yet, as teleporting back to lane could be disastrous for him. If Pyosik stays, he just dies a second time, as we also learned at EWC.
Yeah.
And you can see here, a lot of minions denied, obviously, but the same is true bottom side. Keen not getting money is a huge problem for this Cannon, which is such a huge part of their composition, and they're not getting as much plate gold or any at all because they're going to swap back. So Deft and Barrel get split plate gold here off of the first plate, likely will get the second. See if Lehens or Pays can get any of their top side. They do stop their backs for a moment.
Yeah, Perfect. He's going to try and pick up the rest of this one, but Lehens and Pays are still here. So that dive coming through yet again. Perfect still level 1. Avoids the Aqua Prison, but isn't going to be able to avoid death as the heal comes through to keep Lehens alive. They waste a fair bit of time to make sure that they can get that 1-for-1, but that is still Perfect, staying on level 1 while Keen makes it to 2.
Silly top laners think they could play the game.
I know.
What are they thinking? Look at this. Keen's like, I want to play the game. I'm like, no, man, it's a lane swap. You're not allowed. He does get some significant experience here. Unfortunately, isn't able to hit level 2. Not going to be able to set up any stuns here to defend this dive. And this is actually trickier. I will give Perfect some credit because the assumption is Pays and Lehens have backed. He waits for a really long time. The hawk shot also doesn't see. Oh, saw the edge there. Maybe he just wasn't looking. And even still,
oh man,
this is really
heartbreaking because he knew. They thought that they'd done enough homework to make sure that he's going to be safe. Oh, and it's not quite enough. They still get the heal out, I guess. But.
Still, it's advantage to the gold picked up to Deft and Barrel. They got first blood as well. Fortunately goes to a Maokai, whereas Pays gets the kill there. So game state very close. This is the first mid Smolder.
Yeah. Something we were actually thinking about when Smolder first released, because Smolder was mega broken. So it was played in the AD carry position. It was played in top lane. Wasn't played in mid until now. So there you go.
Yeah, it's very risky into Corki, but with the lane swap coming through, it actually kind of gave BDD at least a little bit of a leash early, but now you can see the pressure is being put on him. Just using every resource he has to try to get those stacks on the minions. Will take his first back now, or actually won't because he's interrupted.
Perfect and Keen just fighting one another. You can see Perfect about to have that Mega Gnar, so that'll get a little bit of health back into the Gnar as Canyon moving in. KT not going to get caught by the Aqua Prison, as now Beryl going to have to flash. Needs to respect them, gets out of there, and that is a lot of extra pressure relieved on this bottom side, and they're going to have to continue to be careful as Canyon still prowling.
The really big problem for Perfect is if he doesn't die there, then he's feeling really good, right? But Keen died for experience, and now that ends up being relevant because he actually has a level lead. He has that extra experience. It is a matchup that can be favorable for the Cannon, especially with just a small advantage like that. It actually starts to stack up a lot. So see Perfect falling a little bit far behind here in CS. It's a very low econ top lane, obviously, with the lane swap, but still see what Keen can get done here as Canyon is going to go top side here for Grubs. And a lot of control, in fact, for Pays and Lehens in the bottom lane means that it's not going to be a cross-map dragon opportunity for Pyosik just yet. He doesn't have 6 either.
Yeah, BDD actually just flapping around this mid lane, avoids the rocket, and actually wins out on the trade.
Crazy.
Yeah,
and
good news, to be honest.
A lot of the play against Smolder is you want to try to pressure him and put him low, but you also want to deny him stacks, and Chovy is just standing in basically melee range of BDD, so he's just going to keep stacking even off of Chovy with the Achu, so some stack value here. Another Achu landing.
Yeah, just flapping around. And Chovy's just losing every trade in this mid lane. This is just not expecting. I mean, I know that Corki was a little bit nerfed, you know, like health values and things like that going down, but it's still a formidable champion as far as getting these trades to work out, and you don't have a massive amount of range as the Smolder outside of that Achu doing a fair bit of having a fair bit of range.
Yeah. And it's obviously, ideally you don't want to get hit by it, but Chovy has to aggressively trade to play the matchup, so he just puts himself in range and does a little bit of damage, but does a lot of stacking. Just one every time. And Chovy will end up, picking up a cull, so he's going to hit that big spike once he finishes that later on in terms of gold injection. It's not like he's losing lane super hard. He's just not getting the advantages you would expect or want with this Corki.
And it's also just the fact that we know Smolder scales ridiculously well. That's sort of what he does. And so BDD just getting through this lane, that's the positive thing here for KT at this point in time. Is Chovy going to win out on that trade, but there is a big minion wave to deal with here as level 6s are picked up by Perfect and Pyoshik at exactly the same time. The Nature's Grasp going to be absolutely massive, and I do think that, I mean, this bottom lane is weird from KT, right? Like, Kalista and Ashe together haven't really worked recently. I think support Ashe has sort of been toned down enough to the point where it is feeling like a bit of a niche pick.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, there's only one Halo Blades in here. The Kalista not going to opt into that this time around. Oh, Canyon's here. Seen.
He is seen. Glacial Prison is going to go down as Fate's Call will be claimed. Beryl looks for the knock-up onto Canyon. Doesn't find it, but that is just an R button in trade for this little gank here on the bottom side.
It was a great position there from Beryl to block the Glacial Prison because he knows that even if he gets hit by it, it means Deft doesn't, and Deft has Fate's Call, so he's going to be safe no matter what. Going back in there was a little bit risky, but Cannon avoids it, and if he had gotten hit under turret, that could have been pretty huge, but he does not. And this lane hasn't been a dominant lane, like you say, but it's still kind of just weathering the storm here, and they were able to get enough control for just a moment to get the first dragon. It was Chemtech again, so pretty high chance that we might have a very high value soul here. If it's Infernal Soul for this Smolder, that can be a huge boon here for KT, especially if they can stack 2 up.
Oh, okay, Keen gone down relatively low. That is ulti used, as the Mininar not really going to be able to offer too much more. Did just use the ultimate. I think that's why Keen used that. He was up against the wall, so that sort of gives away what might have been happening. As the arrow, the flash comes through, but the arrow is still going to land. Now the frost shot is going to connect. I think this is another kill, and Deft will pick that one up.
Bit of a weird flash there. Rare miss from Lehens to just simply flash the same trajectory as the arrow, meaning that he just gets hit by it anyways. And that's a kill. Pyoshik there. You got to flash a little bit perpendicular, I think, if you're going to get out of that one. Would have been tougher, obviously, because you don't get the same distance away from that chasing bottom duo, but if you get hit by the arrow, you're dead 100% with no cleanse there on the Nami, of course. So watch this again. Len stepping far forward here to potentially try to deny the ward clear. Very greedy, and then he flashes, same trajectory. Pyoshik's here to follow up. Might have just been dead either way, but still a bit of a weird look from Lehens there to mess that one up.
Yeah, a little bit strange. I think if the arrow doesn't land, then maybe he gets a little bit more space. He'd have to kind of flash up or flash down. It's hard to really know whether it would have worked because Nature's Grasp is one heck of an ability. So, sometimes hindsight can be 20/20 as Beryl moving towards his top side. We're going to try and put some pressure onto the Lightning Yordle. He is going to move himself away. Perfect already down towards that bottom side as BDD flapping around this mid lane. He can call Mum if he would like to. Decides that he does not need to call any assistance at this point in time. In fact, he can't because it's on cooldown. He must have used it before.
Every time we go to the mid lane, they keep clicking on Chovy. I just want to see the stacks. There's another arrow.
Yeah, going to be picked up by Chovy. Like you were saying, the volley going to connect there as well as BDD wants to find a Q. And there it is. Flap, 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 and he takes him down. But it is a 1-for-1. A little bit of assist gold going over to Beryl there at the same time.
Oh, man, if you're a very early game Smolder and you have an opportunity to pick up a kill, you just go for those.
Oh, yeah.
And, arguably, I think that's not a great trade here because of the fact that the Corki's going to use that gold here early better because BDD still needs time to stack. But still, the fact that he got that close is definitely a big issue. Now with Chovy's flashes, BDD will have the advantage there, and he's doing so well in the matchup. This feels like Chovy's just not well versed in it because it's so rare.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. Something that they will have been aware that BDD's been playing is the culling is going to come down. Def takes a lot of shots. Beryl as well going to get softened up, but it looks like Gen.G not going to push the issue here towards the bottom side as Chovy just caught catch an award. And Beryl, that is 2 for 2 on these really big arrows.
Yeah, I mean the first one, bit of an error by Lehens, but still, it was a great placement. Like, he gets forced to the flash, right? And then this one is just great positioning to make sure that Pyoshik can guarantee that objective, and then he turns it into an opportunity when Chovy gets greedy for the ward. Beryl just right time, right place, 100% KP in this early game.
Yeah, making it work And this is one of the picks that is the most eclectic, the most strange. And Beryl just demonstrating, yeah, I got a skin on the champion. I'm pretty good. His mom comes down. Chovy does a lot of work against BDD here, who does still have his teleport, but his flash now on cooldown. Gen.G starting to put the screws in. Beryl not finding the volley. He can play aggressively even though he does have low health. There is a Fate's Call up and available as FaZe is making sure that this pressure is mounting. Will be in this bottom lane, sends another minion wave their way, and more plates likely to fall down here as 3 grubs for both teams. Keen is the one hitting a turret, so a fair bit more value out of that one.
This Dragon is really tough for either team to take. Smolder not having control, but bottom side the control goes to Deft and Beryl. And so if Chovy doesn't come over here, you know, it's really quite frustrating for Gen.G. If they lose this, it's a 2 Drake lead, but he just wants to push this advantage in mid further after BDD TP's back in. And also have the jungler here anyways.
And Chovy hasn't gone for a reset yet.
Yeah.
So he is just sitting on a weird little axe thingy, and BDD has his fan in a yellow triangle.
Yeah.
And so this Smolder is way stronger at this point in time. We are going to have a look at things from KT's perspective. A lot of defensive vision here on this bottom side.
It's Ocean again, which is, you know, really horrible here for KT considering the advantage they had. Worst case scenario basically is,
Yeah, that's a pretty nice Captain Jack there from Deft as the arrow will connect. Deft gets the shield. He is going to go down, but will they be able to trade it? But Paze here as the teleport's coming in. Perfect. Makes his way down. Paze knows that he's dead. He's going to buy as much space as possible, but Lehens is also going to fall down. The Hypers are proccing, and this fish has nowhere to swim. Perfect's going to be able to lock down that kill. Paze is also dead, and they'll trade it for Deft.
Yeah, they will. And again, this is a scaling comp from KT. The gold lead here for Gen.G is just so small. And not to say that there's no element of scaling here for Gen.G, but the Smolder is the clock that is ticking against them. Keen here may be able to get a turret. There's no TPs, and it looks like he just has enough damage here, even with the minion wave thinning out. That's huge.
Really nice stop there from Chovy. And the turret going to be taken down. Deft not able to get there in time. Plate gold so much in favor of Gen.G.
And these barrel arrows have just been so fantastic this game. See it again once we get into this replay here. As Deft's cleanse, the Captain Jack you mentioned, I mean, it couldn't have been better. Avoids a lot of the call, buys some time. The aggro is on the Sejuani when he gets arrowed, so Canyon is now out of the fight. Look at how low he goes, and there's just no way to peel or save Paze, who had to chase super deep to get that kill. This ends up being huge, as obviously the teleport is going to cost them the top turret here from Perfect, but he picks up a kill as well. Much needed gold for the Gnar. And if you're trading even as KT right now, you're trading up in a lot of ways.
Yeah, the Smolder is just going to be very, very happy about getting towards more of these stack breakpoints. It's been a lot of time since we've had to really talk about it. We unfortunately don't have a Team Liquid in our league.
No.
And so we don't have people that are still playing this champion. And BDD is going to bring it back.
135 right now.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer. Pretty good place, actually. Exactly right.
Yeah.
We used to have, you know, like 25 minutes if you hit the 225 mark, you know, you're feeling pretty good, things like that. And so far, feeling like he is certainly on track for at least something like that.
Yeah, it's different, you know, the ways you could stack in mid lane, you know, have a lot more minions. You could stack pretty quickly, too, rather than bottom lane. And now he's just going to be up in the side. See if he ends up lurking around mid a little bit more here just so that he can stack. And Def can sacrifice some eco for that, as Chovy is going really deep here. Does not have teleport, and KT are aware of this, so they may lose an inner, but let's see if Gen.G can contest the Herald. That looks like a done deal.
Yep, Beryl is on a ward. Perfect taking a lot of damage from the combo out of Kane. But like you were talking about, I mean, this is just Chovy behind a turret right now. And that is such a huge gold influx here for Gen.G, able to take down an inner turret. You could tell that KT were making that decision intentionally. I just don't know whether it was the right decision to make, as now looking to try and fight Gen.G away from this turret. That is going to be successful, but Chovy's also looking to try and take down a blue buff. Arrow is going to fly on through, gets the Valkyrie out. Chovy just nowhere in sight now. He's going to be able to go back home with so much more money.
I really like the call from Chovy, even without the teleport there, to say, well, if I get this inner, what do you guys get with the Herald will be equal or less value. So I'm just going to get something out of this. And then KT, I think, realized there's not really a great way for them to punish Chovy, so they just all in on the Herald, which makes sense. It's definitely a trade down in terms of the gold value in that moment. but KT don't team fight, and they don't have the opportunity to lose a fight. There's no angle for Trophy to carry. There's no opportunity for Keen to get a big ultimate there on that Herald fight because they were down the Corki. So in that regard, if you're just thinking about the scaling of the Smolder, which has kind of been the main topic of conversation here, then I guess it's in some ways a win for KT, even though they did end up losing that inner, as Pyosik used his ultimate also, so...
Yep, he's not going to have that one for the next little while. 45 seconds until this Ocean Drake comes up, so I think Nature's Grasp will be just about
should
back.
be, yeah.
It should actually just be fine. So nothing to worry about there. KT, soul point on the table for them. Not the greatest of souls, but I do think that with an Ocean and the fact that they have these 380 carries, it's not a lot of like burst damage in these fights. I think that they're pretty happy with having the extra longevity in this one. I think Gen.G also would be pretty happy about it, as now Canyon looking for an opportunity. Pyosik taken down relatively low as BDD just sneezes in their general direction, as a Smolder likes to do. Perfect, splitting on this topside teleport in hand. Does hit the Mega Gnar now. Not really optimal timing if they wanted to be able to utilize it for the Dragon very early on, but he might be able to stack it back up again if they do want to try and contest for this.
Totally fine to just give this Dragon up as KT and push the Gnar, grab some gold. I mean, BDD's just stacking. As long as you could defend this turret at the same time, I feel like KT really give not too much here. It's just a solo Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They are going to do exactly that. There's a flash forward, though. The slicing Maelstrom just does nothing. Mom comes down and says, nope, get the heck out of here. Barrel's going to be shielded up as Pyosik tanks as much of the culling as possible. And that is just Keen dead.
Perfect is still in the side as well. They get a pick with the Smolder, you know? And it's a great play from Pyosik. Gets there, gets the smash.
His first evolution from BDD as well. Look at him. He's starting to get mad. He's starting to realize his power. And this Dragon might be able to do it as the Rift Herald comes down in the mid lane, and KT, they'll claim a gold lead once again or get very close. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this works so incredibly well. Macro-wise here, by KT, they were like, all right, cool, Gen.G, you can have an Ocean. And Gen.G realized, okay, we need to get more than this Ocean. We need to take this mid turret down. But they don't have the siege, the wave clear. Not amazing here for KT, but good enough to slow it down. And without a Herald, Gen.G just can't actually force this turret down. I mean, look at Barrel just helping out as a support here, even clearing these waves. And then Keen, unfortunately, steps just 1 foot too far forward, and Pyosik collapses on him. BDD ready with the ultimate. You can tell KT have been kind of scrimming this one. You know, I feel like the coordination is just super clean. And man, it's a niche pick. If you feel confident you can beat Gen.G with it, I think it's absolutely the right time to pull it out now. I mean, I would have said before the series, is this a series where you pull something out you've never shown before? Probably not, because Gen.G will probably just beat you anyways. But if you have the confidence and you have the execution here at 20 minutes, 175, I mean, good pace here for BDD. KT, I don't want to say that they have enough of a lead here to where I feel confident for them because it is KT, but the way they've been playing this out so far makes you want to trust.
I agree. There is no exhaust for Kennen. So
yeah, that's an issue.
Being able to make Kennen sleepy while he goes in with his big electric circle is pretty good oftentimes. They did manage to mitigate it last time around as Pyosik gets the ultimate off as they throw in the Glacial Prison. So no junglers with ultimates right now. Perfect and Chovy are fighting as Mum comes down, splits the team fight. Hayes gets sneezed on and it hurts him so much as BDD throwing out these Qs. And man, now that evolution has come in, that the big one, giving it that splash damage, and it'll only get worse as this game goes on.
Yeah, you get to 225 so fast here. BDD gets low.
Yeah, and there is the slicing Maelstrom. BDD going to be taken out. Keen will be traded as Pyosik looks to get out of there. It's a 1-for-1, but a turret as well for Gen.G. They're trading up.
Yeah, they are trading up. This does mean... scared when they zoom on Pace like this. He is going to get the proc of the static shiv to stop some backs. It does mean that it's going to be a little bit easier to punish the farm here of BDD in the mid lane when he's over here, but he's probably going to go straight to the side, and we'll just soak up whatever minions he can because you go so quick once you get that explosive upgrade, as you mentioned. This is a very calculated moment for Gen.G to go in because they know the Maokai ultimate was used just moments before. And Keen is willing to sacrifice his life for this play because finally it means guaranteed mid-turret down, which means a lot more pressure on the map. You can collapse onto this Smolder insides a lot easier. If he's just going to sit in mid, he's going to be very vulnerable there. It's not easy for him to farm those final stacks, and even though he will hit it, He's not going to necessarily get as much safe farm as he would like to continue to stack it up and become stronger when we get towards the late game. So I think a valuable call there. And you pointed it out right before. There is no exhaust for this cannon. So I was talking about how they need to watch their flanks, see if they can deny wards. Setting up wards like Lehen's just dropped here when there is no mid-turret is so much easier. And the other thing to consider is that, yes, King can just flash forward and doesn't need to flank. He can just get on top.
Yeah.
So they need to position a little bit more safely. They wanted so badly to keep that mid-turret alive, but without the Maokai ult, it's just so tough.
It really is. I do think that Beryl is going to either have to throw an arrow at Keen to stop him, but one of the big things is that if KT are able to take fights on their terms, they can fight around Mega Gnar. Mega Gnar is phenomenal at getting rid of pesky cannons when they're trying to get into position, even if they do have things like the dash cannon to try and mitigate it, as PDD also gets the cannon. You love to see that. 209 stacks now, 225. Remember, guys, that's what we're looking out for. We're ticking over to 23 minutes. Things have kind of slowed down when it comes to the stacks, but he'll get there very, very soon. And that Spear of Sojin is also very, very close to being picked up as perfect. This could be an overextension. The rest of his teammates are coming down. That's a teleport to come in. Is now slicing Maelstrom onto the Gnar, and I think he is just dead. Does flash. Glacial Prison comes in, just barely misses, but Chovy has a rocket for him, and that is a dead prehistoric Yordle.
You could see the moment where he realized, and I think it was just before the TP show. It might have been the TP itself that gave him the tip-off, but you could see the moment where he's like, uh-oh. Yeah. Now, this does buy enough time for BDD to probably finish off of the next wave, I think. No, 218, so he needs a wave or two more to finish this off. It's not the end of the world, but it is a huge loss here in pulling the pressure here for KT of the Gnar off of the map. He has TP. It does at least give BDD a little bit of a moment in the side. See if he can stack off of this back. I think he might be going for the Shojin back right now you were alluding to. Again, second Ocean Dragon isn't... It's significant against the Smolder poke, but I don't feel like Gen.G are going to feel amazing with this one. It's just how it goes sometimes.
Yep, the big thing that I'm worried about for KT is the fact that Pays, yes, he's got some free boots, but he's got 3 big old items as well as the Twisted Flution build coming in like we used to talk about.
It was the TP that tipped him off. You could see here in the replay, he's like, oh.
Oh, yeah. Dead.
You know, Canyon's ult doesn't land, but the slow is enough to give Chovy the big rocket to connect. So good move there by Canyon.
That's going to buy a little bit of space here for Gen.G, who now move towards a 3,000 gold lead. 227. There it is. The execute is now online for BDD.
It's a very late completion, all things considered, like you were saying, but it's the big spike.
Yep. We would always say, like, by 25 minutes, if you don't have it there, then it is getting to the point where, like, you haven't been stacking it enough. So I guess it's sort of like it's in amongst it. Does that look like an old Corky rocket?
Yeah, that's like an old Luden's rocket right there.
Yeah, that's a bit silly. Chovy with 3 items now completed. Pyoshik going to blast cone his way out of here back into the fog of war.
Kane's flank.
Yeah, looking for that angle. BDD will be able to spot him. He can fly over walls as well. Actually kind of an optimal Baron pit as well for him as Pyoshik soaks an ultimate. The wave does come in there as well as Deft is flashing away. Mom comes down, does a lot of damage. But BDD not quite able to free hit this time around. He's got a decent health bar. You can see that execute threshold. Not the best at this amount of stacks, but that is going to get worse and worse as this game goes on, and he's looking for an angle here as Gen.G are regrouping. Def down to about 50%. That's not great. Beryl taking some poke damage as well.
Kane's flash is coming back very soon. To just use the dash cannon, though.
They also proc the Mega Gnar here from Perfect, so he is going to transform, and now BDD looking for that. Sorry, Keen looking for the angle. And KT, I think, realizing that they're not going to be able to do it if they don't have control of the Mega Gnar transform.
You can see how on a knife's edge these neutral fights are for these objectives, because Gen.G really respecting BDD's full 225 stack completion, but at the same time, the cannon threat keeps KT at bay, and you know, the fact that this neutral fight went as close as it did and Keen didn't have to pull the trigger is a little bit worrying for Gen.G, though, because they need to be able to consistently lock that Smolder down. But winning that neutral means not that they're going to be able to start the Baron, but they will get some vision here. And like you said, fighting with the Gnar, without the Gnar bar set, without having control, is really, really difficult, as Keen is on a bit of a...
Yeah, he wants to find someone.
Yeah.
I think he's lurking. He's doing a lot of lurking. That's what ninjas do, and of course, Cannon is a ninja.
He also, with the dash cannon, can close the gap into this comp a little bit better. It's buffed on this patch, gets a little bit more health, went for the Shadow Flame. opting into extra damage will have the Void Staff or Crypt Bloom, whatever he opts into. Void Staff buffed on this patch in a moment. All of these wards that Gen.G have set up are so important.
Oh no. Def, don't do it. Okay, he walks back. No, Def, don't do it. Okay, the cannon's not here.
Cannon's not there, but consider that, you know, if they do try to contest for Baron, he could TP.
All right, Pyoshik's going in. He wants to find an angle. There's the Nature's Grasp. Mom comes down, doesn't do a whole lot as the Glacial Prison is a fadeaway, but Def is going to pick Beryl up. And Beryl wants to find Canyon. Arrow now down. Fate's Call now down. And there is no Nature's Grasp as well. Now the teleport's going to come in, and Gen.G, it's time for their salvo. They've just got so much more in the chamber for this next fight, and KT know it. They're going to use the Flying Dragon here to come out as Keen looks for it. Twisted Advance comes in. He's tanking the turret, and he just goes down. Beryl's going to lock it up, and Keen waited so long for that play.
And he didn't go for the ward in the mid lane, which would have given him the space to actually, I think, stop KT from getting out of their jungle there. He took the safer route, but that meant that he had to really hard force there if he wanted to get the engagement. Perhaps just don't hard force. Just take your W in terms of positioning on Baron. Now he's down Flash and Ultimate here, as well as his teleport. And BDD is scaling, man. He's getting stronger. He's level 16 here. Look at the damage.
Yeah.
You can feel the desperation out of Gen.G and Keen in that failed play as they feel like they're running out of time.
Well, KT, they might do the KT thing and just start up Baron. That is precisely what they're going to do. There is a Canyon alive. Chovy down to about 50% here as there are volleys flying in. Pays looking for some of that poke damage, and so is Chovy. These rockets starting to hurt. Aqua Prison doesn't land, but the Baron just goes to KT, and they'll exit. Stage left, crush over the wall from Perfect. And KT, they are back in the driver's seat.
Oh, absolutely. Without a cannon, it's so hard to close the gap there and actually punish that play. Pyoshik didn't have his ultimate, but it came up after the Baron was taken. I feel like that would have been an amazing angle for the cannon to go in and fight. Unfortunately, though, he tried to make that dive happen over the wall. Gen.G going to be able to take their consolation soul point here of the Ocean Dragon, or perhaps they won't, because Pyoshik, again, he has ult.
Yeah, he's just going to wander on in there. It's not going to be enough to actually find too much. And maybe the plan is, and I want to, this might be a little bit crazy, but this is KT with Baron against Gen.G right now in the game 3. And so maybe KT, they let the 4th Ocean Drake go to Gen.G, so that they can then get Smolder, his dad, as well.
Not officially accepted in the lore. It is his father, but
and he's probably going to kill it.
Big
as
fan.
Well, so it's probably not a good thing. It's a little bit dark, as it turns out.
Yeah, daddy issues, perhaps. But
yeah. That would certainly be that. So we're not going to allude to that one.
Hey, we didn't have to explain that replay because we talked about it before. Ult here.
Glacial Prism once again, but it's once again soaked by Pyoshik. Mom gets the big value, and that's a wallop! And that is just cat food. The Nami's not doing it this time around as Keen's going to get breathed on. BDD not touched in this fight. And KT, they wipe down 3. They take an inner turret. And, I mean, are they... No, surely, no, I'm not doing it, Wolf.
No, it's not over.
No.
It's not over until it's over, and when it's over is perhaps when BDD is sitting at like 350 stacks, because you're getting closer all the time. And once you hit that big threshold, then it's really easy to stack, as well as when you're fighting and skirmishing like this. So we come out of that replay, and then the siege up here is great for KT. Like, the ultimate from Pyoshik comes through, and he's not the target you want, but he was the one who was in range, and Canyon just pulls the trigger. Again, I hate to say it because he's one of our best junglers, also a candidate for MVP for some people's minds, but it has not been his best day. The target selection a little off here. I feel like the follow-up was clean, right? The damage was layered in. They were ready to jump when he pushed that ult button, but it hit the Maokai, who then just ults in reverse, and they're all in range of this Angry Smolder and Gnar. And, the game is very wide open now for KT. The Baron still up here for 30 more seconds. They picked up a ton of gold off of it, but it's just, again, further time here that they have secured. And you can see the Smolder is he's just chunking people.
313 on the stacks now. And as they fight more and more, that number is going to go up. And then the CS deficit that he's in is going to matter less and less. That Infinity Edge, that may matter.
Yeah, so it's not quite a package, but it feels like, Amazon finally delivered on that one.
Yeah, I would say so. Okay, Mom comes down, splits the fight. Lehensen pays basically out of it. From that point, another ultimate going to be traded here, but the inner turret is going to fall down. And it is incidental cues from BDD, getting Lehens completely out of there.
I have to say, since KT beat them last time, this is the closest to Gen.G looking at their demise in the mirror. You know, in a lot of ways, like, this is Gen.G at their most pressured they have been in a long time. Sure, they lost the game to D+, but they've never been on their opponent having, you know, match point, having a huge lead. It's only 1,500 the gold here, but it's a late game scaling comp, and I feel like we're seeing Gen.G hard force some of these team fights, like the one we saw Keen flashing the wall moments before, their attempt to stop the siege there with the ultimate coming through from Canyon, because they're panicking, going, "Oh my God, the series is the series streak is ending." You know, this is where we've been outscaled here. We are going to lose our first series, and I feel like, you know, you walked into today feeling like, oh man, KT's not in form. It's going to be a relatively easy one. You kind of go fast and loose with your drafts, but then BDD shows up with this unusual Smolder pick. You don't end up getting the tempo advantage you want, and then you're making some really aggressive decisions to try to fight your way back into this game, and KT are just not having it. Pyosik is not having it. BDD's position's been fantastic. It's not over until it's over, right? But you can see the desperation. It's been a long time since we've seen Gen.G look desperate here domestically in the LCK.
Yeah. And what happened? Like, imagine if from here on out, we see a whole lot of our mid laners just start picking Smolder. Smolder just starts winning back-to-back games, and then we start making, you know, the same excuses that Chronicler did in the debate. It's like, they just abused a broken Smolder. As now Pays, yeah, he's going to agree with us on that one, but Mom is going to go wide completely. She was given the wrong coordinates, turned up the wrong school, but it doesn't matter because these Qs are just burning them down. This is the arrow connecting. They had to eat the Mikhails onto Canyon, and Pays in trouble. Perfect. I don't know about that wallop, but we might be able to find an ulti here as they get into the choke point. They all stand behind Canyon, and he is delivered. The execution from BDD, and that will take down the Sejuani, and Keen couldn't find a way in.
No, and again, on the way out, Canyon just desperately trying to ult, hits Pyosik again, buys himself a little bit of time, but isn't able to escape there, doesn't have flash. And they're just reaching so hard to try to set up something for Pays to actually lock down that kill. He has his IE, Corki has his IE. They have so much damage. And
I don't want to alarm anyone, but Beryl has a bounty.
Yeah, he has a bounty. He is sitting on a lot of lethality as well. I don't know how much.
He's 4-0-7.
His W's, his Ash arrows, like the mini arrows, the shots slowed them down so much in the mid game. It's actually insane, and now he's doing tons of damage as well.
Now he's just flashing onto Pays. He'll throw that dragon arrow wide. Chovy gonna get tagged by the volley, and I actually thought maybe that'd be enough. But Pyosik gonna eat some honey fruit. Now we're moving over towards the Baron.
Pyosik doesn't have ult. There's a small window here, but Canyon doesn't. He's not in the vicinity. He can't hex tech gate over here. He's gonna have to rush over Keen. Also, no real good teleport ward for him to flank with.
Yeah, BDD doing a fair bit, but does take a fair bit back as well. Remember, Chovy needs to be respected. This guy, he's now got a Vamp Scepter on top of all of those other items.
Pyosik, he's getting his ult back. That window they had is now closing.
Yeah, and he's also got both the Locket of the Iron Solari and the Randuins, both back off cooldown now. And it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. It might look like KT have a fair bit of control, but KT's superpower is at any stage of any game ever, they can win or lose.
At any moment in your mind, if you think you understand where KT is, you're wrong.
Exactly.
So we don't want to make any judgments at this state, because that would actually be tampering of the game.
And precisely, and we have to be very careful with how we think as well, Wolf, because it can be biased either for Gen.G or for KT. And this is a lot of responsibilities. That is Keen needing to be Mikhails himself. The Nature's Grasp comes down. Mom gets mad at Lehens. And he also takes a pierce here from Deft as well, but doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, not ideal here for KT. Those are some of their best tools actually just tossed into the bin. Gen.G handle it well. Canyon going in.
Yeah, he is obsessed with hitting Pyosik with these ultimates. I don't know whether it's working because BDD's putting himself as a big target. Chovy's gonna go down. He just gets brambly smashed towards the team and eliminated. Pace, no health bar. Lehens, he has to go back. The base might be broken right here.
I mean, it looks very likely. Baron is up, but KT have their eyes on this inhibitor without it. And with Canyon, no ult, no way to punish. Keen, he's got flash and ult. Maybe he can try to make a play on Perfect, but then you won't have that ult for the Baron.
But the inhib.
Oh, how much health? Somebody click on that.
It was like 8 health or something like that.
All right, Pyosik's ult still not back here. They think they have enough time, though, to just start this one up before Gen.G arrive.
TP available for Kane.
He's got great wards for it, too.
Yeah, but they are nowhere near it. There is, they just don't feel like they can do this without Chovy. I think you can understand. 28 HP, so I was close. I was only 20 health off. as once again Canyon throws it at Pyoshik.
BDD was in range, but there's just not great follow-up. Both Corki and Lucian are pretty low range in this play from Pyoshik. Man, Pyoshik is actually maybe going to steal the POG, man, with how he's playing in this one.
Stealing it from Barrel? Oh, not on my watch.
And that's the inhibitor turret gone. They don't get the inhibitor, but they are able to get the Baron off of the play regardless. And KT are living up to their peak form right now.
Okay, Supreme, the absolute perfect KT response is massive amounts of emotion, and then no. Hold it in. Nexus is still
make
up.
a GIF out of that one, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, it's so
you could actually just reverse it as well.
Have it cycle through, and then you can just post whichever
use whichever
half
one
you
you want.
need.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my god, it's so good.
It's so perfect. Speaking of perfect, he is grouped up with the rest of his team in bottom lane to try to threaten this bottom inhibitor turret. They just want to stay together as a group, as a phalanx here to protect this dragon, because if you start splitting into sides, that's how Gen.G can potentially get a pick and then actually overwhelm you. If you just group up as 4 or 5 in the bottom lane, you have that Pyoshik ultimate, you can siege from so far away. It's almost guaranteed they should be able to get this inhibitor.
Yeah, Arrow is going to soar through, but doesn't exactly find anyone.
Checking their flanks, making sure there's no teleport war. Look at all the control wards. KT doing their due diligence here to make sure Keen has no angle of attack.
Well, Mom is going to come down. Once again, she's just zoning. We'll get them out of there, and with the Baron, KT might be able to land this one. The ulti not going to land, though, from Canyon. So that's going to mean that KT should be able to get 2 inhibitors off the back of this one. Getting closer and closer to victory, but still, at this point, it's close to 40 minutes into the game.
There are some flank wards now here. KT need to be careful.
Yeah, a back considered here by BDD. Wanting to stick around just in case. KT, I think, need to do everything as a unit, and they absolutely need their Smolder around as perfect. That was a little bit dangerous, that movement, but the Nature's Grasp does come on through. Great Mikhails, and it's Pyoshik that's taking a lot of the damage. Good flash out there from Lahens. He could have been the pickoff, but now it's the teleport flank from the cannon, and he's going to get in there. Oh my god, but they just destroy him, and it's perfect that turns the engage on its head. Deft is dashing into everyone, but he's got a GA, and the Bramble Smash comes down. Chovy lying on the floor, and we've made fun of Deft for flashing it in the past. This time, he's the one laughing as KT will once again ruin Gen.G's perfect season.
No perfect season for you, and it just feels like even though no one would say it out loud, we all believed it could be possible. KT with a 2-1 win, the upset of the season, 1 per season, and KT, they may lose to Pro, they may get dominated by Kwangdong, but they will beat the best team in the LCK, arguably in the world, with a 2-1 victory with BDD playing the Smolder into Chovy's Corki. Lahen shakes his former team's hands. Man, what a big upset, what a win here for KT. And now, chance of playoffs going way up.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we were talking about the fact that taking a game was going to get them into contention. Taking the series, that's also looking pretty good. As that guy also looking pretty good, saying his man Pyoshik set it all up for him. And honestly, I'd have to agree. After they get completely decimated by Kwangdong Freaks, the Bros just abusing them. Right as they get eliminated from playoff contention, the Bros come back and they smack down KT. And then this man picks a baby dragon in the mid lane and just breathes them.
I'm looking at the crowd as well. A lot of the Gen.G fans upset. They've already walked out. They left. But a lot of the Gen.G crowd is actually erupting as well, because I think everybody knows that this is such a huge upset. This is such a well-deserved win. Well played. They outplayed Gen.G in a big way, I feel like, in the last 2 games. And they earned and deserved their wins. Yes, there was some mistakes by Gen.G, and Canyon didn't have his best series, but KT came in with a solid plan. The execution was crisp. And this is what you want to see if you're a KT fan. You knew that this roster felt like, you know, a side grade at best from last year's roster. You didn't have high hopes with how spring went. You didn't have high hopes looking at playoffs here. You were very worried that you might not go there, but a win like this just breaks your heart in so many ways because it makes you feel like maybe this team could do great things. And whenever you feel
don't say that. No, this win means nothing, Wolf. Means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It's just cool, you know, that KT managed to do it. They're still going to go back to probably losing to DRX immediately after this. It is totally fine. But this is just demonstrating that they have it in them.
And you and I said it. It felt like maybe they were out of tricks. The Ivern style, it feels like it's still relevant, but it's banned every game. They never get to play it. And we were like, oh, don't play a straight-up game against Gen.G. You've got to find a way. Game 2 was arguably fairly straight up, but Game 3, they had the Smolder pick. They were brave enough to show it here and not in one of their other critical matches that could have been the decider for playoffs. They were like, no, we could beat Gen.G tonight. Here says lock it in. And you have to just love how coordinated this team looked today, how happy they looked.
And, like, when BDD has a day out, and he absolutely did, right? The Corki game into this Smolder game, he was absolutely fantastic. I don't think necessarily the POG for this one, but the fact that he debuts mid-Smolder and makes this happen in this series is just absolutely insane. And there were so many of these team fights. Like, look at this flank angle for the cannon in this fight. It is nuts.
It, like, broke our screens. When Oh, man. So tense here. Cannon flank comes through. Like, KT can't see it.
Yep. And then they know that it's going to happen. But they're able to outrange it.
And Perfect denies the follow-up from Gen.G so well. Pyoshik was aware of the possibility. He's able to lock the cannon down straight away.
My goodness. And BDD was just so incredibly fed. Yes, Pace is able to take him down, but that's... look at Pyoshik, man, just losing his mind.
Look at Perfect. I feel like he's even got this weird smirk where he looks disappointed with his own performance, which he shouldn't be, especially.
I think he just doesn't know how to feel, and I think that represents KT pretty perfectly.
I love the smirk he's got. He's rubbing his head. He's like, he can't even handle the fact that he's won. His teammates are so hyped. He made a huge play there to defend against the follow-up. And man, it was not Canyon series. I think we have to kind of admit that, but it was KT's, and this team as a 5-man unit, the family vibes, no family snapshot at the end, barrel doubling depth damage.
Why is depth? Why did he only do 11k damage? I have absolutely no idea. I don't care. KT making history here today means that the most consecutive matches won in a row, I believe, is now 29 and is now going to have to be restarted if it's going to happen again. So no 30s, no 3-0s to come through for Gen.G. KT are just going to stop it. And
they earned it, man. They earned it. Great day for KT. Please show up like this more, KT. Please don't make it a toss of the coin. Don't do this to us anymore. There's so many fans out here who don't deserve this. They deserve a win, but they don't deserve what might happen the rest of the regular season that we all expect is coming.
You know what? I think Degon deserves a toss. So I'm going to throw it over to him, and he's going to break down this KT win.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And, you know, if you were a fan of that T1 squad, the undefeated squad, go ahead, pour yourself a Cass, because that record is safe. Gen.G's undefeated season is over, and who better to get the victory than the only team to defeat them in a series all year long? KT Rolster get the job done, guys.
I think it's really exciting for KT fans. I think it's really just a big moment of excitement for them. I did, and I said it twice. I just think that they overperform against teams that are really, really good. And Gen.G kind of didn't play well, and KT immediately come in and smack them down. I think they absolutely deserve this win. And, you know, curses aside, I know it's real, and they're probably cursed from here because I did say the E word twice. They got this win, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, they brought out some cool stuff, but I just feel like, you know, we have like the Honor Life Esports win, they were up here, and then it's down, the Bro loss, the Quantum Freaks loss, and now back up top for the Gen.G win. Well, they're up there for now. We'll leave them up there for now.
Come on, Dan. Let's leave them up there.
But I think there's some cool ideas in the draft. You know, I said this in the first game. I feel like Gen.G have had some holes in their drafts. You know, possibly they have been so good, they've not really felt the need to do anything crazy. But the Lucian army didn't really work for me here. Into the Ashe already, it's already a rough lane, but the Kalista being brought out, fantastic. We saw Kalista was one of the hardest lanes for Lucian Army when Lucian Army was super strong, and obviously it's nowhere near as strong now as it used to be. Also the Smolder into Corki, and actually I gotta credit because we see Chovy pick this Corki so often and just stomp lane, get huge advantages on it. But he really held his own, and on a pick like that, he just scaled to such an absurd degree in the late game. another factor, we saw the Kennen not be influential. Playing Kennen into Maokai Ashe, not only the lockdown, but the sapling scouting, the hawk shots, it's so hard to find a flank angle against all that utility. I think that's part of the reason why they were able to keep the little dragon safe.
And then even when you do get that flank, like we saw multiple times from Keen, he did get some really nice flanks, some really nice flashes in. There was no follow-up because you can't get past the Maokai, you can't get past the Ashe, is volleying everybody. You got Meganar who's ready to just ult people. It was just a really well-constructed red side draft from KT Rolster, and Gen.G, they're like, I'll just play Lucian Nami, it's fine. Nothing counters that, right? And then Kalista comes out and KT just boop him.
So early game, had some lane swaps, led to kills on the top side and bottom side of the map, and it was pretty even throughout, maybe a slight gold lead for KT. And then in highlight number 1, all you see that it takes is a pick in the mid lane, which then leads to KT snowballing this game.
Yeah, and I think there wasn't that many full team fights early on. The game felt like it was a little bit slow-paced as a result. We saw KT trying to force something here, don't find the angle. And then we see kind of the story of the Kennen this game. Kian tries to look for this tower dive, does get on top of the key targets, but he's not fed enough to one-shot them. And even without the exhaust, isn't able to do enough. But you see follow-up, you can see Paze and Chovy trying to move in here. But the only target they actually get a chance to connect onto is this Maokai, who's just so tanky. Kennen goes down, and that one kill was all they needed to move straight over to Baron. You can see the recalls immediately come in, and they're confident. They move over then to the Baron and take that. And really, it just kind of highlights how much difficulty Gen.G had getting onto the key targets.
And KT were very well aware of what they were dealing with. There was a decent amount of dive with the Sejuani, like Lucian Nami wants to be in your face. The Corki a little bit less so, but low range besides his missiles, and Kennen obviously diving a lot. So everything needed to go forward for Gen.G, and KT were just ready to disengage every single time.
You know, whenever Gen.G plays, whenever KT plays, fans are loud. T1 are playing in the next series. They're super loud, so that when this next highlight happened, it was just a cacophony of noise here in LoL Park as we take a look at the final fight here in this last series with highlight number 2. And here it is, yet another TP attempt that gets thwarted by KT. They turn and close this game on out.
Yeah, so the thing about this really highlights the awareness from KT, right? They try to go forward, and they go on to Sejuani. They realize, okay, this engage doesn't really work. You know, Nami did a good job with the disengage. They're like, okay, we'll reset. Kennen's probably looking for a flank. And they're exactly right, because they see the TP coming in. They know he's TPing somewhere, and they are so ready for this Kennen again.
Yeah, immediately managed to get this lockup on Trim. You can see the flashes used to disengage. Kennen gets taken down. You can see the Gnar playing disruption so no one can follow up. And at this point in the game, the Smolder is fully online. So no one can really stand up to the damage that's coming out from BDD. Everyone's just running away from him. It's in damage control mode. You see Sejuani goes down now. And yes, health bars on KT are getting a bit lower, but BDD is still pretty close to full and just doing absurd amounts of damage.
Yeah, and it's just basically clean up from there. I mean, the scaling of the Smolder, a lot of games are going pretty long nowadays, as we've seen a lot of very close games in the LCK past couple of days, and BDD's like, yeah, I can lane this into Corki, no problem, and I'll just be a big dragon by the time it's 40 minutes.
Yeah, here in Week 8, because it's been so top-heavy with Gen.G being undefeated coming into the series, and so many teams just kind of clumped in the middle, it's such a great playoff atmosphere that every single game matters. And so, as you said, teams are now starting to realize the mortality of their season. Maybe they're waiting a little bit longer to pull the trigger and make the plays happen, leads to these very, very long games. And in this case, KT stop the history that Gen.G were making. They go up 2-1, take the series. Let's see who the POG is here for game number 3, as it is Pioshik on the Maokai getting it done. 2-0-13, 83% KP, but a most important victory in the playoff race.
Yeah, I mean, as Ox was saying before, there wasn't a ton of action early on, but basically he was always present. If there was ever a team fight or ever a flank or anything, he was always in the right place, right time, really utilizing the power of the Maokai with this composition.
I think we start to see the value of the Maokai. You know, Sejuani is often prioritized, sometimes even higher, but the Maokai in these games, so good at engaging, but also that peel role, especially when you have these high-value AD carries in your backline, really can't be understated.
Yeah, I think, probably going to get some votes elsewhere. Not going to spoil Onx's vote, but it wasn't Pyoshik. And, that's fine. I think that's okay. I was even thinking about Beryl. I thought he could have gotten a look, but by the end of the game, it wasn't really about him. And you see that you're right there alongside of Right Media.
Yeah, me and Right Media, we saw the
Also
boom,
the Korean analyst.
No, Right
we
Media.
saw the
Okay.
boom damage, and we were like, nice,
They smolder mid
big number.
against Chovy. That
Big
was
number.
cool.
Big number. That's what we want, right?
Daniel
Big number,
Wright,
you got the
Media
triple kill
Harrison.
at the end.
There it is.
Me and Media, we're like that. We're tight, we get each other.
Chat, the copy pasta. I better see this filled with ox sausages in there after that last one. No. BDD had a great game. And now we have the opportunity to listen to the victorious KT players with the interview translations and G-Sun.
2024 LCK Summer Split Gen.G
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the KT Roaster, BDD, and Pyosik. In the match between Gen.G and KT Roaster, KT not only secured a match victory, they also handed Gen.G their first loss of the summer season. Congratulations! The KT Roaster reached an impressive peak today. How do you feel about defeating Gen.G, who were on an undefeated streak so far? Well, considering our previous match, our performance was very, low. Also, our playoffs kind of destiny was, to be honest, unsure. So I was pretty worried, but today we made it happen. I am so glad that we pulled it off. Yeah, same. We were on a 2-match losing streak, so we were definitely going through a very hard time. But thanks to all the hard works from the team, we managed to bounce back and get a win today. BDD, KT Roaster is the only LCK team to defeat Gen.G this year in the LCK. Last time you defeat them was Spring Split round 1, and that's after that match, Gen.G started off a 29 match winning streak. How did you make it happen again? I mean, I don't know how it happened, I can't look for a specific reason, but I think definitely today was a better day for us, and we were feeling a lot better, and we were performing better. And it's a 2-1 victory. You guys dropped first game, but bounced back and got 2 wins in a row. I think especially game number 1, Aurora was the key pick. So I want to know your thoughts behind this champion and why did you let it through? So Perfect played a lot of Aurora in our matchup, and he was confident that we can let them take it and deal with it with a NAR pick, but obviously it didn't work. And BDD in game 2, you had an incredible performance on Corki. So how do you view the laning phase against Draven? Well, I'm not that familiar with the matchup because Chovy is the only player that actually plays Draven in the mid lane, and I sometimes even watched his stream and it looked pretty difficult, but today our bottom duo did a fantastic job winning the lane, so I was able to get some help from them as well. And then in the third game, you were the first pick to play Smolder in the mid lane. We heard you were practicing it a lot in solo queue though. What kind of research did you do against Corki? Actually, I haven't played any game against Corki, and it was definitely not easy. But my teammates made sure that they are buying time for me, especially for the Smolder to scale. I think the synergy with NAR's ultimate looked great. How did you feel to use this combination in this game? I mean, we were not looking for that combo. It's just really strong in the late game. And Pyosik, game 3. KT had 380 carries in their comp, and also the opponents also went for a Lucian Nami bottom duo. And the early lane swap caused some trouble for KT. So as a jungler, how did you handle this situation? Yeah, because of the lane swap, we were losing a little bit early on. So I was just reminding them to be careful. And, you know, we cannot really help what's already happened. So I told them to wait until I hit level 6. And I managed to kind of help out the teammates. Now let's take a look at this replay where KT Roaster turned everything around. Cannon was in a perfect flank angle, but you guys managed to survive, even get a kill onto Cannon, and then secure the Baron. Well, even before the game started, while we were loading, we were just saying, you know, their win condition is, you know, cannon flank. So we always kept that in mind. We were always aware of that. We always had our fingers ready, right on top of the buttons that we have to press when Cannon jumps on top of us, and our reaction was really on point in this game. In the final team fight as well, Cannon attempted another engage like that. So after reacting to that play, you guys managed to take down all of the opponents and rush towards enemy's nexus. Everyone was very excited. And then Deft also mentioning, you know, they were losing a bit early on in the laning phase, but everyone else was like, what, we won anyway, you know? But Pyosik, you also said, what is this? So why were you so confused about the win? I mean, if you rewatch the situation, it's pretty fun. And the fact that we just beat Gen.G, you know, it's crazy. BDD, what about you? How did you feel right after that win? Yeah, I mean, somehow we all found the situation very funny, so we were all just laughing it off. And we were really, really happy and proud of ourselves. And after the last game, all the coaching staff jumped to the stage and hugged the players. Did they also give you any compliments? Like, yeah, you did a great job, you know, great job, everyone. Now, there are only 2 matches remaining in the regular season. In the last week of the LCK, you will face DRX and then D plus Kia in the Saturday Showdown. What are your resolutions for these matches? I mean, we did take down, you know, the top team in the LCK, but still, the next match is looking pretty dicey, so I want to just make sure that we maintain this form and, you know, display the best performance. Just like BDD said, you know. I hope we can get a big confidence boost based on the win today and then keep winning the remaining matches. And this will be the end of the interview from Pyosik BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, as it was great to hear from the guys on Aurora, on the win, on the form moving forward, and a huge, huge victory here by KT.
Yeah, I mean, things are going up, and things that go up just keep going up.
They keep going up.
Forever.
They go up forever. They never come down, ever.
Looking good, you know? I mean, it's a big win for KT, but I think we... Yeah, okay, beating Gen.G definitely may not be in expectations, but we always knew this was a team that can peak very high, you know, 3 players on that DRX roster. I'm just hoping for their sakes and for all their fans that they can maintain maybe not Gen.G beating levels of form, but a good form as we go towards playoffs.
I just have high levels of copium now. I just thought about it. KT, they beat Gen.G. Who was the last team to beat KT? That's right, Bros. Bros are better than Gen.G, but just waiting until next year to show it off because... we're going to let them go. Giga Chad.
One segment without D-Gon mentioning Bro.
Yeah, I know. They're not playing it. Here it is. All right, Bros. Look, don't worry about the losing streak. Don't worry about the losing streak. Bros World Champs 2025. Gen.G still in playoffs, still #1. They locked that one up today. First place no matter what. And so they're like, oh, KT can slide on in, maybe possibly in 4th place.
They've been marred now by that loss, so won't be able to match T1's undefeated season. But also... KT getting the win's actually huge, put so much pressure on BNK FairX. Saturday Showdown will be against Quantum Freaks. If they lose that, I think they're as good as out.
And you know what? Nongshim is also out of playoffs. They had a 0.0004% chance, and now they have a 0% chance.
Yeah, if you head on over to
for the
their
playoffs.
Twitter page, they had a pretty good meme of a checklist of all the things that needed to happen. The SpongeBob meme didn't quite work out.
This step, Gen.G beats KT. Oh, obviously.
Oh, we're out. We're out. Okay. Well, they still have to play against T1, who now also have a little bit of pressure behind them to get themselves some victories. How will things stack up? We will find out in just a little bit in the second series of the day. Until then, we'll see you in a little bit.
BNK 성정세가 불렀습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 볼 시간이라 광동풍은 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅!
I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
자, 오늘 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작해 보도록 하겠다. 상하이 베를린.
예.
너의 표정이 굉장히 좋아 보인다. 뭐 좋은 일 있나?
좋은 일이라뇨, 국장님. 전 너무 슬픕니다. 이 재미있는 LEC를 현재 볼 수 없다는 사실에 억장이 무너집니다.
아, 그러니까 너네 끝난 거지? 그러면 이제 LPL이랑 뭐 LCS만 하고 있는 거야?
저도 이제 플레이오프만 앞두고 있어서 8월 10일까지는 쉽니다, 저도.
와, 나만 일하네, 나만. 넌 좀 닥치고.
저는 경기 안 하지만 그래도 준비 철저하게 해왔습니다.
와, 저도 마찬가지입니다. 또 LEC에 대한 핵심 정보들을 정리해왔습니다.
경기도 없는데 뭘 준비해온 거야?
시즌 파이널. LEC에 하늘을 수놓은 수많은 별들의 격돌. 누가 월제갈 것인가.
저 역시도 그 월드 진출에 있어서 가장 중요한 서머 프로 대진 저희가 주의 있게 봐야 되는 점, 그리고 최근에 있었던 또 재밌는 경기가 하나 있어서 그거 한번 준비해봤습니다.
확실히 역시 뭐 기존 멤버들, 원년 멤버들은 다르긴 달라. 아주 좋아. 역시 훌륭하구만. 그럼 먼저 베를린부터 시작해보도록 하지.
부장님, 오늘 제가 준비한 건 시즌 파이널에 진출한 팀들과 또 그 시즌 파이널의 구조입니다. 일단 준비된 자료 한번 보시죠. 상위조에 있는 네 팀들은 정말 위풍당당한 LCK 팬들조차도 이름을 자주 들어봤을 팀들입니다. G2, LCK의 숙적이죠. 레드라이언즈 코이, 숙적은 아니지만 자주 월즈에 오죠.
맨날 보는
스라팀, G2의 유럽 내에서의 라이벌입니다. BDS까지. 또 하위조도 보시면은 자이언츠 X와 SK 게이밍, 위쪽 매치에서 패배한 팀들을 기다리고 있는 두 팀이 있습니다. 그래서 아쉽지만 6개 팀을 제외한 양코스가 있었던 팀 헤레틱스와 카르지, 힐리신 교수님이 계셨던 바이탈리티, 칸나의 카르민 코프, 그리고 좀 잊혀진 로그 같은 팀들은 이 시즌 파이널에 참여하지 못하게 된 겁니다.
그럼 이제 이 6개 팀 중에 3개 팀이 월즈에 오게 되는 거잖아. G2는 확정이고 푸나틱도 사실상 뭐 거의 확정이라고 봐야 되고, 남은 한 팀 누구라고 생각하나?
이제 예상이 되는데 얘는
날 넘겨짚지 마. 공과 사를 구분하는 게 중요해. 근데 이런 제 냉정한 저의 직업 정신을 발휘해서 봤을 때 팀 BDS가 될 것 같습니다.
어허.
야, 뻔해.
BDS 왜 BDS로 예측을 했나?
이 친구들 체급은 참 좋습니다. 근데 운영을 못하고 유연하지 못하고 둔합니다. 하드웨어는 좋은데 소프트웨어가 약간 아쉽다는 거예요. 근데 그 소프트웨어, 스트라이커라는 명장을 만나서 정석을 장착한 정석충이 되었는데 사실 된 척을 하는 걸 수도 있어. 이러다가 갑자기 중요한 무대 때 비수를 숨겨두고 있지 않을까 싶은 생각도 들고.
BDS는 근데 인정하는 게 저번에는 아담만 얘기하다 요즘에는 뭐 아이스, 포커싱하는 선수들이랑 다양해진 게 확실히 팀이 전체적으로 업그레이드된 느낌이 좀 나.
아이스 얘기 잘했어. 아이스의 역사를 보면 22년도 CL에서 페이지와 경기를 했었어. 만약에 월제 진출한다? 2년 전 2군 리그에서 다투던 두 청년이 자수성가 끝에 세계 무대의 정상에서 만나는
두 천재들의 대결.
작품 하나 나오는 거지.
소리가 또 쓰여지는구만.
국장님, 저도 한번 예측해 보겠습니다.
뭐를?
너가 에리 씨를?
누가 진출할지.
갑자기 왜?
제가 카드 마스터인 제가 보여드리겠습니다.
아니 좀 연습을 해와 연습을.
그냥 내려놔 이렇게.
상하이 연습한 게 이걸 수도 있어.
어쨌든 뽑아보겠습니다.
여기서 뽑는다고 그냥?
그렇습니다.
그냥?
제가
근데 네가 뽑는 건 좀 그렇지 않아?
다른 사람이 뽑아야지. 왜 네가 하고 네가 뽑아.
저번에 제가 드렸더니 뭐라 하시지 않았습니까? 그래서 이번에 제가 하겠습니다.
뭔 소리야? 아니 자기가 하고 자기가 뽑으면 야바위지 이게.
아무나 골라보십시오.
과연
보여주십시오. 국장님의 초이스 선택은 Justice.
정의? 어떤 의미야? 정의롭지 못한 팀이 떨어진다는 건가?
제가 봤을 때는
누구야 그럼?
이 정의가 의미하는 게 SK가 정규 시즌에선 1위를 했지만 떨어지지 않았습니까? 정의가 구현되지 못했습니다.
왕권이 흔들렸다.
하지만 이번엔 정의를 구현한다.
내가 해볼게. 좋아. 저스티스.
갑자기 왕권 신수설로 가는데.
그래 뭐 각자 해설하는 거야? 해봐.
저스티스는 협곡의 정의.
협곡의 정의?
탑라이너의 정의.
정의?
근적, 부르저.
부르죠?
가다세온. BDS가 보여준다는 거지. 아담이.
정의를 구현한다.
가렌이 항상 하는 대사가 있잖아. 정의의 심판.
그래. 네가 하자. 나 앞으로 카드
이렇게 하는 거야, 새끼야.
뭔데 자꾸 뭐 왕권 신수설 얘기나 하고 있어.
너네 조심해. 이러다 SK가 올라가면 어떡할 거야. 다 지금 업보로 쌓이는 거야. 니네가 아직 정답이 아니야.
두고 보자 이 자식들.
얘가 말을 못해서 그렇지. SK 게임이라고 말하기 맞을 수도 있잖아. 자신감 가져 임마.
역시 국장님밖에 없습니다. 감사합니다.
야, 카드.
치워 새끼야 빨리.
치워 새끼야.
야, 다음부터는 차라리 그냥 깔아놓고 해라.
그러니까 시작할 때 깔아놓고.
펴지 말고.
고스톱을 치던가. 다음 LPL 뭘 준비해왔나?
저희가 또 풀업 들어가기 전에 진행됐던 정말 대박 경기 하나 제가 한번 이야기해 보겠습니다.
나 너무 좀 기대가 된다. 역시 LPL은 눈이 즐겁잖아. 보는 재미가 있다고. 어떤 경기인가?
무려 징동과 데스의 경기입니다.
이름만 들어도 가슴이 벌써 두근두근 뛰는구만.
제가 또 영상을 한번 쫙 준비했으니까 영상부터 보시죠. 먼저 자리를 잡은 징동이 상대를 끌어들이고 있어요. 빨려 들어온 친구를 바로 빨아들이면서 서로 진영 갖추고 싸웁니다. 미포공으로 물린 거 살려주기 위해 상대 밀어내는 장면. 그리고 빨려 들어왔던 그 상태가 다시 핑퐁. 아이라국이 잘 깔리면서 럼블이 터졌고요. 그런 와중에 그 상태도 터졌습니다. 근데 상황이 좀 안 좋아 보이는데 여기서 하나비의 완벽한 조련.
한 번 또 빨아들이고
아니 이게 한타가 너무 맛있지 않습니까?
그리고 아래쪽에서도 코르키가 딜 다 넣었네.
그렇죠. 진짜 극한의 핑퐁을 보였습니다. 그런 와중에 다시 한번 바론을 끼고 싸움을 여는 테스 상대가 들어왔는데 이게 사실 미포가 굉장히 위치가 안 좋거든요. 제키러브.
그러네.
방금 잠깐 못 보셨을 수 있는데 아이번 추에 맞은 걸 포르타로 이동기로 써서 살아간 거예요.
센스 있네.
It's top esports. They've separated shit from the team. Missing so again, but he has no flash to take it in. Ruler's not able to get anything either.
지금 미드 쪽에서 최후의 저항을 진영을 갖추고 진동에 해보는데 사원은 안 밀려야 되니까 대치하다가
Mid lane tower, but it's going down really fast.
도냐 또 맛있게 써가지고 끌어들였는데 여기서 369의 불쇼.
이거 너무 이뻤는데.
환상적인 369의 진격으로 인해 1세트를 이렇게 테스가 잡아낸
진동이셨어?
네, 멋진 아이번 활용과 369의 대활약으로 1세트 잡고 나서요 2세트 또 명경기 나옵니다.
2세트 보지.
그러니까 아이번 얘기를 계속 안 할 수가 없는 게 여기서 티안이 슬쩍 시야 밖에 나가서 키 던지고 부시 세우면서 제이스 장면이 나오거든요. 이거 좀 확대해서 봐야 돼요. 보시면 진짜 센스가 돋보입니다. 일부러 시야 밖으로 살짝 사라진 다음에 부시 세워서 키 숨기고 제이스가 반응을 못해.
디테일하네.
상대의 눈을 가린 플레이.
근데 그런 와중에 또 카나비의 센스도 나와.
So Tien making sure to shut
릴리아가 오히려 저 부시를 이용해서 스킬 숨긴 다음에 제리를 많이. 이거 진짜 이니시를 어쩜 이렇게 맛있게 볼 수 있는지.
그러니까 순간적인 그런 센스들이 그 작은 부분들이 장난 아니네 역시.
그래. 순간이동을 활용해서 이제는 제이스로 싸움을 열어. 불편했거든 원래 진동이 구도가.
데모 타임?
데모로 그냥 망치 때려놓고 팀원들 합류 기다렸다가
빵빵.
사실 좀 잘 빠른 느낌도 있어서 테스도 한번 한타를 여는데 여기서 카나비가 센스 있게
Kanavi has come over. Can't exactly.
잘 보세요 릴리아. 플래시 큐. 이러니까 릴리아 쓰나 싶기도 하고.
릴리아의 교과서 같은 플레이인데?
확실히 LPL 애들이 교전을 잘하니까.
369도 봐봐. 분명 이게 뭔가 킬각은 아니라고 보였는데 봐봐. 갑자기
이게
들어가. 그래서 제이스를 끝까지 쫓아가지고.
아니 이게 킬각이야?
제리랑 같이 들어가서 딱 킬각 잡았네.
그리고 다시 한 번 또 369에 왁왁에 물러가 잡히고요.
Crash at top esports. Their momentum unstoppable.
Take 2-0 scored.
체력 상태가 사워부터 조금 무리한 것처럼 보여서 룰러가 잘 때려가지고 체력이 전체적으로 많이 깎이거든요. 근데 제키러브의 좋은 스킬샷과 함께
아니 이즈리얼
가다가
Going down, Ruler. He's got the barrier. He's still alive.
On to Gen.G again. The W key forward. We talked about the second. You see 2 idle and cream.
진동 이제 답 없잖아요. 최후의 진격 한번 합니다. 또 와드 박아놓고 살짝 숨었다가 369의 왁왁과 함께 말파이트 결국
끝났네 한타.
네, 그대로 다 쓸어담고 데스가 2세트마저 잡으며 2대0 승리를 해냅니다.
TS의 위력이 정말 엄청나구만. 특히 이거 369가 아니 이거 친정팀을 아주 개박살 내버렸어.
맞습니다. 369의 그 개박살 진짜 너무 멋지지 않습니까? 싸움을 주도하는 그런 그림들. 그리고 테스가 또 젠지를 EWC에서 저희 무너뜨리지 않았습니까? 그게 운이 아니었다는 저력이 있다는 거 충분하게 알 수 있었고 아이번 활용 진짜 대단한 것 같아요.
아이번 다들 딸깍이다 아무것도 안 한다 와서 쉴드만 써준다 하는 말 많은데 티안의 아이번은 다르네.
그래 얘기 잘해줬는데 아이번으로 싸움을 유도하고 팀원들의 활용 LPL의 이 저돌적인 공격성은 저희가 진짜 신경을 많이 써야 될 것 같고요. 뭐 릴리아 활용도 그런데 얼마 전 T1의 오너가 또 보여주지 않았습니까?
그렇지.
양 리그의 릴리아에 대한 해석이 앞으로 어떻게 될지도 지켜보는 게 맞는 것 같습니다.
LPL에서 저렇게 좀 대세로 떠오르는 챔피언들이나 이런 픽들은 우리가 또 항상 체크를 좀 해야 돼. 우리도 써먹기도 해야 되고 좋은 정보를 잘 가져왔구만.
감사합니다. 이렇게 럼블 스테이지가 또 끝나고 이제 LPL은 플레이오프에 들어가는데
LPL 플레이오프는 이게 진짜지.
네.
어우 복잡하다.
네, 좀 새롭지 않습니까? 저희가 주의 깊게 봐야 되는 조가 이 위조, 홀스조인데 진동, 웨이보 게이밍, DLG가 뭉쳐있습니다.
강팀이 너무 많은데?
진동 게이밍이 플레이오프 2라운드 이게 좀 약간 밑에 치우쳐져 있거든요.
그러네.
야 이거 아까 경기도 보니까 요새 룰러 형이 왜 이렇게 힘들게 살고 계시지?
진동 요즘 힘드나?
잘한다고 제가 그렇게 말을 했는데 실제로 좀 어려운 상황에 처해져 있고요. 그만큼 LPL이 치열하다. 이왕 징동이 이렇게 된 거 웨이브가 하드 카운터란 말이야? 적의 적은 동지라고 웨이브 게임이 좀 힘내서 징동이 이대로 떨어지는 것도 어떻게 보면 LCK 입장에서 좋은 일이야.
징동이 떨어져라?
그러면
하나비 떨어져라?
룰러 카나비 월드 진출 실패
오지 마라?
서머 참사 국대 듀오 그냥 가라? 24년도를 그렇게 끝내라?
그냥 중국인들로 가득 채워라? 징동 그 팬사이트에 올리라 이 발언.
룰러 카나비 나 너무 좋아해.
근데 지금 떨어져라는 얘기를 하기 위한 빌드업이었던 거잖아.
난
그동안
단지
했던 거.
LCK를 위해 최강의 적이 될 수 있는 징동이 어떻게 보면 이 치열한 LPL 속에서 떨어지는
아니! 우리 LCK는 그런 걸 두려워하지 않아. 최고의 LPL 상대가 올라와도 그걸 이기고 우승하는 게 진짜지.
맞습니다.
무슨 꼼수로.
맞습니다.
운이 나쁘게 저기 떨어져라. 약한 팀 올라라.
그러니까.
이건 약해 빠진 소리라고 있어.
가장 강할 때
그냥
목을 비틀어야 되는데.
역시 국장님 저는 그 마음가짐 오늘 새롭게 다시 한번 깨닫습니다. 근데 너는 조용히 해. 내가 말하니까 기분 나빠. 아니 국장님이 얘기하니까 내가 배움의 자세로 듣는데 특히 너 네가 뭔데 나한테
그럼 그래 너 위아래도 없어 임마?
너 뭐야?
아 나대고 있어. 내가 그냥 소리 지르니까 거기 편승해가지고.
중요한 건 자꾸 저한테 이러시면 안 됩니다.
너 뭐 되냐?
왜냐면
너 뭐 되냐?
왜냐면 이번에 제가 진짜 중요한 거를 준비해왔기 때문이죠. 지금 LCS는 별들이 떠 있습니다. 두 개의 별에 작은 별 하나 더.
그러니까 그 C9하고 팀 리퀴드 붙는다고 했잖아. 누가 이겼어?
제가 저번에 타로로 누구 승리 예측했습니까?
그 뭐 더문인가 뭔가 그거 가지고 말했던 거?
팀 리퀴드, TL, 더 루나, 더 문.
콤보로 자꾸 소리를 해. 그냥 한마디만 해.
어쨌든 그리고 천집이 됐는데 제가 탑 차이로 이겼다고 했습니다. 그래서 정확히 탑 차이를 내면서 팀 리퀴드가 2대1로 승리했습니다.
2대1로 승리했다.
2대1로.
예상한 대로 되긴. 그럼 이게 가능한 건가? 말을 못하는 거지 신통력은 있나 얘?
그래서 팀 리퀴드가 이겼다 이거야?
그렇습니다. 진정한 강팀의 운영을 첫 경기부터 보시죠. 일단은 탑에서의 격차를 좀 어느 정도 냈었기 때문에 이 임팩트를 잡는 게 굉장히 중요했습니다. 첫 시작은 굉장히 좋게 C9이 체급으로 찍어 누르면서 이 조조편 젤이 진입 터집니다.
뭐야?
그리고 그 이후에 이어받아서 조조편이 그냥 몸으로 연 거죠. 잡아내고.
아니, 너 싸움은 잘하네 C9이.
그래서 체급이 좋아요. 그냥 눌러버리지 않습니까? 그리고 그 이후에 당연히 인원수 차이 나니까 바로 쳐야겠죠. 그냥 주면 안 되잖아요. 아이번의 그 움직임을 보십시오.
위에서 쏘아서
아까 티안 얘기했죠? 티안 아이번. 여기는 엄티 아이번이 있습니다.
Point blank stun there on APA. He walked up too far forward, and Blabber is still laying down the CC and pouring in the damage. Omti gets chopped by JoJo.
그리고 여기서도 레오나의 이니시로 일단 시작이 되고 이퀄라이저 깔리고 상대를 때려주면서 C9이
근데 제리가 치고 나오는데.
근데 여기서 이니시가 맞아? 코어 장전의 움직임 한 번 밀어내주고
죽는 거 아니야?
끝까지 보셔야 됩니다. 희생 한 번 해줍니다. 그리고 이 뒤에 등장하는 임팩트의 럼블 다 찢어버리는
뭔가
Saves the day for TL. He cooks up two of them.
이렇게 해서 팀 리퀴드가 운영을 잘하면서 승리를 하는 것 같지만 C9은 체급이 있다고. C9의 체급 플레이 한번 보시죠. 여기서 조조편의 젤이 눈여겨봐야 됩니다.
전멸 써가지고 어그로 다 끌고
쉬지 않고 쏘면서
이거 뭐 끝났네 시작이 편타가.
아니 판타를 너무 잘했는데
이게 C9의 체급.
Team Liquid falls to pieces. Cloud9 just
쌍포를 제대로 다룹니다. 버서커의 애쉬, 조조편의 제리 이거 무시하면 안 됩니다. 팀 리퀴드는 운영을 정말 잘했지만 결국에 이 체급을 첫 경기에서는 누를 수 없었습니다. 이 경기는 그래서 팀 리퀴드가 압도적인 플레이, 운영을 보여줍니다.
right in front of APA, getting absolutely thumped in damage. While bottom lane, Core JJ's got to be a little bit careful here.
일단 바텀에서 한번 엉덩이를 살랑살랑 흔들어줍니다. 그러면서 엄티 선수가 먹던 짝골까지 내려놓고 바텀 몇 개나 칩니다. 그리고 여기서 끝날 만도 한데 이즈리얼 보십시오.
앞이요
들어가서 너네 이즈리얼이 불을 뿜습니다. 이렇게 바텀에서 3킬 만들고 그리고 거기서 끝나는 게 아니라 상대의 진영이 위쪽으로 쏠린 걸 보고 바텀 다이브까지 완벽하게 깔끔하게 상대의 빈틈을 팀 리퀴드는 운영 찢어버립니다.
엄사령관이 딱딱 판을 깔 줄 아네.
거의 15분 전에 5,000 골드 차이가 나면서 채팅에 그런 게 올라옵니다. 리메이크 플리즈.
리방 부탁드려요.
네, 스크림이었으면 리방할 정도의 초반 터짐이 있었다.
그래도 니네는 그래도 이즈 3킬 먹은 거로 끝낼 줄은 안다.
에리시랑 달라. 빡빡하게 굴려.
우리는 3킬을 먹은 걸 역전을 할 줄 아는 거야.
그거 완전 럭키비키잖아.
발상의 전환 미쳤는데?
긍정적으로 생각해.
그러니까 뭔가 1, 2세트를 정리하면 그런 느낌이네. 운영이 생각보다 잘 안 굴러가다 보면 중후반에 C9이 체급으로 한타로 찍어 누르고, 만약에 초반부터 운영이 잘 풀려서 자기들만의 스타일로 넘어가면 TL이 압살하고.
3세트 보자고. 3세트부터
3세트까지 보자.
He's losing the push top to impact with both the push and TP. But the engaged Zerkers
여기서
got the
코어 장전이
damage to
먼저
kill them all,
터지기는
but now
하지만
the counter
이 임팩트의 진입을 보십시오.
Back and teleported in behind for the counter strike. Vulcan's gonna drop and so is Blabber. Team Liquid with a beautiful counter punch for a 2 for tier 1 turret. They'll bust this.
딜을 완벽하게 잡는 탈북미스러운 포지션.
북미는 딜을 못 잡아?
저거 하나로 탈북이라고 하긴.
LCS를 탈출한다는 건가?
저 정도는
그만큼
그 정도는 아닌데.
운영이 뛰어나가는 거죠. 미드까지 밀고 거기서 끝나는 게 아니라 튀어나와 있는 타나토스까지 잡으면서 이 완벽하게 상대가 한번 삐져나왔을 때 상대를 잡아내는 플레이가 깔끔하지 않습니다.
저번 캐넨 뒤에서 나온 거랑 비슷하네.
그 약간 플랭크라고 하는데 전문 용어로 그 플랭크 플레이가 기가 막힙니다.
And here comes the Maokai ult. Another Maokai ulti to start off the fight. Umpty tanks the
그리고 여기서
vision.
또 옆에서 튀어나옵니다. 어그로 끌고 끌어주면서 다시 한번 정리해주고, 그리고 여기서 포인트는 뭐냐면은 상대를 잡아냈을 때 바론을 잡으면서 이 상대의 공격을 어떻게 받아치는지. 여기서도 사실 아무래도 그런 부분이 있었던 것 같습니다. 타나토스 선수는 앞으로 가고 싶었고 나머지 선수들은 뒤로 빼고 싶었는데 이때 코어 장전에 닷줄견이로 기가 막히게 잡다 보니까 바론도 먹고 힐도 만들고 유기적인 움직임 보여주면서 이게 팀 리퀴드의 운영이다. 물론 근데 게임은 쉽게 끝나지는 않습니다. 계속 이렇게 지지고 먹고 하다가 게임이 끝나는데,
근데 지지고 먹고 이겼으면 운영을 잘하는 게 아닌 거 아니?
두 개의 별이라고 이제 얘기를 했지만 나는 이제 날카롭게 좀 지적을 하자면 한쪽은 엄청난 체급, 한쪽은 엄청난 운영을 가지고 있죠. 반대로 말하면 한쪽은 운영을 못하고 한쪽은 한타를 못하는구만. 그래서 뭔가 좀 밍숭맹숭하다 한타들이. 근데 뭐 아슬아슬하게 살고 핑퐁하면서 막 뭐 이런 게 아니라 그냥 스무스하게.
그러니까 한타에 짜임새가 있는 느낌보다는
본능적으로 한다는 느낌? 약간 그런 느낌이 있네. 근데 우리가 또 이제 14.15 패치잖아.
LCS는 라이브니까.
그러니까 LCS는 이미 이걸로 한 거잖아. 그런 거 관련해서 미리 좀 우리한테 알려주고 뭐 그런 거 없어?
조금 더 저를 칭찬해 주십시오.
갑자기?
어때? 국장님 머리라도 한번 이렇게 쓰다듬어 주시죠.
아까 뭐? 아까 뭐를?
저의 스파이 또 섭외해놨습니다.
누구야 이번엔? 빠른 별이야?
그런 쓰레기 집어치우십시오.
현역 선수야?
현역 선수. 고어트. 저의 믿음직한 오른팔.
커드? 커드가 너의 스파이라고?
그렇습니다. 제 오른팔입니다. 연락을 해서 직접 선수 입에서 듣는 겁니다.
이번에 전화 연결 되는 거야?
물론입니다.
그러면 연결해봐. 믿을 수가 있어야지.
안녕하세요. 아, 네, 안녕하세요.
이거 뭐야?
플레이캐스트 미드라이너 커드입니다.
진짜 받았다.
커드 선수인가? 여기 시크릿 보드룸이다.
플레이캐스트 미드라이너 커드입니다.
아니 그러면 최근에 커드 선수는 뭐 하고 지내고 있나?
저는 이제 LCS 미드라이너로서 이 리그에 최선을 다하고 있습니다.
이거 생활은 좀 할만한가?
외로움을 안 타고 좀 적응력이 빨라가지고 너무 적응 잘하고 잘 지내고 있습니다.
헬리오스가 커드 선수가 나의 오른팔이라는데 사실인가?
저희가 약간 좀 말로는 설명하기 어려운 약간 상호작용을 서로 하는 관계죠.
굉장히 복잡하면서도 깊은 관계를 가지고 있군.
거기가 먼저 1호 패치를 좀 적응을 해봤잖아. 그래서 그거에 대해서 우리가 정보를 좀 물어보려고 해. 원데이라이트엔 너프가 좀 있다고 들었는데 그 체감을 좀 하고 있나?
크라켄 스태틱 이쪽이 너프 먹으면서 쓰기 어렵지 않을까 싶었는데 이제 LCS는 또 운영이 한국, 중국이랑 좀 많이 다릅니다. 어떻게 다른지 약간은 설명해드리면은 공허유충을 토대로 수압 전략이나 초반 템포를 엄청 빠르게 가져가는 걸 전략으로 많이 쓰는데 LCS에서는 그로 인해서 이제 AD 미드가 초중반에 강력하다 보니까 오히려 이제 크라켄이 너프 먹으니까 오히려 몰락을 가니까 라인전이 더 센 느낌이 있어가지고 그래서 여전히 AD 미드가 쓰고 있지 않나 싶습니다.
해석이 좋네.
쏙쏙 귀에 박히는구만.
역시 현역.
너 오른팔인데 좀 물어볼 거 있으면 물어봐.
우리 또 커드 선수가 미드 라이너잖아요.
상사야?
그러니까.
편하게 얘기해.
오른팔이라며.
왜 이렇게 안 친해 보여?
우리 커드 선수 오로라는 지금 평가가 좀 어떻습니까?
중요하지. 블루 1픽 혹은 레드에서 필벤을 하는 상황이 났거든요, 오로라가. 이게 정말 평가하기가 좀 어려운데 이번에 오로라가 사실 핫픽스가 또 한 번 돼버렸거든요. 조금 더 지켜봐야 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 핫픽스 된 오로라를.
근데 기본 구조는 너무 좋은가? 그 스킬 구성이나 막 이런 거에 있어서?
약간의 어느 정도 기밀 정보를 좀 유출을 하자면은 이게 메커니즘상 라인전에서는 이제 사거리 긴 애들이 오로라를 카운터를 쳐야 정상인데 오로라 궁극기가 또 말도 안 되는 사거리를 가지고 있잖아요. 그로 인해서 또 사거리 긴 챔프를 또 한 번에 물 수 있어가지고 이게 챔프를 평가하기 아직 어려운 것 같습니다.
한타를 가면 반전이 되는구만. 확실히 근데 좀 흥미롭게 좀 지켜볼 만한 캐릭터는 확실하구만. 그리고 지금 LCS 월즈 팀에 대한 예상을 좀 하고 있는데 우리가 코드는 어떻게 예상하고 있나?
근데 사실 LCS 월즈 예상은 너무 쉽지 않나. 약간 분석하기에 날먹이 아닌가 싶거든요.
그렇게 말하면 안 돼.
정확하게 알고 있구만.
그렇게 말하면 안 돼.
LCS가 너무 어려운 리그다 보니까 이게 한 치 앞을 못 가리겠거든요. 좀 냉정하게 평가하면 약간 양극화라고 하죠. 약간 위에 3팀, 아래 5팀이 너무 분명하게 나뉘었다 보니까 조금은 예측하기 쉽지 않나.
제가 아까 2개의 별과 하나의 작은 별이 있다 하지 않았습니까?
잠깐만요. 하나의 작은 별이 저인가요?
헬리오스가 그랬다네.
헬리오스가 2개의 별만 신경 쓰면 된다고 했다네.
아니야.
마지못해 얘기했다네.
아니야.
다음 주 또 이제 작은 별과 큰 별 C9과 플라이캐스 매치가 있거든요. 그걸 한번 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
근데 요즘 작은 별 미쳤습니다.
조용히 해 너는.
혹시 말해줄 수 있나? 팀 리퀴드와 C9의 약점.
이건 기밀사항인데 이거 말해도 되나? 팀 리퀴드의 약점부터 제가 한번 발설해도 될까요?
발설해줘.
네, 쿼드가 분석하는 팀 리퀴드의 약점은 한타입니다. 한타. 올드한 나이약. 그로 인한 약간 아쉬운 메카닉이 한 번씩 보일 때도 있고, 그리고 C9의 약점은 문제될 수도 있는데 저는 타나토스가 약간 약점이 아닌가. 근데 이유가 있습니다. 왜냐? 타나토스 선수가 이번 여름에 합류했지 않습니까?
그렇지.
근데 북미에는 아직도 수험 메타가 엄청 날뛰고 있어요. 타나토스는 아직 영어가 엄청 능숙치 않기 때문에 이 수험 메타에서 원활한 소통이 어렵다. 타나토스 선수가 근데 기인 선수 같은 솔리드한 모습을 이미 워낙 보여주고 있어가지고
극찬인데?
언어적인 부분만 해결되면은 또 타나토스가 엄청 더 빛을 발하지 않을까 싶네요.
현지 선수의 냉철한 평가이기 때문에 우리가 또 귀담아 잘 들고, 특히 너도 잘 이런 걸 정보를 입수해야 돼.
그래서 이렇게
너랑 자리를 바꾸고 싶다.
아니 근데 또 월즈 얘기를 했으니까 지금 또 월즈를 그러면 진출하게 되면 보드룸에 한번 나와줄 수도 있는지.
그럼 어쨌든 이렇게 되면 우리 요원이나 다름없는데 시크릿 보드룸도 한번 나와야 되는 거 아닌가?
사실 제가 시크릿 보드룸으로서 또 제가 또 많은 정보를 또 저도 얻기 때문에
계속 보고 있구만.
저는 모든 시크릿 보드룸 다 챙겨봅니다. 근데 이제 또 월즈를 가면 아마 한국을 안 들릴 수도 있다고 들어가지고
들러.
들려면 저야 좋죠. 근데 이제 비행기 표 값 주시면은 제가 들릴 텐데
뭐 어떻게 될지 모르지만 어쨌든 한국에 오게 되면 꼭 우리한테 먼저 연락을 그 헬리오스를 통해서 주라고.
저 너무 좋습니다. 저도 이런 거 나오는 거 너무 좋고 이제 너무 재밌을 것 같아가지고 너무 좋죠. 저도.
혹시 우리 요원이 된다면 코드명 뭐로 하고 싶나?
이거 상호명 써도 되나요?
일단 얘기해봐.
코드명 인앤아웃 가능할까요?
인앤아웃. 코드명 들락날락.
인앤아웃이 여기 또 미국의 햄버거 브랜드명인데 너무 맛있더라고요. 그래서 이게 딱 머리에 생각이 났네요.
인앤아웃 괜찮구만. 요즘 시즌 중이라 바쁜데 통화 너무 고맙고 남은 경기 또 파이팅 하자고.
네, 감사합니다. 잘 챙겨보고 있겠습니다.
너무 고마워. 땡큐.
화이팅.
거드 화이팅.
거드 화이팅.
네.
그래도 큰일 했구만. 기한이 이제 잘 찾아왔어. 진짜 박수 한번 주자. 이거는 인정해야 돼.
진짜
너네 뭐 하고 있는 거야? 아니 작년에는 뭐 이렇게 현우 선수 막 진짜 출연시키고 그러던데 너네 빠져가지고 아주 한가하나 보다 요즘에. 좋아. 오늘 너무 좀 고생 많았고 뭐 여기는 특히나 좀 경기도 없는데 이렇게 잘 준비해와서 너무 고맙고 오늘 또 좋았어. 앞으로도 그런 활약 기대하겠네.
드디어 돈값 한 것 같습니다.
아직 아니야. 더 해야 돼. 이제 월즈가 진짜 코앞이다. 우리가 썸머 시작한 지 얼마 안 된 것 같은데 이제 월즈 진짜 얼마 안 남았어. 다음 회의 때는 월즈를 대비해서 우리가 또 단단히 준비해오고 확실하게 좀 얘기를 해보자고. 자, 다들 고생했고 이만 해산!
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. And this series, I need to warn everyone, you might feel an emotion represented really beautifully by a J.K. Simmons movie. Spider-Man, obviously.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, this one could be a little bit rough coming off what we saw just before. KT with their monumental victory over Gen.G, the very first time that has happened in this season. And of course, it's KT to do it again. Now, it is T1 taking on Nongshim. And this one should be a little bit more cut and dry, right, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, right? Nongshim are eliminated from playoffs with that win, the first win of KT over Gen.G, and they needed to be a 2-0 and a long list of things they posted on their social media in order for them to qualify for playoffs. And unfortunately for them, on the first number on the list, KT actually took the upset win. They are sitting in 8th place, and you mentioned Spider-Man. It's been a while since we've seen Peter in the bottom lane.
A bit of a shame.
But right now, T1 in prime position because of their weak strength of schedule to make playoffs. They're not locked in just yet, but they're very close. And of our 4 teams in the contention, we haven't even really mentioned KT. We're talking really about KT, Kwangdong, and BNK, but T1 should take the win today. That's the big expectation we have going into this series. But they're coming off that loss against Gen.G, a very tough loss where they had a big lead in Game 1. Everybody knows the stories of that series. See if T1 can recover in a big way. Again, the easy strength of schedule we've always been talking about starts here.
It certainly does. I think that it is feeling like cruising for T1 for the rest of the season. And even though things looked a little bit rough in their last one against Gen.G, it's Gen.G. It's very understandable that that is what's going to happen. I think a lot of the context revolves around just how close that first game was, like you brought up before, and a lot of the regrets that might be had. But the thing is, that is to break Gen.G's massive winning streak that did just come tumbling down. But still, I mean, that is a very tall order. Beating Nongshim, not so much. Yeah. That's one that Bro is going to be looking out for in the second last match of the season. Not something that T1 needs to worry about.
I don't think so, as Vital's got a pretty unique champion pool, an ex-AD carry player himself. Keria known for playing AD carries in the support role, marksman I should say, but interesting matchup here between these two. Obviously, with Vital being a late addition to Nongshim's starting lineup. They've made a lot of changes. The mid lane's been kind of a revolving door. Yihao moving into the top lane. And, you know, it's cool to see Vital as now kind of the mainstay. Perhaps they're thinking forward towards next season, next year, as to who's going to be that support. As Owner will be the 6th jungler to get 1,000 kills. I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen in this series. Depends on how many kills he does pick up, but it's time to start the conversation.
Yep, 12 is quite a lot, but, you know, it depends how bloody the series is going to be and the champions that Owner is going to be playing as well. You can see in his top 3 most played, those ones tend to get a whole bunch of kills. That's why they're the top 5 most kills that he has.
It's
top
interesting Wukong is there.
yeah, it's really also interesting that the top 5 win rates are Nocturne, his best champion so far with 13-1. I remember when he was on a tear with that champion, but I think maybe it was just because T1 was winning so much in general that sort of was overlooked. Only 1 loss on the Nocturne so far for his career. But first off, we're going to be welcoming Nongshim to the LoL Park stage. Fisher going to be the debut as far as their first player in the mid lane this time around. Has been sharing time with Calyx a little bit, and it's going to be Vital alongside Jiwoo. You mentioned this earlier on. I think Guga came in to try and stabilize the team. They were struggling with macro calls, things like this, and Vital was practicing in Challenger the entire time, trying to get these support skills up to the right level, because we've always known that this guy has been pretty mechanically adept, has been playing for quite a while, was of course over in OCE that I love to bring up, was also over in the LJL for a little while, is now back in Korea once again. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to mature into a phenomenal support player. But up against this squad, it is going to be a difficulty. Of course, Faker did have COVID earlier on, has recovered, but of course, just to stay safe, everyone going to be wearing masks on the side of T1.
Yeah, and there was rampant speculation because of his diagnosis and the announcement that he did have COVID, whether he would be starting today. He's in good form in terms of his health right now, and everyone's going to be wearing masks, of course, for safety for the players and the audience as well. As there were a lot of questions about Faker's mental health after that loss to Gen.G. A lot of people expecting him to take a break, but I'll tell you guys, I've said it in many interviews and many talk shows leading up to this. I never thought for a second Faker wouldn't show up today. I think this series, the rest of the season, means a lot to him. He wants to see how far he can push T1, because they were at even in the beginning of the season, right? They were sitting on 5th, 6th place, now trying to rise up, have a good end of the season to make that storyline that we've seen repeated so many times come true once again. T1's run to the finals. As we look at the key player matchup here, Owner versus Sylvie, you can see that Sylvie is very important to his team. A lot of the games he's played, his KP is insanely high, loves his brand, very strong jungle player. I think he's been arguably the most improved player here in the LCK, I would say, from spring to summer. But is it going to be enough against arguably our 2nd best or 3rd best jungler here in Owner? Tough call. I mean, I think it's tough to say whether Owner or Peanuts made a larger impact this season. Canyon's obviously number 1, but it's a tough matchup. Like, this is the key player matchup, but it doesn't feel like an angle, unfortunately, for Nongshim.
And I think round 2, there is an argument that it is just Owner, because he has been the most consistent player on T1 for quite some time now, and really has, especially in the victories that T1 has picked up, looked like the dominant force. So I'm looking to see whether Nongshim can try and tackle that, because truly, Owner just gets into the enemy jungle and he does not stop. You saw that counter jungle percentage. He is number 1 in the LCK for a reason. He just lives in there, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether it is going to work once again here for T1. As you can see, Faker not in resting mode just yet, still getting things all sorted out. We'll be downloading soon. You could imagine a stoic Gumayushi here. Wonder what's happening in that mind of his. Where's the top knot wolf?
Yeah, just keeping the hair down today.
Bit of a shame.
You know, one of the picks that didn't show up on that list of jungle champions for Owner was the Poppy. A little bit surprised by, I don't know his 100% stats across his career off the top of my head right now. I don't have that number in front of me, but you know, a pick that I think a lot of other junglers are shying away from right now, whereas Owner is indexing into it heavily because it allows T1 to warp team fights around objectives later on, take early Barons, and also his early pressure when you have a pressure point in lane has been incredible. The counter jungling you talked about, also massive. We'll see what the draft is going to look like here for T1 moving into this week and this new patch, because they might have a different read than Gen.G did, than KT did. We saw earlier the Aurora pick always on the mind. I think it would be a big mistake to give that over to T1. And on T1 side, when Nongshim have blue side, to give it to Nongshim adds a level of variance that I think you're not looking for. You're hoping for, and I think you would be disappointed for, anything that isn't a 2-0 here as T1, as Nongshim have chosen red side. So in this first game, T1 will have first pick.
Yeah, bit of an interesting choice here. For Nongshim, oftentimes we do see that, especially like against T1, T1 do really like leveraging blue side and getting that priority pick. But we'll see what Nongshim has in store for us. As first ban going to be the Maokai taken away from Sylvie. And I think getting used to banning away trees are a lot of teams here in the LCK. T1, no different on that front as well. So here in Pick a Ban, let's see what that first one is for Nongshim. Start to get an idea as to why this red side was chosen, Wolf.
Yeah, we will get an idea shortly. I do wonder, I was talking to you guys about it during the break between series about Jiwoo playing the Smolder. He's hovered it a lot. He's teased that he might want to play it. Was played by BDD in the last series. I am wondering now with playoffs off the cards if they have a kind of a wacky draft that they've got prepared here against T1 that they want to pull out. But again, time will tell. Ash is gone. Rumble and Aurora are the other two picks that we feel are pretty mandatory here on red side.
I would agree.
So should be one of the two, as they'll ban Faker's Azir instead, which is a strong ban against T1 exclusively.
And there's a little bit of a danger, right? Because we've seen Aurora in both mid and top lane. I do think that it's most likely going to be a Zeus champion. Partly because I have done a little bit of perusing of what they've been playing in solo queue. But also, I mean, it just kind of fits. It really does fit how Zeus likes to play the game. And so I think that you have to ban it, otherwise you'll probably lose the game.
But what if he gets Rumble? Don't you also lose the game? That's a little bit of a concern.
They may have only lose the game options. Maybe you ban Vi instead, and then just get one of them.
And this means that if you pick the Aurora first and you're planning on putting it topside, you're going to have to play it into the Rumble. So this means that maybe Faker will play it, or we'll see how the matchup goes. It's not an auto loss against Rumble necessarily because it's a ranged matchup. You can buy a lot of space and distance with the weirding. We will see how that plays out, but I expect that the Rumble will come through here unless they have something else in mind. I mean, they left this Aurora up for a reason, and we're going to find out what that is. Or we won't, and we'll be really disappointed. But I expect that we're about to find out. Rumble comes first.
It is technically not a good matchup into the Rumble, as you say, according to solo queue statistics that I have in front of me, Wolf. That's all I have really to go on. 47% win rate over 200 games, or something like that. As that is just Rumble Yone. Just smashed right down, straight in there for Nongshim. And we'll see what Faker is going to do with a face-up mid-lane choice here for Fisher.
Yeah, and they just went straight into solo lanes here. They're going to leave the AD carry picks and the bottom picks just in general for last, which is you expect on red side from a team like Nongshim Red Force. Senna, looking like it might just get locked in here early. It might go Senna Ornn. And say we've got a strong bottom lane, we have great scaling with this, and when you put up the Aurora ultimate, the Ornn value also goes up in that circle there to be able to set up the Ornn Horn. The Ornn Horn can then set up Zeus closing the gap and putting the ultimate down, so definitely some inherent synergy there, but it does mean that you're blinding a relatively counterable bottom lane. The cool thing about this, though, is on red side there's only one pick left. Could be also bottom here farming as well.
Oh, true. We have seen that in the past, and that is just going to be locked in, of course. Faker did play this in EWC to pretty great effect as well, and it could be
the brothers matchup.
The Wind Brother battle in the mid lane? Is it my solo queue experience manifesting in the LCK?
Oh, no.
Oh, it is. It's absolutely gorgeous as Lilia, the consideration here for Sylvie. Taking a little bit of a leaf out of the Canyon book, or as I like to say, the Umpty book, because he was the Lilia guy before that. Instead, it's going to be a Sylvie special in the Viego. Of course, Owner no stranger to that one. We'll see what he's going to pick into it as we head into the second round of bans.
Yeah, so the fact that this Yasuo is a very strong flex here means that it's very tricky here in the second ban phase to try to figure out what T1 are going to do. I think banning Ornn is still a safe bet because I wouldn't want to play into Ornn with this draft necessarily, especially with the Aurora there. So even if they were going to maybe put that Yasuo into the bottom lane, it could be a strong ban. The Diana works well with this comp, and the jungle is still open, and it's an Owner specialty, so I think that's wise.
I think Diana Poppy could be decent bans here. Owner's Poppy has been so incredibly good, and it has a knock-up and a knockback. It has multiple ways to make Yasuo a very happy boy. So there is the Alistair ban that is going to be aimed against Vital. An interesting one, trying to make sure that the young man is as uncomfortable as possible, and I think targeting him does make a little bit of sense here. It's a little bit mean, but I think it is still a good idea. Hasn't played it so far this season, though.
There's the Ornn.
Yeah, I might state that they have something in mind. The Ornn ban is really good to take that one away, of course. The Ornn center has been incredibly good.
Senna Nautilus still feels fine. Senna Yasuo, depending on what the matchup is going to be, feels great, but you're on blue side, so it's hard to get the jump on Nongshim with this one because they're going to have all the information. They take the Rakan away here, which is fantastic with the setup they already have with Yone and the Rumble, so I like that ban quite a bit. We're going to get an idea here. It's just looking like an Ezreal lock-in here, which means that you're not going to have that much pressure necessarily into the Senna lane, but it is going to be good scaling for later on as well as some objective poke.
Yeah, it's true, and I think they're almost guaranteed to get Leona if they want it. They don't need to lock away that if they want to lock that one down, just because Leona Senna isn't really a thing.
No, it's not. Also, Kai'Sa feels much worse into Aurora. Ezreal can at least kind of keep away or just shift out, whereas Kai'Sa doesn't really want to go in there at all.
And the Killer Instinct, I believe, is counted as a dash, and that is not necessarily what you want. That is a Hecarim, Wolf.
It's okay, we'll hover past it and play something else, right? Yeah. I was worried for like maybe half a second, but I was like, nah, that won't do it to us.
Wait.
It does start to look like maybe
Wait a second.
Bottom.
Hang on. Who is the king chef of T1? I believe that's Carrier. We might just have the Aurora Senna bottom lane.
Or it's Kennen support. We don't know anything, actually.
Yeah.
I think the Wukong is probably going to be the jungle pick because there's nothing else really that can jungle here, but that's all we really know.
I was kind of expecting the Senna jungle this game, actually. A little bit strange. Well, Rel is going to be considered, and I want to focus on Nongshim because that is a composition I understand. We've seen this one many, many times. The idea is hold them in a position, burn them a lot, and then use the ultimate from Mr. Yone to hold them in position even more.
It's Guma Yasuo, I think, with Faker playing the Aurora mid, and Zeus is going to go top lane into the Rumble here with this one. Just not happy to play the Aurora into Rumble, keeping this one a little bit close to the chest until the final moments here. And it's really cool to see T1, even on blue side, with the ability to flex all of these champions around. Swapping ends up being kind of counter pick here for them, and that they can still move things around, and the R5 Rel feels like less value than what T1 has been able to kind of rotate around. Kennen ultimate inside of an Aurora ultimate with a Wukong on top. It doesn't sound very playable as the enemy team if that happens to you. Especially if you're a Kai'Sa trying to go in there. I don't think you'll be going in there and then coming out alive in any scenario. T1, let's not sugarcoat this. They are by far the stronger team. They are the massive favorites. And I feel like even if it was a weaker team, I'd really like the concept of this draft. But T1 look like they've prepared this extremely well. And I trust that they'll get it done. The Kai'Sa pick is the big sticking one for me. If it was Ezreal, I'd like this draft way more. Maybe Ezreal and not the Rel, but some sort of other support like the Leona you were talking about. I would have liked this draft a lot more for Nongshim. It's the Kai'Sa that kind of does it in for me because you do not want to be going anywhere near where T1 are, but with this draft, you've opted into doing so.
And this is the kind of draft that you do really kind of want to outrange. And Aurora is going to say, no, you're not allowed to do that. I'm sorry. And also, Faker is just so good at these really tricky picks that play around vision and controlling what you know. See how it works. We hop into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I will catch you up. Faker is currently on a 6-game winning streak in solo queue. One of those games includes Aurora. And prior to his more recent loss, which was just a game of Arena, he actually won again on the Aurora as well. So he's on a bit of a tear as far as the solo queue performance is concerned.
That's good to know.
And we'll see whether he can leverage that. Same can be said for Zeus on the Aurora, so it was 100% a flex pick. Haven't checked Carrier, but I assume he's probably also playing it because he generally just plays mid in solo queue, if you have a look. I don't know whether that's still the case, but it certainly was a while back.
Yeah, the Faker playing this matchup, as we look like we might have a bit of a potential lane swap here.
Okay.
Yeah, looking like that's going to be the case. So trying to get some big advantages early. The matchup with the Aurora into the Yone is quite interesting because of her ability to trade with max health with her passive. She can actually, kind of take a hit and then trade really well with it and then buy some space with weirding as well. We'll see how this matchup plays out.
The weirding jump back thing is actually pretty handy. Is Zeus actually able to get a minion here and Lightning Rush taken first?
That means the lane swap's not going well. Yeah, top laners aren't allowed to farm. That is happening. He got one minion. GG.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a problem. Fisher also a little bit late to the lane, but he will be absolutely fine. Having a look at this, it is a lot of first picks. 3 and 3 on the cannon for Zeus, the God of Thunder himself.
Mihail's first pick of Rumble, but obviously has a lot of experience playing it in Challengers. Very common pick there, even when it wasn't as meta here in the LCK. And it's his first pick because it's just banned every game, so it's not on him, it's just on the meta.
It is. Faker's 77th champion. Here we go.
Getting close to 80. We're getting closer every year. We step 1 or 2 closer.
Man, I can't wait for Faker to have played every single champion competitively.
We're getting close, I mean, not that close. There's a lot of champions in the game.
We finally got our Garen, we finally had all of the champions played in the LCK by someone at least. Last time we did see this was Doctorm actually against.
Oh god, yeah, I kind of remember that game. We were not happy about the pick and it didn't do well. And
was this like part of the experimentation that we saw happen with some of the options when it was like the Yuumi lanes being completely ridiculous?
Yeah.
And so it was Yasuo and maybe something like a Sejuani in the bottom lane that we saw be very popular. It was, who was it? It was, I believe, Ruler and Lahens. That were playing it quite a lot on Gen.G, but my old man brain might be struggling to remember.
Yeah, we saw a lot of weird stuff like that. Taking a look at the game state, by the way, T1 obviously with no plate protection here are going to do a lot. Rumble is, just Rumble, so it's hard for him to take plates quickly in general, but he is going to get one, and that will be the TP as the cannon comes back here topside. Zeus getting a decent amount of experience too, so there's no big gap here in XP. I feel like T1 really won out on this one. And it's tough to play Kai'Sa into Yasuo Senna, obviously, but, this one doesn't really hit the mark too much for me because could have just not picked Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
That's kind of the end of the story for me on this one. I'm not super happy with how they rounded this draft out. Can work out if you're not fighting into the Aurora, if the team fight setup isn't there, great for skirmishing, and you can potentially blow up the cannon if you find him, if you get a lead, but that's a lot of ifs.
The thing is, it's going to be about where Jiwoo is positioned at the beginning of these fights, because if Faker ever finds the Kai'Sa before, she is altered into a fight that's underway, then it might be just over before it begins, as Fisher is going to unbind his soul and try and pick up some minions, but it's looking a little bit difficult here. Carrier just laning alongside Faker in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Fisher doesn't even get to try to trade or anything like that. It's just not been a fair fight for him early. And obviously Electrocute, I know it's the new Wolf color point where I'm like, it's really buff right now, but it's really strong on Aurora specifically as well, so he's just stacking the damage early, and it is a really, really tough time. Top side here, Zeus falling a little bit behind, but it's a low eco top lane. Will be able to hold his own. Rumble does not have kill pressure to take Ignite or anything like that.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that Electrocute that you were talking about. Certainly working out here, as we are going to have a little bit of a pause. Not entirely sure what that one is about, as we probably didn't witness exactly what it was. But we'll just have to see. There is a bit of a kerfuffle happening on the bottom side right now.
Looks like it is related to Nongshim, potentially. At least that's where the ref was. Camera's not here.
If the camera is telling us anything, it might be over on their side, unless it isn't, because there are no referees over on their side.
Yeah, they were there, and then they left, so we're not sure, but
it looked like it was almost a Sylvie situation.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about how much value T1 got by sending the Senna mid is that they end up chunking down the Yone, and that means the double Q from Faker's... the Q is somewhat semi-execute on the second activation of the Q.
Yeah.
So he's just trading better and better and better constantly, and he actually activates the Electrocute, and then he gets the second Q there, and now he's really starting to put Fisher in a kind of unplayable spot. May have to take it back soon. very important trade that actually happened just moments before the pause. Probably not related to the pause, but we will see. I'm hoping this is just a small hardware issue or like a small frame drop, and we'll have this resolved. But we'll let you guys know as soon as we know anything.
Yep, we'll let you know. It looks like it is Mihail with some sort of issue, I believe. And we have confirmation it is a peripheral thing.
Yeah, you can see the USBs here, so...
And I didn't have to say anything because we can see right here that he's holding USB. Yeah, that's maybe a keyboard problem is what I'm saying, because it's looking a little bit unplugged.
Or maybe it's a mouse pad issue. He has to take everything out and unplug it before he... No, it's a keyboard issue. He just wants to wrap the keyboard up before he checks his mouse pad to make sure it's working.
Yep, there you go. We do now have an opportunity to tell you guys about how it all works. Of course, every player does have backup versions of their chosen peripherals that are here. All of them, checked and certified by the LCK to make sure that there's nothing, no funny business involved. And so there is always a backup no matter what. Hopefully this one doesn't break, because maybe we don't have a round 3, but maybe we even have one of those. You never know. Yeah. And I can see that it is a Logitech one, and I think the store out the front has got a few of those too.
Yeah, I think, right now this big thing is just for him to verify that the new one, the spare, is actually functioning properly, so we'll have a few moments for him to independently verify that, and I don't know how he would do it. Maybe he's going to open Notepad and type a few sentences in. I don't know which key wasn't working. We don't have that information, but it should be a relatively open and shut case here with the new keyboard plugged in.
Wait. So Jiwoo has a Vital as his Pikachu? That is very, very cute. Was that Mihail representing
Mihail is a missile.
Ah, there we go. I thought he was just a disembodied head in the top left representing the moon or something like that. It was very, very odd. He's now just deciding which one he wants. Wait, are we plugging the old one back in again?
It could be an issue with the USB port on the PC, and the new one didn't work either. I mean, I'm just trying to be a detective here. I really don't know, but...
Well, we only know that it's a peripheral issue, so I'm still not convinced it isn't the mouse.
Yeah, it's true. Like, technically speaking, that's...
It's all bait and switch.
It's also only a reported peripheral issue. It might not even be an issue at all.
Oh, that's true. It could all be happening in our minds.
The refs better check to see if he's lying.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's a hologram. I don't even know.
Maybe he's not even real. Maybe I'm not even real.
Yeah, what? Hang on. Wait. No, I touched his shoulder. You're real, Wolf. I can confirm
But what if you're not real?
Oh, God. What if we're in the same dimension of not being real?
We live in a simulation.
Well, that's confirmed. Did you see the last series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the last 3 years of KT?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Okay, the light's turned on.
Oh? Okay, we'll see. We'll have to see if anyone's home. Currently, the commentators, that's still under question about their position. As you can see now, doing a little bit of typing, figuring out exactly what's going on, touching the right buttons.
Even if I'm not real and you're not real, at least in this reality that I'm seeing, because you might not even, you might be in a different reality, but in the reality that I can perceive, the keyboard lights are on. So you guys are all in my reality too.
That's in my reality also. Is this like a Schrodinger's cat situation? Like, like we split universing and stuff like that? Like,
but so if I see red, like on this really cool fan sign, you think that you and I both see the same red?
No, because our eyes are not the same eyes.
Yeah, so like what I see as red might actually appear blue for you, but that's what you always thought fire looked like, so it's normal.
Oh, yeah. What I think is red is actually blue.
Yeah, or at least from what would be blue for me.
Yeah, true.
All right, let's stop this now. We're back in the game.
I'm so incredibly confused. Is Zeus on the red side, actually? That's my question. But we can go back to just regular gameplay because we're back into it. Sylvie going to come in. Does spot out Zeus here. He is going to have that back stopped. Owner in position. Sylvie gets out of the mist and gets out of the area as well. Stopping that back, I think, kind of important, especially considering the fact that Zeus doesn't have teleport. So might have to go for a more inopportune back option. Faker with his lost chapter now completed. He's just teleported back to lane, and it's actually Fisher that's able to come out ahead in one of these trades here. We do cut the video so we don't see that cannon minion dying to a melee, and that is definitely a good thing because that would have made us all a little bit sad.
I didn't check the number on the CS, and like...
Neither did I.
I want to say the
not in my universe, Wolf.
Yeah, the swing of the sword of the melee minion might have been a little bit slower. Maybe he got it. I'm just going to keep that... in
the back of your mind.
I'm just going to keep it open that maybe Zeus, in fact, did hit that cannon.
This is what Jonah Strong needs to do. He needs to just make sure that he keeps it a mystery every single time. And then we just won't know. We won't need to type -1 in the chat. Stop typing -1 in the chat, guys. We don't know. Okay?
Yeah, minus question mark?
Yeah,
Plus
exactly.
question mark?
-1 question mark? Exactly. Oh. All right. Mihail with a fair bit of control here, as we can see. I actually think that Sylvie being up there to stop the back really, really worked out, because that whole wave is now going to get eaten. I believe no cannon in it either. And so Mihail, with his teleport up and available, he gets a hold on to that. He is going to build Mercury's Tread, so there's somewhere a very sad Huni. And we're sad that Huni's not here.
But you know, it's a good food purchase for the isolated matchup.
Yeah,
It'll obviously hurt him later on in terms of his damage output, but
double AP as well in solo lane, so it's going to do double duty.
Yeah, it's quite a value item, I think, in this scenario. I still would have preferred the Sork boots just for what it means later on, but it is a safe purchase, let's say. So Zeus will come back to lane here. Mihail doesn't end up with a massive CS lead or anything like that, but did take a lot of farm away from Zeus.
What?
No, he might have hit them, actually. I was tying my shoe.
I wasn't.
Oh.
So sadly...
You're not supposed to tell me!
No, I just told you that I wasn't tying my shoe.
Oh.
I didn't tell you anything.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. He might have got them, yeah.
But I would question the changes to Rumble that recently happened that did have stated that Flamespitter was still, you know, easier to last it with. Mihail begs to differ.
Yeah, well... It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's okay. These are the small things that we don't sweat. We don't sweat the small things like keyboard issues or our reality being a. Yeah. we just go on and we continue to commentate the game. As Keria and Guma are really putting the pressure on here. You can see why Jiwoo tried to lane swap, and the turret is kind of gone.
Yeah, it is really,
mostly gone.
It's really taken a beating here on the bottom side. It's actually one of the more aggressive center lanes that we've seen. Oftentimes, it's weathering the storm that the center likes to do. I guess maybe not when it's Keria piloting the champion. Of course, she is going to be changed. A lot more of an enchanter type champion.
Yeah, not
building a whole bunch of different stuff that she doesn't build now. So I think maybe we'll have to get used to this if Senna remains in the meta.
Yeah, it's certainly a pretty high chance that it will be a very different look as Mihail pushes another wave in, wants to get that plate. Owner is up here. Don't think he's necessarily going to get said plate, but we're going to cut the video.
Yeah.
And bottom lane is kind of in shambles. Mid lane, pretty in shambles. I feel like Fisher recovered pretty well after Keria's roam. So used to Guma playing the Senna.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy about this though, because, and I'm sorry about this, Twitch chat, but we don't get the Senna CS KEKWs anymore.
No, I know, it's
because she's a support.
Yeah.
And it's fine.
It is weird, but even though it seems like it's supposed to be normal, it's not normal for my brain.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that. I feel like today has been a little bit of a topsy-turvy one. As Keria is going to face check here. He had the sweeper, so he had the information, but not a whole lot of options. Uses the heal, uses the piercing darkness, and he gets himself out of there. Gumayushi, on the other hand, having to deal with a lot of different people. The ulti comes through, and that is going to be the execution, and that is first blood, followed swiftly from the escape by Keria.
He was kind of solo queue Yasuoing right there. He was like, wait, I killed 3 people. Keria was like, hey, I'm dead. He's like kind of danger pinging him.
I think it was a little bit the identification that he was definitely dead.
Yeah.
A lot of bad guys down there.
There were a lot of bad guys. I mean, this is the moment really I'm talking about where he goes forward here, gets stunned up. Now he's exhausted. And yeah, he's definitely dead. But I perhaps if he goes back, maybe he could have avoided Sylvie, but they're both down completely on summoners now. So 4 summoners down for 2. In the bottom lane, exhaust and ignite for all 4. So the tempo will swing back a little bit down there on the bottom lane. It was looking like a complete disaster, but kind of saved. Fisher picks up a kill.
Yep. Owner is now going to be able to take some grubs. Vital gets the information that the grubs are being taken and isn't going to be able to stop that from occurring. Unless Mihail comes down, level 8, equalizer in hand. And that could be enough to maybe get one of them, but it looks like Sylvie's just not interested. And Faker, because of that roam that Fisher had, and as you can see in the gold, right, T1, they do lose first blood, but Doesn't seem to be too much of an issue here. Still almost 1,000 gold in the lead just by how these lanes have been going. And Gumayusi, even though Yasuo somewhat outranged, I guess, by a lot of champions that are just ranged in general, doesn't really matter. The amount of pressure that this bottom lane can put on is still extraordinarily high.
Yeah, and when you have a Senna to help sustain it as well, and the wind wall can block some of that damage, plus it's almost similar to like a Draven lane where you're like, well, if I can auto you, even with my low range, I will win the trades, and he does, and he is. As Zeus with a fancy footwork here.
Yeah, able to sidestep. Sylvie's coming up, though. It's going to be a 2v2 as the equalizer sort of goes begging. An early ulti from Sylvie, but Zeus is going down low, and Mihail able to grab that kill. It's 2-0, but Sylvie will then swiftly be executed. Faker puts him in a circle. Fisher has made his way up as Faker's looking for some cues. And I don't think Ona's getting out of this one. Faker now might be in trouble, but does have a turret there and does have to flash after bouncing back with the weirding.
Well, Fisher is everywhere. Atlas, I mean, he had a really rough start to the laning phase, but he's making plays on the map. Gets that play bottom side, now going top side to bail Mihail and Sylvie out. Sylvie didn't flash, actually, after Keria on the bottom side play, so still has it, because if he doesn't have his flash here, I feel like this ends up being very disastrous for Nongshim, but he actually has it here. Zeus using his ultimate before Owner shows up, and this was supposed to be kind of a trap, a bit of a bait, but Sylvie uses Heartbreaker and then is able to flash here to secure the kill, gets the transformation. This buys enough time for Fisher's rotation up, and the ultimate here from Faker is used so early that it's just not going to offer any utility here. Unfortunately, Owner will also be taken out. So Fisher with 2 kills on this Yone very early on in the game.
Yeah, really nicely done. Gets the flash out of Faker here as well. So the mid lane could be a little bit more dangerous for the GOAT.
Yeah, he has his Malignance opted into that one and has an Ether Wisp in his inventory, so...
Cosmic Drive.
Yeah, not going to be opting in for the Leandries, just wants that additional damage. Cosmic Drive buffed on this patch as well.
Yep, it's been a bit of a favorite for Auroras, just in general. Difficult name to say quickly, Wolf. I'm not going to lie to you.
Aurora, yeah.
It might have something to... Does it have something to do with my accent? Is it difficult for everyone?
No, I think it's just hard.
Okay, good. It's not just a my universe thing. It's an everyone thing.
Yeah, Auroras. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, it's a roughie. We'll get better at it. We'll get better at it, I promise. As Fisher taking a bit of damage here as Faker just slips into stealth mode and will just get himself out. Certainly works in this matchup as Zeus finds himself a Q and the Harpoons just go wide. Man, Zeus' footwork today.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
He's really actually moving quite well, avoiding those Harpoons and...
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
Really clean.
You know, on the topic of Aurora, I mean, who named the Aurora Borealis? That has got to be one of the worst names. It's really hard to say that.
It is definitely difficult to say. It was not me, because I haven't seen one. So you can't blame me for that one.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't even know if they're real. I mean, it might just be like something I saw on
I
Google.
imagine the person who named it is someone from a far northern place.
Yeah. I mean, if you search unicorns on the internet, you can find a lot of information about them.
Yeah.
Same thing for Aurora Borealis. So in my mind, they're both... If I haven't seen it, it might just be fake. I don't know.
Wait. I think Yundo is letting us know. I think it was Galileo.
Really?
Yeah, that guy was pretty cool.
Respect, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think we're allowed to judge Galileo. I don't think that's allowed.
The gravity of his naming is quite high.
Yeah, I would say so. Even if he wasn't the guy that came up with the whole theory of gravity.
He figured out... Do you think if Galileo was alive
He probably also figured it out.
Do you think he would be able to identify Nongshim and Direk fell in the standings at the exact same speed? All right, here we go.
He probably would. He's got the calculation for it. Do we have the calculations for whether or not Nongshim should go for this fight, though? That's the real question. All right, I think Fisher's saying yes. That's a Magnus Storm that tries to get in there. But Gumayushi's also going to be able to execute the Kai'Sa. Down goes the Rift Herald, but can they keep themselves alive in the fight? That's the question. As Faker and Fisher fighting this one out. Ona does get stunned up. That's going to stop the rest of the battle, but T1 finding a pretty good angle in that one.
Yeah, pretty nice angle there. Fisher getting, or rather Jiwoo getting taken out, and very close fight. I feel like Nongshim, if they get a better angle there, maybe this is a winnable fight. Zeus doesn't TP in, and did have his ultimate available, but was under pressure here of the Rumble. Mihail also doesn't join for the fight. I think we could have actually seen a very different fight had Zeus wanted to go in, but decides to let T1 clean up without him. A lot of the time we see the Kennen obviously in the top side controlling some of these Herald fights, especially in the old days when we had double Herald before Grubs, but this fight, you can see Karia's positioning is fantastic. The Rel ultimate is nice, but Faker just completely circumvents it. Everyone's in the Aurora ultimate. Everyone's getting Malignance burn. And there's just no real angle here for Fisher. Faker plays this incredibly well. Karia's positioning is so good that he's just not caught and will offer back so much utility here. Again, on a nice edge, I feel like, at the beginning of that fight, but Faker just warped it.
He did. And it is the Rift Herald going on over to Nongshim. So that is the trade for the life of Jiwoo. But the problem is this is likely to be how a lot of these fights are going to look. So Fisher having a big early lead, I think extremely important, because he's just going to have to realize that his Kai'Sa is not going to be able to do too much this game.
Yeah, that was kind of, you know, we did identify early that that was going to be a potential issue. And he is significantly far behind in gold, as seen in that graph. No longer a meme with Senna, you know, actually being the support in this case.
It's fantastic. This is actually, like, really liberating. Just in general for us commentators that do have to sometimes witness Twitch chat and stuff like that, because it's just Senna being a support and being played by a support. It's beautiful.
Yeah, with a support item, because it's being played by a support and not because that's just how fasting Senna worked. And it's still the same item. You know, we're not going that far, but.
And in fact, speaking of Twitch chat, they brought up a really good point. Aurora Borealis is also known as the Northern Lights.
True.
So instead of having to try and trip over the name Aurora, maybe we can just call her Northern.
Sure. She's often the north side of the map right now in this meta.
Yeah. I reckon we can probably go for that one. I think we'll have the Queen of the North. That's like a Yundo suggestion, I believe.
I like that.
Love that. That's a good one. Okay.
We do have a bit of a contest over the dragon here. Again, both top laners have teleport, but it's hard for Mihail to go because he will just get stunned by the cannon if he decides to opt in. So just kind of a, okay, they're backing away. Maybe he will TP in. Nongshim really want this dragon. It's Ocean and Chemtech, so the soul's going to be valuable. Here comes Jiwoo on the side.
Double teleports in as well as Jiwoo really, Faker just looking for him. You can tell what they're looking for, but there is the dragon taken down by Ona. Circle goes down, Fisher's health bar is melted, but it's T1 that are lying on the ground. Faker taken down, and Nongshim, they wipe them all!
Oh man, this is a disaster for T1. It looked so good. The Aurora ult goes down. And they also have a pretty nice setup for the ultimate for Guma. There's too much damage in this comp here for Nongshim. Vitals re-engage as well, very clean. And that's not only going to be the dragon goes over, it's not the team fight win only, it's going to be the turret taken as well, and inner turret. Yeah, I'm like really struggling to get these words out here because I'm so shocked by Nongshim potentially giving us our second upset of the day here. Remember, this match matters for T1. We talked about their easy strength of schedule. Well, it only matters if you win those. And Fisher here has to rebind, right? Look at the angle here for Faker. Equalizer. The equalizer as well is just so massive. And Faker's just out of the fight.
Yeah, can't do anything. Sylvie just going to put him down. And then it's his turn to just become an Aurora if he would like to.
I mean, I guess, you know, if we talk about the Malignance, we've kind of joked a few times about it, making the circle into just a big equalizer, but it doesn't actually do equalizer damage. The equalizer, it does equalizer damage.
Yeah.
Hitting everybody in the team fight, and then Guma's holding himself up on top of it, yet it can sometimes be a little bit of a problem.
Well, Zeus also in perhaps a little bit of trouble here as the flash does have to come out to avoid the stun from Sylvie. Good flash. Yeah, certainly a good flash, but now Kennen without flash, way less dangerous.
True, and a lot more vulnerable if there is going to be any sort of follow-up. And he just didn't have a turret there. Really good play from Sylvie on the map. I mean, if you look at Sylvie's KP this game, 7 out of 8. I mean, it's just been kind of a team effort all around, but he's been super active on the map. Non-stop here, bottom lane, top lane, now on this bottom side play into Zeus, getting the flash.
Yeah, I want to say Mihail as well, I think was the player struggling almost the most in the LCK over the last little while. Every time you see his player cam, he's just not looking very happy, hasn't been able to find a lot of the plays that he's been looking for. But this Rumble, 1-0-6 now, and that last equalizer, phenomenal. I think so much of it is credit to Vital for getting that Magnet Storm and then allowing Mihail to just really capitalize. But he was there with the 1-2 punch.
Yeah. There's been so many T1 series against Nongshim, by the way, where T1 happy games. It's usually game 2. I wouldn't classify this necessarily as a happy game because it's a really cool draft, and I think it definitely absolutely has the right moving parts to work out. They got the Aurora as well, but Nongshim are just kind of outplaying them here early. I mean, so many times T1 versus Nongshim goes to 3, even when Nongshim are the massive underdogs. I mean, they always have been, let's be frank, but Nongshim are really giving T1 a run for their money here. Now getting control over the Baron Vision. We're 21 minutes in, a bit early to start this one up with a Kaisa.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, T1 really on the back foot here, and there are some scaling elements to this in terms of like Senna, you know, but it's a Yasuo, it's an Aurora who's great in team fights but doesn't necessarily scale as a damage pick. It really just needs to be T1 getting a better and clearer setup for fights. And you know what? They are just going to start the Baron because look at how much control they have. Look at T1. They can't see anything.
What are they going to be able to do? They're going to walk in over a billion different versions of Vision, and they witness the fact that the Baron's going down, but it's just going to... Oh, Ona almost gets in there. The equalizer is going to stop him from getting out, though, and the fate is going to be sealed. Gumayushi tried to dive in, but he's just going to get out via the Death Chamber. Faker now bouncing around the circle, and Fisher will fall down. Faker's still at full health, but can he actually do it? He bounces over the wall, and he'll just base gate his way to safety? I don't think so. That's going to be Sylvie finding him, and he's not able to get out enough funny business to survive. That's another ace!
That's the game, I think. That's Nongshim picking up the Baron, getting a full ace, and T1 just trickling in because they wanted to stop the Baron. They didn't have vision. They had to try to do something, but it was super desperate. It's almost a steal. As you mentioned, his owner goes for this, uses the clone and then closes the gap, but it's actually the Kaisa that secures it. And then look at this ult here on the re-engage from Fisher. That's two down. And then you don't have a team fight here. Unfortunately, Keria is just so squishy, and Faker's ult is high value, but he doesn't have any teammates, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of dead already. This was a cute play.
The comp,
it was cold.
The comp is really cool. The comp is really great for T1 if all the moving parts are working together, but it's like a bicycle without tires in this team fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you can just kind of outthink yourself. Not to mention the fact that, you know, there is no real front line, so if you don't have an advantage, then you're going to have a bad time. And if you're into this composition from Nongshim and fall behind, that like it's sort of like two very similar styles of draft going together, because a Rumble is just going to capitalize and you will just melt. And that's what we're seeing right now, as Fisher able to utilize that Unbound Soul really well to stay frustrating here on the bottom side, utilizing this Baron buff, trying to get even more pressure. And it is all of a sudden a 7,000 gold lead and counting. It is a 4,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. Equalizer goes down onto the turret just to buy them some space.
They do need to play really respectfully, though, of the combos Guma gets set up here. Also, Faker's ultimate is still incredibly potent, and it's on a super low cooldown.
Oh, in goes Fisher, looks for an angle, doesn't quite get it.
They're kind of tunneling on this turret. They're a little bit overextended.
Yeah, Vital is going to get picked off. Faker just puts him in the circle and executes him.
Yeah, a bit of a awkward moment here for Nongshim. The equalizer, very low value, and once that's down, T1 feel very confident to actually look for a pick there, as they're a little bit split, and then they're all grouped in one lane, so there's no secondary lane pushing. You did see Mihail after the equalizer go mid, but he doesn't get any pressure done there, so they will still walk away with this Dragon. It's Hextech Soul, which is massive, obviously, especially with the lead they have, and the Kaisa that's in this composition setting up those slows is going to be pretty nice. But yeah, this is just a little bit too aggressive here, and then Vital gets caught by the root, and Nongshim are just like, sorry, I can't save you. And you can see Rumble is awkwardly with no ult in mid, not really accomplishing too much. So T1 have done a great job of stemming the bleeding here, still significantly behind 7,000 gold. But the combos in this comp can win you the game, even without the gold advantage. Like, it's still winnable here for T1, but the lack of map control there made me feel like 100%. This is probably Dunzo, but Nongshim didn't utilize their Baron very well, and so here we are.
Yeah.
T1's back in a chance to get back into this game.
Yeah, of course. And it's never over until it's over. It's absolutely true, as another circle comes in, and Jiwoo is going to do the walk strategy. That's going to get him out of that.
Baker knows the cooldown. He's like, it doesn't matter. I can just do it again in a second. Don't worry.
Just needs to hit a few people with stuff, and he'll be fine. As you can see, already a quarter of the way ticked through. So he'll have another circle that he can put down relatively soon. All right, Sylvie. Let's get onto a clone. His owner is dashing away. Zeus looking for a little bit of an angle, but this might be the inner turret falling now for Nongshim. It's been their prize for quite some time that they've been looking for, and there it goes. Nongshim secure it. And now with all of this control of the bottom side, it is 3.5 minutes until the next dragon, but that is Soul Point and Hextech Soul available. I mean, if there's a win condition when it comes from the Dragon Pit, it is certainly Hextech Soul or the Elder that are really up there.
Yeah, they're the big ones. I mean, Infernal's pretty good, and There's some big wins that could be had. Hextech Gate's going to allow you to traverse the map very quickly, which is good for T1's composition when they have this, pretty significant lack of map control. At least it can allow them to maybe look for some flank angles. Zeus is, I feel like, the big reason why T1 still have a chance in this game. Not because he's winning or he's crushing or anything. He's significantly behind, but because he's Kennen, they can set up these fights so well with a teleport flank. So, Nongshim need to be really careful about clearing wards, like we saw KT do in the previous series. And Mihail.
There's an equalizer. Ona does go into his Warrior Trickster, but I don't even know whether it's going to be enough. He's healed, but the Magnus Storm from Vital, and they just get into the backline and execute him. Gumayushi is real tired, and he will be taken down. The flash out from Jiwoo gets him to safety, and 2 on the floor here for T1.
Yeah, and Fisher's still pushing top side here. A lot of pressure on these inhibitor turrets now. T1 losing a lot of farm, and Fisher fishing, but isn't going to find anything.
Not quite yet. There is the flash forward from Faker, and he's just going to kill Jiwoo. Bye-bye, Jiwoo.
That was a clean play from Faker.
Yep, you're not allowed to be an AD carry when Aurora is on the rift.
Yeah, that was a, again, not a... They used his flash for it, but it's not really a high-risk play from Faker. There's no inherent risk to his safety, and his ultimate's on such a low cooldown. If he feels like he has the angle to flash for that, I think you'll 100% go for it. Punishes Jiwoo there. It's a small trickle in the deficit here in terms of where we are in terms of the game state, but we'll see. Watch this again. Mihail just hiding in this brush. Owner face checks it. The equalizer's placed well. And even though he uses Warrior's Trickster and he has Carius heals to come through, the Magnet Storm here from Vital is enough. Jiwoo follows up quite nicely. And with Exhaust here into this Yasuo, there is just nothing Guma can do. And then Faker...
Yeah, this was Jiwoo kind of overstepping his bounds here just a little bit. And he just pops on it.
So flashes forward so he can get the
get in the right position, and so then uses the wall to appear on the other side. Really cleanly done.
And what is that called? Is that what a Mobius is? I don't know what the term for it is when you go from one side to the other, like in Pac-Man, but there's a term for it. Someone tweeted at me or something, but he uses that really well.
Is it a Mobius? I thought that was the bad guys from Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Yeah, that's also what it is. True.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that it can be multiple things. All right, Nongshim starting off yet another Baron, and Mihail with these harpoons able to keep Carrier at bay. This is just on. There is nothing they can do about it. The equalizer comes in just to make sure, and there's the dash forward from Fisher. He just executes Carrier in the backline. Zeus is also going to try and do something, but he melts. And that is all of the kills, all of the time for Nongshim. More of them raining through as Gumayushi trying to dash around, but his brother will take him out of the fight. And now T1 once again, a clean ace. And Nongshim are just playing better.
Yep, they certainly are. The draft was pretty eclectic from T1. I definitely think it could have worked out, but it just got completely owned by this Rumble pick. They took the Aurora, and it'll be the first loss of Aurora here in the LCK. Nongshim with a huge upset win. If you're a T1 fan, this is not what you wanted to see on Faker's return here in Week 8. As Nongshim take them out in the first game. Easy strength of schedule, but Nongshim say, who said easy?
Easy for who?
Yeah. Yeah, man, what a game from the Noodle Boys.
Yeah, the Noodle Boys really coming up clutch. I think they, we can say all we want about T1's weird draft that they went for. I agree with you. I think that it could have certainly worked, but the way Nongshim played out theirs and the fact that they lock in this Rumble Yone, bam, bam, as soon as they had an opportunity to pick champions. This is a team that knew exactly what they wanted to play, and they played it out beautifully.
It's wild because it's both solo laners who locked in early, who both had the highest impact. I feel like Sylvie had a fantastic game, though, as well on this Diego.
Oh, and Vital's Rel, man. I mean, I know I'm biased because, he's our boy.
Yeah.
But Vital really, coming into the role, and at first we were like, don't know whether it's working yet, but he found so many angles on this Rel this time around.
I mean, maybe once every blue moon you see a Nongshim win, right? It feels like, so we get excited when this team is playing well, especially when all the moving parts are working. But an upset win over a team like T1, an elite team, that's like a solar eclipse level of rare. And we saw it in this first game. T1 with a risky draft. Again, I think the draft was pretty good, but it just did not work out.
Yeah, it was cool, but it didn't work. Maybe we're out of the kitchen for the next one. We're going to just play some standard League of Legends. But it is now time for us to head to a short break. When we get back, Space is going to break it down. We'll have game number 2. See you there.
이거 진짜 미아이 오늘 폼 미쳤다.
인정할게. 잘했다. 나이스.
미아이 오늘 폼 뭐지?
근데 우라 왜 이렇게 세는 거야?
얘들아 가볼까 오늘?
가보자.
역할에 써볼까?
나 몸 될게. 성이 잘 걸었네. 정태가 한번 어그로 잘 빼줬어.
아야 다 잘했다 오늘.
좋았다.
막판도 잘해보자. 이거 단판 막판으로 만들어주자.
좋아요.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데이자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷잔 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타 지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔 앤 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요?
호랑이단. 호랑이단으로.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. Simply is the best. 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀한 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와! 뉴진스 나와! 캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
T1 got to cooking in the draft in that last game, and they were met with the fistful of noodles as Nongshim take game number 1 here with great gameplay. You like that one? Yeah, Valdez liked that one. Digon here alongside Valdez and Ox. What do you rate that one, Ox?
Your joke or the gameplay? Because I think the gameplay was pretty good. I think other areas maybe a little bit lacking.
Okay, well, yeah, why don't you just break down the gameplay then?
I think it starts in the draft. There's a saying, too many cooks in the kitchen can spoil the broth. I think they went a bit too far with this one. The Aurora comes through, which obviously a huge pick, and we saw some of the value of that later on. Then this Yasuo, the Yasuo center bot lane did not convince me. Don't really feel too much of the synergy between these two champions. There's more synergy between the Yasuo and the Wukong. The Wukong also we didn't see have too much value either. Like, you can clearly see there's an idea to dive the enemy backline. You have the center for the follow-up. But I feel like Nongshim's composition just does it better. And also, once you start getting those kills in a fight, the Viego, it's like, we have these picks like the Ahri, the Viego, the Zeri, that once you get momentum in a fight, it's so hard to come back. And we saw a lot of fights when Nongshim got favor, got the first couple of kills, just steamrolled them. And I think when you have a dive comp like this, having a pick like that, like the Viego, so powerful. And it means once you get those initial kills on the engage, you just get a clean sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you can kind of see what T1 were trying to go for here. As you mentioned with the dive comp, it was just a little bit too much. Like, you don't have to play Yasuo Wukong. I think you can just pick Ornn and kind of just go with what's worked before, and you don't really have to cook this much. And honestly, Nongshim just took the fight to them and really did a good job. The early game was pretty good for T1, but once we got to a couple of team fights, it just kind of went all Nongshim's way.
Yeah, Senna Ornn is like 9-1 in the LCK, I think, at the moment. So they could have just done that. Yeah.
Well, they did not, and as Valdez said, a couple of team fights really told the story of this game. We have them for you here. Here's highlight number 1 at the Drake Pit, the first of those team fights.
Yeah, and this engage is really critical that comes out from Vital because they actually don't let Zeus play the game. First, it's like the fake out engage from the Yone. Zeus turns up, and then watch, he's just CC locked the entire time. The ult follow up and the stun. He doesn't even press ult, doesn't even get a chance to press flash, so you've lost one of your most powerful team fighting tools, and the momentum comes in for the Viego after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great CC layering, just great team fighting, awesome engage from Vital. I think that T1 could have definitely respected the Rel a little bit more. They had their couple of frontliners in the front, but their frontliners are like Wukong and Kennen, and yes, Kennen is great to get dove on, but not if you get 100-0'd and can't do anything.
Yep, and here's our second highlight of the game where at Baron, you think, okay, maybe this one's a little bit better for T1 on the setup, but it doesn't really pan out this way in this one.
Yeah, and at this point, there is a significant goal lead in favor of Nongshim, but I think you see Vital going for this flank angle, threatening on the other side, and so immediately T1 are like, okay, we have to respect the Rel, we have to deal with that. But in the meantime, the front line are kind of getting decimated by the Yone, and they're not really able to do anything to the Rel. They start focusing down the Rumble. Meanwhile, the front line is gone, and now the Rel is just on top of your back line. You can see Faker goes in with a big ultimate, but it's not enough to really turn things around, even with the cannon backup.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a very broken up team fight, and Nongshim made the right call. They said, okay, we took a really big lead. We've got really good position on this Baron. We can force T1 to come to us, and their turn was fantastic. The Rumble ult didn't do a lot, but it, kind of separated the team fight, a little bit of a zoning ult, and kind of did its job. And, I mean, they just had enough tools, and they were far enough ahead to just immediately turn off of the Baron and win the game.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, Nongshim took care of business here in game number 1. Let's see who the POG is here for Nongshim Red Force. And it's Mihail on the top side of the map, given the Rumble and performed.
I'm not sure. I mean, his equalizers were pretty good. I think that he did a ton of damage as well. In these kind of games, I kind of just go towards the playmakers, we were thinking either Fisher or Vital in this one with our votes. But yeah, I mean, he did a lot of damage, sure.
I think often when you have the whole team sort of playing pretty well, you end up with a very split POG. So I imagine we'll have votes kind of all over the place for this one. Rumble, Mihail had a pretty good Rumble game, but I think there was a lot of people really stepping up to make this win possible, as you'd expect in an upset like this.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a lot of his equalizers. Some of them were just on top of the CC, but some of them like this were very good, just in a straight line right on top of all of T1. And Yeah, I mean, he just had a good game. His landing phase was pretty good against the Kennen as well, and you see that, yeah, just 5 out of 12. It was kind of a teamwork play there from the side of Nongshim, right, to win this game.
Yeah, the 4 votes there for Fisher in the mid lane as well, and one jungler vote. What do you think?
Right Media just, we don't get it, right? We're not going to understand it. We're not going to get it. Right Media just sees something we don't.
He's on another plane.
Yeah, he's just a bit.
You just can't get it.
Almost like
next level.
Is Right Media real? Does Right Media exist? Isn't that what we're talking about?
We saw the vote there.
How can he be real if we can't see him?
That's true. Has anyone ever seen Right Media? Maybe from another dimension. Well, we've got 2 guys here from this dimension to try and break down the next game for us. All right, Casters, take it away.
Digon was not paying attention to the cast. We are confirmed not part of this dimension, my friend. We went into that while Mihail was fiddling with his keyboard.
He looks very stressed out after that win, a very tense win. I think Jungle Vote is fine. I think Sylvie had a great game. But I also think there's a possibility that Mihail's first keyboard is Right Media. Just saying.
Yeah, maybe.
Have you ever seen?
A bit jealous.
Have you ever seen his first keyboard and the media votes on the screen at the same time? Just saying. You can't see it. How do you know it's not the case?
Oh my! You are spitting facts today, Wolf, and it's almost too powerful. Speaking of too powerful, the power of Noodles certainly coming in game number 1. We'll see whether they can do it again moving towards game number 2. T1 once again remaining on the blue side, and I think understandably so. But what is going to be the change up in the bans? Maybe going for more of these crazy risky drafts is not going to be the case, and we're going to go back to some standard play this time.
Aurora is still totally fine to just lock it in and keep it as a flex pick. That's totally fine. It was really the Senna lane where things started to get a little bit wonky. Didn't have a great front line. The Wukong pick, again, the draft could have worked if it all worked together every time, but they just kind of got outplayed. In Nongshim, they are the masters of chaos. So this type of draft, they definitely felt very comfortable. As we'll see, 2 jungle bans here. Again, T1 taking away the Maokai and the Sejuani, as we'll once again see the Ashe and the Azir for Nongshim.
Ooh, Rumble. Going to be respected this time around. It was Renekton banned away in game number 1.
See if they ban Aurora here in this spot, since the Rumble is already banned. You don't have to trade it.
Could be the opportunity. They might not be as worried because they just managed to beat it, right? And so it could be still Vi taken away.
I wouldn't even hate a Kennen ban here. Actually could be okay if you feel like you can play into the Vi. The Vi is also fine. See what they want to do. Be the Aurora.
Okay.
So Vi first pick is an option, especially with Faker's champion pool. I feel like his strong suit has definitely been playing a lot of AP mid laners, not as strong on the Tristana or Corki this season, although he's had fantastic games of both. This hasn't been really his go-to. The Kennen I was talking about instead, though, will be the first pick, it looks like, for Zeus.
Yeah, still wanting to opt into that one. We've seen a few Kennens lose in the last few games, and sort of against the teams that we feel are more powerful in the series as well, right? Like Zeus and Keen, both of them with many, many accolades throughout this season and this year. As, oh yeah, Zed is obviously the answer. Ninja versus Ninja is how it's supposed to go. But instead, it is Mihail going back to an old favorite here, or at least considering it. We'll see whether the Cassante is going to be locked in. Does make a little bit of sense. You can sort of weather the storm and then be more useful later.
See if they want to grab a jungle pick here, or if they want to, they could even get something like a Leona. It would be pretty unusual to draft it this highly, but it opens up a lot of different bottom lanes for them. This is not an easy spot with the top laners already locked away. Pretty unusual. So look for the Lilia pick here, potentially.
Okay.
So he did hover it last time, then swap.
Sort of considering it. Yeah.
Now, I do want to mention, Atlas, that Fisher has played a ton of Corki. He's really enjoyed playing the Corki. Faker has had some rough Corki games, to be totally honest with everyone. We'll see if Faker wants to lock it in here, or if Fisher's just going to be happy to say, we got an AP jungler, we're going double 80 carry, and it's a comfort pick for me. There's that Vi.
Yeah, I think Vi is certainly a fantastic option, especially if we're heading into more of these dive-based games.
Maybe just Vi Ahri?
Yep.
Or Vi Talia. I mean, those are the AP picks I was talking about. Faker's look much better on than the AD picks, as Azir has been taken away both games.
We saw in our series yesterday, actually, the Vi be an absolutely pivotal pick. And that's going to come in once again. That Corki you were talking about, a little bit worried about, is going to be picked up once more. Fisher, I would really not mind if we just saw the Yone again, to be honest.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, is he going to play Yone again, or is he going to play Lucian? But he's looking for potentially the Tristana here. And I feel like I wouldn't normally trust... Okay, I'm glad to see the Yone. I wouldn't normally trust Fisher's Tristana, but I was going to say maybe it's a lack of confidence in Faker's ability to lane here, but the Yone makes a lot more sense for me, and you've got a lot of combo potential. You've got a great front line now with this Yone and the Yasuo and the Sleep as well. As the Caitlyn ban, I feel like, is definitely leaning towards maybe a Zeri pick here, potentially.
Yeah, wanting to eliminate some of that range. And as well, when T1 want to play these incredibly powerful lanes, it's often with something like a Caitlyn Lux or incredibly dominant bottom lane pickups.
Maybe a Kalista ban to follow here, or they ban the Senna.
Yeah, I like that.
Kalista. Now, if there's, there's an angle to play Smolder, I don't think this is it. Those are good bans if you're going to play Smolder, but I don't think you want to play it in Devi and Kennen. I mean, yes, it did win against Kennen, but that was a mid lane pick, and it was a very different team that is playing it. There are a lot of different setups, a lot of different scenarios of the Maokai, for example. Okay, the Senna ban, I think, is warranted. I'd rather see a Zeri here than the Smolder. We might see a Smolder hover because Jiwoo loves to do that.
Please, we want to see the hover. The hover would be, and Neela hover would be great. Wouldn't mind
Neela and
Samira
Smolder.
hover. Yeah, a few of those different weird options.
Do not play
something normal.
Do not play Misfortune, is what I would suggest.
Well, it's 80 carry Rakan. As the camera guy is going to let me know that, in fact, this is probably a pick for Vital.
It's a Xayah game, isn't it?
I hope
it's a Xayah game, Atlas.
It might be sort of Xayah denial. Oh my! They pick away the Xayah to deny the Xayah Rakan. And I think that the Noodle Boys mind game gorgeous.
Sick mind game.
Holy!
Oh my God! Look at
and
you!
And then the Smolder. Oh! Wait!
Well, with Xayah here, I feel like it's actually kind of viable, but I think the Ezreal is just the better pick overall.
Yeah, I think Ezreal's fine. Of course, you do outrange the Xayah pretty comfortably.
You're so safe into Kennen Vi. I think the Ezreal is just better. I think the Smolder is just way too immobile. Yes, you could still lock down the Ezreal with the ultimate from the Vi, but it puts the Vi in an awkward spot. And Smolder can kind of fly or flap or whatever, but yep, not quite the same thing as the Ezreal. I think is going to offer you a lot of objective poke, and I mean that like in that it's factual that he can poke, but also around objectives he can chip away at the health bars here of T1 because they don't have a traditional front line. You have the Kennen, you have the Vi that can engage really well, and you have an Alistar, which is going to be relatively tanky. But if T1 fall behind and Nongshim have control over objectives or they're contesting for control, the Ezreal poke will be quite significant. I do think that in terms of, yes, I don't really like the Xayah that much, but otherwise this T1 composition is a real comp, a meta comp, a strong comp that has a Kennen that is going to set up a more traditional double 80 carry scenario here that T1 have put together. And I think that their chances of victory, because they are, again, still the stronger team, I think this probably goes to 3, Atlas. That's my read on this draft right now.
That guy was just letting us know that it's going to be a Nongshim winning interview after that one. But we'll have to see. They need to win one more. They've got 2 chances to do it. Even if they lose here, they got 1 in the bank, and it's a best of 3. So the Noodle Boys with a little bit of an advantage here. I think T1, like you say, it's a lot more of a standard draft. Owner on the Vi. We've seen how well he's been playing so far this round robin, this season. But Nongshim still have a lot of great tools. They've got Mihail on his Cassante as a true tank. We'll have to see how it goes as we hop onto the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, ready to get it all underway. Game number 2, can the Noodle Boys do it again? Both teams getting their requested sides 2 games in a row. And Mihail just taking a few shurikens. Zayas is putting the pressure on. It looks like it's not going to be any lane swaps unless Vital moving up towards the top side. It may just be the Nongshim are getting that rotation over.
Yeah, it could be. It's going to be a tough lane for Cassante to play out here in the top side. Bottom obviously can be quite difficult as well. Obviously at level 1 you're going to have the Alistar's number, but can get a little bit trickier with Xayah into this relatively squishy lane. So they will have the element of surprise here as T1 have some deep vision, but they're not going to walk through it to the lane. They're actually going through this Tri-Brush. Great path here from Vital and Jiwoo. Zeus is definitely aware of the possibility. I mean, those wards tell you everything you need to know. T1 are very concerned about the fact that he might just be not allowed to play the game because he's like, I first pick Kennen, and they're definitely going to try to stop me. They're trying to stop you. And I don't think he will have to flash here or anything like that because he's got his hand on the trigger. He's going to walk away immediately.
Yep, he wanted to be able to come up and at least grab some experience, but not going to be able to do so as Jiwoo just greets him with a Mystic Shot. Sylvie starting off on his blue buff, going to be smiting that one away as Mihail walks up and tries to get some experience. I think gets a tiny little bit. Oh no, not able to.
He didn't get it.
It's a bit sad. He sacrifices a fair bit. The wave does get pulled, and so might have actually been in range for a few of those. Zeus, you can see, did manage to latch onto at least a couple of minions.
Yeah, look at him just leeching Faker's XP. Faker's such a bro to let him just chill here.
Yeah.
If you see this in solo queue, like, you know, Faker just flashes into the turret and dies immediately, but this is a pro game, so...
Yeah, we don't see the raucous amount of ping saying, get out of my lane. You know, it's your problem, deal with it. As almost level 2 for Mihail, actually.
Yeah, he's
kind of a big one.
He's definitely, you know, weathering this laning phase pretty well early. It's an Alistar lane, and there is no jungler nearby, so he's going to be able to catch some of this XP, you have to imagine. He has Exhaust as well, which is great into Kennen, but also potentially going to be a good dive deterrent. Although Zeus coming over now with him showing in mid and then disappearing, he's like, I'm not messing around with that. I'm not playing that game. And will not, in fact, hit level 2.
Yep. Vision going down here as Keria setting up just to make sure that there's no sort of counter gank opportunity as this wave is wiped out.
Vital is coming down as well at level 2, as we might see Solo Plate Gold go over to Jiwoo in the top lane. So yeah, Nongshim want to actually make this play happen, because right now they're kind of just sitting back and watching with binoculars in hand.
I kind of like it. Leave just one person up there. It means that there is less of the armor on the turret, meaning that there can at least be one of those plates taken by Jiwoo, as we can see. Ona moving over, though, so 4-2 as Mihail trying to get towards the turret and might actually ding level 2. As no, not quite, but still he's going to survive. There's that level 2 that we were talking about. The 4 men still here from T1 as they do manage to get the engage. That is first blood going over to Gumayushi. And Ona tanks that one up, beautifully juggled here as now Faker in perhaps a little bit of trouble, but doesn't even have to flash to get him out of the way of that one. And the teleport comes in from Mihail, and he says, witness me, as he looks for more of these minions. Zeus was tanking up this turret, and once again he's just going to get toyed with. And that is another kill going over to T1.
All right, Sylvie's coming down here to see if maybe we can get some cleanup done on the Lilia. Bowling ball going to go wide.
Yeah, has his eyes on the stake there, but Keria just going to flash out of the way. The watch out. Oh my god, how many kills can he actually pick up here as Keria is dead as well? That is 2 for 1, and you'll probably take that as Grand Entrance going to be necessary here from Vital, but he used it, I believe, to close the gap. Doesn't land the Gleaming Quill, and Gumayushi just stands strong, walks out, no flash. Oh, there's the flash in! Jiwoo's here! And the flash was just used. Great sidestep from Gumayushi, but Jiwoo, he's going to have that Arcane Shift relatively soon, but Keria, he gets back here. There are no minions near this turret, so Jiwoo going to have to make his way out of there, and he will be able to do so. Level 4 for the Ezreal. He's pretty scary, and we've stacked up another wave.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, Keria level 3. I don't think they can actually kill him here, and the turret's going to keep him safe from that W.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that. Okay. Maybe we should change it so if you lane swap, maybe the top lane, like if a marksman hits a top turret in the first 4 minutes of the game, they explode.
Maybe
because I don't want any more of these games in my game. This is just silly. Okay, Vital comes down, uses his heal, which is part of why Mihail actually lives and dings level 2. Unfortunately, he doesn't have flash. There's not much he could do here. The aggro juggle by T1 is basically perfect. You can see how low these health bars go. They know just how much they could do. This call to TP back in looks like a mistake initially because he dies, but everyone gets so low that with the rotating Lilia, and then Jiwoo eventually, a million years later, showing up, he buys a ton of time here, and this does make things very risky, as here it comes Sylvie. Let's see what he has to say.
Oh, good flash over the Vault Breaker there as well.
Got him.
Yeah, I think he thought it was a quadra kill.
Yeah, and he was super close. And then Jiwoo's like, I got you. Gets Zeus, but Guma with the sidestep. I mean, that's a quick hands, quick reaction there from Guma's. We're not done.
There's another double knock-up, and the Blade Caller is gorgeous. Vital looking to try and get himself out of this one as the Ignite was ticking, but not enough to take him down. It's now Jiwoo trying to deal with this one. Has great moves with the Arcane Shift to get out of the way, but I think he's still in trouble. Gumayushi, he takes another turret shot, and it's Jiwoo that grabs the kill. Jiwoo's still alive, and he gets the shield from the barrier. Oh my god!
I mean, T1, you're diving in Ezreal with barrier. If this goes badly, you've got to fend Ezreal on your hands, and you've tossed all the advantages you got. I mean, not completely all of them, but a lot of them just into the bin as Keria looking for the execute. Will get it here as it looks like the Vital Q does not connect, but man, this is a big turnaround. This is a professional game of League of Legends. I just want to remind everyone, T1 is 8-6. Nongshim have not won in a while. They have not won against T1 in a very long while, but they've brought us to 3 quite a few times. As
look at Jiwoo,
Jiwoo's E is basically perfect. Now he has the barrier here, so can eat this extra damage from Keria, who can't stick around for turret aggro. Vital looking for the knockup onto Owner, and look at this shield to come through, and he doesn't steal the kill. Jiwoo and Vital, match made in heaven, I don't know.
As Owner doesn't either, as he's taking so much damage here. Yeah, he is just walking the wrong direction. Keria and Faker, nothing they can do about this, and can they keep themselves alive? That's the real question.
I have seen exhibition matches more serious than this first game.
This is definitely getting off the rails really quickly. I think we need to talk to Mihail's first keyboard about this one.
Guma gonna deny some minions, and then he should be able to secure first turret here very easily, very comfortably. He is still 800 gold ahead, despite Jiwoo's very wild ride we were all on that second dive. I don't know what to say, Atlas. Obviously, T1 has an advantage in this game, but I need everyone to just play League of Legends in their lanes for a second, and I need to not be in replay purgatory for us to figure out where we are. Faker's ahead, has a cull. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The top laners are very low eco in this game, and something happened over here as well.
Aha, so it was a battle for the Rift Scuttler,
yeah.
And Owner didn't like it, but there were more friends for Sylvie.
Yeah, very, I don't want to say egregious, but greedy from Owner there.
Yeah, and Drake going to be picked up here by Nongshim. It's going to be good news for them. They're still 1,000 gold behind, as you illustrated before. T1 still, based on the fact that Nongshim were the ones that went for the lane swap, got dove, kind of got decimated in the early game. They are still going to be behind.
It's all the plates he picked up and the full turret and its first turret blood. So yeah, they both have 3 kills, but yeah, he killed the bricks. He was doing a lot of turret destruction.
Yeah, it is a big Gumayushi situation here as Vital, once again, he is everywhere.
It's very tough to catch a cannon with a Rakan, though.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to make sure that Gumayushi doesn't come up here, so that's certainly good news too, as now 80 carries parked in the mid lane, and we've got the mid laners put down towards the bottom side of the map. As Owner going to spot out the fact that Sylvie's in the area. Lilting Lullaby does come down, and Owner takes a nap. It's suboptimal timing for said nap, but Owner's still going to survive.
Oh, target selection fantastic there from Fisher, though. Looked like maybe he was going to go for the play on the Faker is over here.
Yeah, we've got an all-out from Mihail, who's just looking for Zeus. The exhaust goes down. He'll find some more Qs, and the flash out from Zeus is going to avoid it. Vital now looking for the angle. He gets over Zeus. He knows that he has to go all in onto this one. Some Alcove Gaming, a Q going to connect, and Mihail, he will fall down, but the immediate answer is there from the Rakan.
Yeah, the heal comes through. It's enough to get his health bar back, but I think Vital really wanted to give Mihail the kill there and missed an auto. Ends up causing Mihail to go down. It's very close. We'll have to look at it a little bit closer in the replay there. And Mihail on the player cam really frustrated with how that one went down. You can see he slapped his forehead there. A lot of emotions in this one. I mean, Nongshim are not going to playoffs, but at the very least, maybe taking T1 down on the way out would be such a great way to end their season, or at least to sort of start bookending it here. But it's looking very T1 favored in the second game, despite the scrappy nature of this game and how fast and loose both of these teams have played. T1 are trading up because they got plates in the bottom lane. Zeus 1v2 gets a kill, and now they're looking for more onto this Cassante, who's got nothing in the inventory.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit mean, as Mihail is going to have his turret demolished, but he will survive. Vital still in the area.
Has ult now, but again, it's a cannon, so I don't know how much he can really accomplish here.
Yeah. Understandable that he is behind the amount of CS that he is behind, but I'm a little bit worried about that reaction that you were talking about in the player cam. We know that Mihail can get emotional. As great bowling ball. Going to stop Faker's back.
I mean, right now, if you look at Mihail's item inventory, he has Merc Treads nerfed, Null Magic Mantle, and a Rejuve Bead. So he's kind of... He like has half a bag of marbles. And Kennen has a real item build and a few kills and 2 plates. So he is going to need assistance up there. And Sylvie made a big impact in this game in the bottom lane, obviously, but Pre-6 wasn't able to really patch any of the holes otherwise. This is just really... I mean, Zeus plays this so well. Aftershock's down. Zeus just continues to chase here. And as you can see, the Vital rotation is so late, he can't actually impact this play. The Ignite, or rather the Exhaust timing is great, but watch this flash from Zeus. It's like pixel perfect.
Yeah, that flash.
And he has all these minions, and Vital comes over, and then watch the heal. I want to see the auto here, because it looks like Vital holds an auto right here, because he wants Mihail to get the kill.
Oh, the W.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, you can see that he's not actually too frustrated. I think he knows, you know, that it was still a very, very close affair. Not as, like, it looked worrying in the small amount of pixels that we had at the bottom of the screen. That was a little bit more like, damn, he got me.
Yeah.
And not like a, oh, no, my whole career is over.
Yeah, the audio definitely kind of saved it, I feel like.
Yeah, I would agree. So that's certainly good news. As Fisher up towards the top side now. He's been a bit quiet this game, as this is not, as Carrier going to get re-engaged on. Jiwoo over to the side, looking for some Mystic Shot angles, but Vital's the one that's in trouble. Okay, True Shot Barrage connects onto Carrier, but he has an Unbreakable Will. They both turn immediately. These health bars are so low. It's a 2-for-1 though, and Jiwoo is just massive.
Yeah, he has 5 kills now on this Ezreal. He had the Triforce in the fight, and now Guma's like, guys, I'm trying to lane against this guy. We're trying to farm it out. Please don't get him too big. It was a really close fight, though, as everyone's health bars get insanely low. It feels like Nongshim are like, I'll skill check you, T1. You want to come down to our territory? You want to play the scrappy game? That's where we live. That's where we're from. And it does feel like T1 is still slightly trading up in some of these exchanges, but this Ezreal is becoming a very big problem very quickly, because what he can do with 5 kills, even if he's still down on gold after all those plates that are there, versus a Xayah that can't reach or hit him is pretty significant, you know?
Not to mention the fact that the item spike is going to be so much more powerful, right? So even if they're on gold parity, coming up on this next item for Jiwoo, it's going to be even more. But we're going to have a look at this replay once again.
The sleep here actually, with the charm coming through as well, there's just so much CC. His owner's like, I'm trying to win this on Vi. I should win these. There's just so much CC, and he finally does get the re-engage here. Sylvie doing all that extra damage with the Q as Jiwoo gets the kill. Super important. Sylvie just taking one for his Ezreal there, as he's kind of been Jiwoo's best friend in this game, I guess, in a lot of ways.
Oh, Sylvie sort of dancing around this passive stacked up, so he's so incredibly fast. Watch out, even Smite going to be able to lock down this dragon. It's a Mountain Soul this game as well. Yeah, that is kind of huge, because T1 don't really have like a true tank this game outside of Carrier, and Cassante could potentially be unkillable if they can stack this one up.
To say that Xayah is a true AD carry, I feel like it's only half true. In terms of actually being able to get through those health bars.
If she can auto-attack the tank, she does do legitimate damage to the tank.
Exactly. It's just a little bit challenging at times with a draft like this. We'll see, though, because it's only a 2-Drake lead. Obviously, T1 can start to stack up those resistances for their Alistar as well. Ends up being a boon for their front line if they can start to win those dragon fights. They get the Herald in return. Sylvie is looking for a potential setup here.
Yep, another angle. Could just be this turret that they're looking for. Zeus wanting to try and protect it, but there is another minion wave conga lining in. And so I think Zeus might have to vacate. Okay, Sylvie just going to flash forward. The teleport is coming on through, though, but the Q comes back. Fisher locks him down. And just an overstay here for Zeus. Not even able to flash his way out as, okay, I think Vital might be dead. Never mind, he just quicknesses his way out. He's totally chilling. It's like, I don't know. Vital, what did he have for breakfast today?
I don't know, but what did Fisher have for breakfast today? He's all over the map in both games. He's just constantly setting up plays for his team or reacting to pressure they have on the map. Going to see a TP here top side as well, so Faker's not going to be able to put any pressure on the last remaining health bars of that turret. But, you know, when you see Bro upset KT and when you see Nongshim in games like this play well, honestly, I feel like better coordinated than they've played all season, you can really feel that once the playoffs pressure is off, And there's a feeling of like, we can't go wrong. It's T1, we're the underdogs. This team just takes risks and they skill check and they play like it's challenges again. And it's looking good, it's looking clean. I'm not saying this play is what's going to give Nongshim the 2-0, but they're making these proactive plays as Rakan over here.
나 살만할 듯?
Yeah, let's
나 살만해. 나 이거 이쪽 살짝만 봐줄래?
You guys
알리
cover me?
박았다. 나 살만해. 나 안 죽어.
Save me.
나 살았어.
I'm alive. I'm out. I lived. I'm out of here.
And he certainly was. Nice play from Vital there. I'm really glad that we got his perspective on that one because, yeah, Rakan, very slippery. As Zeus, he has flash, by the way. Fisher, in fact, Vital as well, just going to miss everything. And so, even though Zeus doesn't have his ultimate, it doesn't actually matter. As Mihail going to lose his turret. See whether he loses more than that as Faker comes down. A lot of consistent damage here, shredding down the Cassante. But he makes it to his turret.
What a game.
This is a game.
This is a official record game. It is real, and I'm still trying to come to terms with it. You know, after we identified that you and I might not be real in game one, I'm starting to feel more and more like that we are not.
Yeah, this might be a universe that needs trimming. I don't know whether you watched the Loki TV show, but that's what they say in that one.
They say it in a low-key way.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's something like that. That must be why it's called that, because otherwise I wouldn't know why.
It's it definitely is one of those games where I feel like I'm having the most vivid dream of my life, but it's not a lucid dream because I can't control anything, and I don't know what's
yesterday,
happening.
Wolf. He played yesterday.
I know.
Okay, Jiwoo going to take a bit of damage here from Gumayushi, but the minion wave is going to wear off, and Vital now looking for an angle. I still like. You can see the T1 are about 2,000 gold ahead, maybe a little bit shy of that. But I still feel, with the fact that Jiwoo is so massive, and you can see there, like, this is still feeling like a game that Nongshim are just going to win.
If we talked about it already, but if Azaya is too long range to auto anybody, doesn't IE even exist? Like, does it even matter? Or is a 2-item spike Ezreal that can constantly hit Qs more valuable?
Yeah, I mean,
feels more valuable to me.
As Zeus is going to press the ultimate button. Fisher soaks the entire thing and then moves away. And Zeus is just kind of not allowed to play the game here. That's what they're trying to do. He is still 30 CS up on Mihail.
He's really their front line. Like, his ultimate sets up stuns so that the Xayah can actually get into position to do the damage. The Corki can do the damage. He's also getting close to hitting his 2-item spike with the Ezreal, but you know, it needs a little bit more gold as Faker's been kind of in a side lane this whole time, hasn't really picked up any kills, hasn't been involved in most of these skirmishes, but he is definitely setting up for that spike later on. But if they can constantly make sure that Kennen doesn't have ult, it feels way easier to skirmish with this Nongshim composition, especially with Ione, who needs to get into melee range of him to actually team fight.
The thing that I'm impressed with is the fact that Nongshim have equalized all of the levels, right? Like, you've got Mihail, he's one level behind, but everybody else hitting those second levels on the ultis. And for this next fight, this one's going to be so important. Around this Mountain Drake coming up in 5 seconds' time.
Zeus doesn't have his ultimate because he got ult ganked basically for the 7th time this game, but he does have teleport, so he can be there, and if they can delay, the ultimate is getting closer to coming online, about 20 seconds or so away.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to come on down here as Zeus is going to teleport on top of it. Looks like they want to take the mid lane outer turret with them, and I think T1 should be able to lock this one down. Banana Brush warded up as well as Vital comes in. And that ward, not going to get swept just yet. Oh, Muramana just transformed as now Mihail. He's not a target that you're really allowed to engage on. Still pretty tanky here, even though he's being put behind.
They can't see, if they can't see Zeus, they cannot fight safely. They know where he is now, but it's still such a huge threat. Flash ult back online.
Yeah, Gumayushi pretty safe positioning right now. Headbutt Pulverize on to Vital, but now he gets out of there. Great knock-up. Sleep comes in. They execute the cannon. The knock-up from Vital is just gorgeous. And Mihail's massive in the fight. Sylvie goes golden to keep himself alive. And Carrier, he is just a cow. What is he supposed to do? Jiwoo's going to flash on top of Gumayushi. And Nongshim, I know they ate noodles for breakfast, right? It's Nongshim, but damn, I wasn't expecting this game.
No, I was not either, but they just put Zeus in the ground. They won't let this rat ult, and he just instantly sets up the sleep. Super decisive call from Sylvie. The follow-up ult from Fisher is there. And Zeus is just 6 feet under before the fight can really get off for T1. They had Prio, they had the Herald going through, they had Banana Bush control, they took out the turret, but Nongshim were just more clutch. They kite back, they set up the perfect engage. Look at this. Zeus right now trying to set up for the angle. He has flash. He has ult. Guma's not here. Everything goes in to Vital. And then the sleep comes down. Fisher instantly ults on top of the Zeus ultimate. That doesn't ever come out. He's just chain CC just like in game 1. Sylvie with a really nice arm guard here as well. He's able to kite his way out. Great team fight here by the side of Nongshim, and Guma, he just can't reach, can't do anything. He's just got to get out of there. Yeah, I think we're going to win this. I think we're going to win this, he says. And they did.
Yeah, Chelly and the gang looking pretty happy about how this one is going. And Nongshim, I don't know what it is. Like, it happened to Bro. We saw it. They managed to take down KT as soon as they were eliminated from playoffs contention. And I think a lot of people are going to be saying that T1 aren't looking as good as they looked earlier in the season. But I think that this is also, a lot of this is about Nongshim just looking unshackled here on the Rift. Their team fighting, beautiful. This is what they were known for. This is why this team was so good at just winning Challenger over and over again. It meant they fell behind in lanes all the time, but their coordination in these team fights, their decision making was just so good as the game went on. And that's what we're witnessing right now.
I mean, remember too, for T1, they're at 8 wins, but they're not in playoffs just yet. And I'm not saying that they're not going to make playoffs if they lose this, because again, their strength of schedule is pretty weak, but it may affect which place they get in.
Yeah.
And that could actually be quite significant in terms of that first round. So
it might mean that certain teams could make decisions about which teams they face.
I'm not
and things like that.
Yeah,
we'll see whether that is going to be an eventuality.
I do wonder because, you know, from a watched this game only perspective, maybe you would change your decision. But I'm looking at this, and if you're a T1 fan, you're not happy to see this game, even if they do end up coming back and bringing this to 3. But I mean, it's 13 kills to 6 right now. It's a 2,000 gold lead. It's a massive Ezreal, and map control doesn't belong to them. The Baron power play is increasing by the turret, and there's ways back into this game, but if Kennen can never ult, then is this draft even real?
Yeah.
That's a question we keep asking ourselves, is any of this real? But if you pinch yourself, you can actually feel that, yeah, Nongshim with the pressure off, T1 are underperforming a little bit here. I think underestimating and bringing Nongshim to the chaos is always a mistake.
You know what I'm going to do, though? On my way home tonight, I'm going to buy myself some cup noodles.
Yeah?
Because I just think, based on this performance, Nongshim deserves it. Mahal throwing some cues around here in this this river. Still 2 minutes until that Mountain Drake does come back up. Bit of good news, slice of good news for T1 is the fact that they were able to lock down that first Mountain Drake of the game. The Baron buff is going to wear off. Red Bull Baron power play sitting at about 3,000, which is not end of the world territory, but now it's Nongshim with a gold advantage. They've been at a deficit this entire game, and still, like, it's a 2-0-3 Yone and a 6-0-1 Ezreal. The money is where it needs to be.
The Cassante being behind really means very little. We've always talked a lot about how Cassante can get a lot done even while behind. And when he has this Rooker in here into the Kennen, it's hard to get punished by Kennen in lane. And unfortunately for T1, it's just not a really abusable champion anymore. Like, they were able to turn him into a bit of a sandbag in the early game, but now he's still relevant. And we had Sylvie pick up a lot of gold early. He's able to complete Zonia's here before 25 minutes, so he's got Flash coming back online. Actually just came back up. So he can Flash, set up a big sleep, and then be safe to actually layer more damage in with his Leandries. He's super mobile. Who do you ult as the Vi now? There's just too many problems to solve here for Nongshim.
Yeah. This is one of the big problems. Jiwoo is building towards his 3rd item as well. Spear of Sojin going to be coming in pretty damn soon. Still 3 items dumped for Gumyushi, and he is very, very strong. But whether he can actually fight in these chaotic team fights that we're seeing is going to be the biggest issue, right?
Yeah, it remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And Faker hits 2 items. You know, he's obviously a Corki who is behind because his lane opponent has been making more proactive plays around the map because he's Yone. And Faker definitely can offer some poke here, but doesn't solve the range issue against this Ezreal because Faker only has so many missiles. And Ezreal has infinite Qs, actually, as it turns out.
Yeah, even though it's been 10% nerfed, I think he got 10% buffed by killing everyone at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, maybe more than 10.
That wasn't too bad. Fisher might be caught out of position here. Let's see whether he can ult away. He is going to be able to do so. That's a big cooldown now missing, and no teleport to get him back into the fight as well, as Ona is going to try and push him ever further. Still, he's got a lot of life steal, so you do have to be a little bit careful.
And no Vial.
Here. Yeah.
No Vial for Owner, so locking down this Ezreal seems like a pipe dream at this point. Keria is sitting at 1/3 health.
The thing is, the cannon is now a whole lot more dangerous with the fact that they don't have that Fate sealed in order to lock things down. Keria almost just dies to the True Shot barrage, so they're not going to be able to go for any sort of engage. He is purely their front line, and that is going to be sole point for Nongshim.
Zeus is just not getting to ult in team fights. It's just not being allowed. As the Ezreal follow-up there, just so huge, pushing the cow out of the fight, and everything used onto Fisher, who just ults away, means it's just a free dragon for Nongshim. Like, Zeus he really wanted to go in.
Yeah.
With his ult, he had flash available. He knows Fisher alone won't be able to stop him. But he just can't close the gap to the targets that really matter. If you kill Fisher there, then you don't win the fight because he already used his ultimate. It's just really rough here for T1. 7 kills behind, 2,500 gold behind. Owner's ult is coming back online here, but starting a Baron right now is out of the question.
Oh man, Fisher, 2-level advantage, has those 3 levels in his ultimate as well, that Fate sealed. I know that it was nerfed a little bit as far as that cooldown very late on, but it is still feeling pretty good at this point in time. Hasn't even gone back yet. I think Jackshow's is on the way. And he's going to be not only very, very dangerous, have a lot of CC, but he's also going to be very difficult to kill. And we saw that was already the case even before that 3rd item was completed.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see what Guma's damage numbers are in this game as well, because he has to play so far back and play so safe. If you actually look at his KDA, you just tuned in, you're like, oh, I guess Guma's popping off. Well, he did early with a lot of friends and a lot of help, but he hasn't been able to get any kills since that 4th one, nor has he really been able to team fight because his front line is getting decimated or the Vi is just not able to actually set him up for success.
Not to mention the poke is just so hard, right? So before anything honestly happens, it is really difficult as Blast Cone has to be employed just to make sure they're not caught by some sort of sleep after that bowling ball comes in. And there's that Jackshow's that we were talking about. 3-item stun for mid lane and for the AD carries. Jiwoo hits rank 3 on the True Shot barrage. And Ona lying in wait here is going to find Vital. I think Vital pretty happy about that one. Finds the quickness, and they're just going to turn it onto Ona. And he is going to ult, but they get over the wall, and now the re-engage comes in. Jiwoo's going to be taken out, and Fisher as well finds himself on the wrong side of the fight. Can they still get this? Because Mihail, he goes all out. Keria finds the pulverizers. Fisher locks down Ona. They don't have their Fed Ezreal, and they're still fighting this one as Sylvie misses the bowling ball, and finally, Gumayushi's able to get it done. Keria ticking down, but he will survive.
And when the Ezreal blows up there, they don't have half of their damage, but it doesn't necessarily matter because Fisher is doing so much, and the fight is so broken up by T1 because Owner has to aggressively yet defensively ult there, gets a big shield, is able to survive. But I think the decision to go on to Vital here without vision of this Banana Brush is actually a really risky call. It's really Zeus who saves this play, who is able to get on top of Jiwoo here, and even though he gets over the wall, he gets picked off. But then watch how the rest of the fight plays out. Zeus is instantly deleted by Mihail. Fisher is actually winning against Owner on the side, so that basically guarantees this is not going to be a Baron. And with the lifesteal Fisher has on this buff Yone, they just can't actually win the fight decisively enough. And as Nongshim retreat and split up, T1 end up pretty empty here in terms of what they wanted to do with this fight. They don't end up winning it. They trade even. They're still now further behind actually than 2,500. They're actually almost 3,000 behind at this point. But when you watch how these fights play out, imagine if they don't kill Jiwoo. Imagine if Jiwoo on this extremely mobile Ezreal lives. It's just not playable. And they're just going to go straight back to Baron and say, we're doing it again. Sylvie's ult's back up.
And T1 have no information about what's going on here. You can see Mihail turns up in the bottom lane. He has teleport. So does Faker. But Sylvie's in the mid lane.
Fake out.
It's
real.
Mid lane and AD carry that are just going to kill a Baron.
And T1 just aren't realizing. They're like, well, these players are missing, but I wonder where they are. They're going to get the notification right now. There goes the Baron. And it's T1 who let this happen. They're the kings of doing sneaky Barons. But there's just not much they can do. They can't close the gap. They don't have vision. It's too risky to walk in there. But I think when they saw the rest of the team show on the map, it shouldn't have been, okay, they're not doing Baron. It should have been, wow, they're two-manning the Baron.
Well, I mean, we have all the information. That was a sneaky move. And Jiwoo, did not delay even a second, right? He is arcane shifting into that Baron pit instantly. Fisher joins him. It's hard to react so quickly to plays like this.
And they would have had to make a risky call to go in there and try to check it, and then perhaps something you see an interrupt on a teleport and ends up being a disaster. Like Faker can't TP in there, Mihail will just stop him. So it's very
like checking this team is so hard as well.
Yeah, it's like both a sneaky call, but I feel like not really that risky actually by Nongshim in this case. It was really calculated, very smart.
Yeah, and I feel like somewhere there's like, okay, never mind. Mihail dashing forward, doesn't find the Q onto Gumayusi. The W is going to connect there from Jiwoo, and that needs to be respected. As he's hit by a rocket from Faker, they're trying to soften them up as Mountain Soul now on the table for Nongshim. They can use their Baron, get things pushed up, get this one started. Yeah, Zayas, good flank angle, no flash though available. Let's see whether he can get into a good position as Carrier half health now, just off one combo. Fisher gets over the wall with the Unbound Soul. He's just looking to try and deal with this, and there is the Mountain Soul now available for Nongshim. Shields upon shields for this K'Sante.
I mean, they couldn't get to the Ezreal. Now, even if they do get to him, those shields are really going to be a problem. He has an arm guard in his inventory as well. He's just so safe.
Yeah.
And he knows that he's the hyper-fed member in this game. Yes, Fisher is also pretty fed, pretty huge. But if you can't kill the Ezreal, I just don't think you win these. You're outranged. And T1 knew it. They were like, well, I guess that's it. Checkmate. We have to give this dragon up. I hope we can fight for Elder. As a nice flank here.
Yeah, a little bit of a flank angle from Gumayusi and Faker coming across the side as Carrier looking for a bit of a sandwich play as Nongshim. They all just regroup. Fisher on that bottom side as Owner was looking for an angle as well.
I mean,
not able to get away in.
This is all T1 can do is try to set up Owner to get onto the Ezreal from behind. Like, if they can find a pocket of vision, just one hole, maybe they can kill Jiwoo, but Nongshim move back as a unit. They're like, oh, this isn't right. They're showing it out of a weird, coming from Wolves. That doesn't make sense. Like, Owner must be behind us. We don't know where he is. He's not showing. They back away. They don't over-index on trying to take out the inner. They don't make a mistake. Because right now, T1 are really banking on a huge overextension, a big mistake, or an arcane shift forward from Jiwoo. But you know what? I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to choke.
Or it's like, so you've got that, capitalize on an overextension, or it's a weather the storm, and then burger flip.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's the only other angle you've got left is T1.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look at this Guma, 1,400 gold ahead. But the value of what he's gotten with that extra gold is, it feels like zilch, nothing compared to what Jiwoo's been able to do with the front line he has. The decisive engages from Fisher. And that's the Zyra angle. I mean, Zaya, excuse me. Yeah, Zyra is a canyon jungle angle, but I hate to harp on it so much. I mean, he's 100 CS up, but we've talked about it so much. He's at 23.6k damage is what the numbers are put out on the screen. I'm seeing if Zaya is actually ahead. So Zaya is ahead.
Yeah,
4,600
more
damage.
Interesting. But
how effective is the damage if it doesn't secure kills?
Well, this is the thing, is that what we've seen in these fights is that the damage isn't necessarily coming from Jiwoo. He is a super fed Ezreal. He will be able to clean up fights, but so much of it is the Wombo combo to come out of both Sylvie and Fisher, who have just denied Zayas the ability to play the game. And Gumayusi has been alive at the end of a lot of these fights. He hasn't been the one targeted. He's only died that one time, as we can see. He's got most of his items completed. He is a monster in this game, but in these last fights, is he going to be able to get it done? As you can see, Fisher just searching once again for another angle, as this inner turret could be in trouble. As W connects onto the turret, and that will be going down as Carrier going to have to back away. There's another one. Fisher unbinds the soul, knows that he has to go back there. It's a bit dangerous, so he is going to reattach very, very quickly.
It's hard for Guma to commit without his teammates really close by there, so he gets away with it. And obviously, Nongshim had Prio on the top side, had the faster rotation down, or would have had, if they decided to try to look for that all-in on the Fisher. It could have been disastrous. Because with the amount of control that Nongshim have over the map right now, if Guma dies, then they just push further as Owner. Speaking of dying.
Yeah, exactly. He's 0-5 already. This might be 0-6, but no. He presses the ulti button. He's going in, and he just goes out immediately afterwards. That's that 0-6 that we were talking about. And Nongshim don't have to worry about a jungler. Still a minute until the Baron, so he will be up again for that. But the base may be in tatters, as it's now 4 versus 5. Baker is going to get nailed by so many skill shots.
Look at
from Jiwoo.
He's like, oh, there's no Vi. I can step forward. I'm brave now. I'm not afraid.
Oh, Fisher is also going to do the same thing, but of course doesn't need to be that brave, as Sylvie almost just one-shot by Gumayusi. He might need to press his Zonya's button. Vital's going to be there to try and protect him as Carrier looks for the option to headbutt back onto Jiwoo. He breaks his arm guard, but the ulti to punish Jiwoo, and Fisher just says, no, not today, my friend. That is going to be the exhaust down, but it's not enough to stop Jiwoo from falling down. Sylvie's now dead as well, but Nongshim are cleaning up the fight because Fisher is still just so big. Faker on full health, not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, Guma said, I'm going to actually put this game on my back and I am going to carry in that fight. Did so much damage, was actually finally unlocked for just a second. Put Sylvie down to like 1% health and does massive amount of damage to everyone else who chases him down, but he does eventually fall. There's too many threats here for the side of Nongshim, and Owner not only basically coming here to face check to put up this ward, but then decides to go in. A very puzzling choice. Now, critically, it does end up getting the ultimate out of Sylvie, which is a tool that's down for the following skirmish. But look at this from Guma. He's like, nah, Sylvie, I'm going in on him. I have this angle. Yao actually can't get on top of me. Look at the kiting from Guma. It's actually fantastically played here. And then he gets on top of Jiwoo. When he can actually close the gap, get on top of the Ezreal, he does a ton. But there's just too many threats. And eventually he dies. And Deus' ultimate is just too late.
He does manage to get Jiwoo right on the edge of the Slicing Maelstrom. It was fantastically played. But the patience from Fisher, just to wait for that angle. He gets it, unbinds the soul, and then just throws the ulti on top of Guma, and there was just not enough left in the tank. Is now Vital going to get engaged on once again? Cease and desist comes down. Has he created enough space? The answer is no. As the Rakan goes down, Fisher just going to reattach once again. So it's a few health bars now a little bit lower, but Nongshim without their support.
And that was working really well for Vital, little tricky plays, but now they have, Carrier.
Yeah, that's the flash headbutt from Carrier. The ulti comes through from Fisher though, and Carrier will be going down. So support for support, but Owner's also going to fall. A double kill for Jiwoo to start this one. His ulti doesn't find the angle he was looking for this time. And this Mountain Soul, this Cassante is so big. It's a triple for Jiwoo, and he's just layering all the CC. Arcane shift forward, quadra kill, and the Noodles are winning 2-0 over T1.
Unbelievable result. 2 insane upsets today. First Gen.G fall, and then T1. It was the win that KT took that knocked Nongshim out of playoffs, but I don't think it affected them in this one. Or maybe it did, maybe it was the lack of pressure, but they get a huge upset, arguably a bigger upset than the first, and Jiwoo gets embraced, and damn does he deserve it.
Oh, 100%. Vital as well, man. Like, you can imagine like getting thrown into this roster. They required that mature voice from Guga to be able to get this team on the same page. And then Vital says, oh, is that all I'm having to do now? I just have to command everyone. If you've seen him, he's quite a small man. But I think he had such an incredible series today. Alongside Jiwoo, who we already knew was a superstar in his own right. I am incredibly proud, though, of Mihail, who is now remembering how to take a bow. It's been a while for this man.
It has been a while. A while for this whole squad. And normally, like I said, we get so many of these series against T1 with Nongshim where T1 dominate game 1, happy game in game 2, Nongshim fight back, or at least it's a close game 2, then we go to 3. This time, bit of a funky draft in game 1, we get outplayed. Game 2, standard draft, get outplayed. But not a standard game, I will say, in the early game was a bit crazy. Yeah, but the lane swap shenanigans, T1 came out ahead, but they got out-clutched. I feel like Fisher, this is the best series we've seen from him since he came back to the LCK here.
That lady back there, by the way, said that she's going to quit her job if Nongshim wins. And then she also wrote down, I'm going to do it for real on the fan sign. So, I mean, I hope that your job wasn't very fun and you've got a better career in mind.
Yeah, maybe check the job listings for Nongshim.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that sort of dedication, I think they could probably employ. As, Mihail fans losing their minds, you saw there as well, the waterworks. As this man, it's been a rough time, but this game was fantastic. Took a beating on the Cassante, but was then that front line that they needed. And Nongshim, Fisher as well, man. Like,
I think it's his best series he's played this whole year.
100%, 100%. And I think that, like, him trading with Calyx, there were some days where I was like, oh, I just kind of wish that Calyx would play more. I know he's a little bit inconsistent because he's so young, but I don't think Fisher is it. Maybe I'm just like his mechanics with the water cup, not very good, but his mechanics on Yone, absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, it's the second series of the day, so once everybody clears out, we can clean that up. You know,
yeah. We'll get them up on our way
up. He doesn't even know, so at least he doesn't have to feel guilty or weird about it.
Imagine if he like pulled some tissues out. And he was like, "Oh God, I gotta handle this."
Yeah, no. Instead, he's going to see it like on Twitter or something afterwards.
I think the conversation after this series for a lot of fans will be, what did T1 do wrong? And I think that will probably dominate the conversation because T1 is the biggest esports org in the world and the most popular and going through a lot of struggles right now. You know, Faker, some misplays against Gen.G, right, were the big topic of conversation. And then we had, obviously, the COVID come up. Everyone's wearing masks today, right? Maybe they're a little bit out of sorts. But I feel like that shouldn't be what dominates the conversation if you're watching this series. Yes, T1 underperformed, and there were some shaky moments in Game 1. The draft was a little silly. But Game 2, they just got straight up outplayed, and I feel like the real story is Nongshim rising to the occasion, and T1 perhaps not thinking this matchup was going to be a tough one. I don't want to go as far as to call it a trap game, but I think Nongshim.
Oh, it's 100% a trap game. I think you can definitely say it.
But when the pressure is off, Nongshim look great. If they can play like this next year on regular season games, I mean, this is just. I voted for Fisher, by the way. I know the Ezreal dominated the game, but I was like, no, Fisher is the one. Like,
I think it's going to be like, it'll be a split vote between Fisher and Vital if it was only me's that were voting for it. Because I'm still not fully decided on who I liked in this series because I felt like Vital had just a really good game, was able to control a lot of these team fights. And Sylvie as well had a really good series just in general, was a little bit of a quiet achiever. We're going to have a listen in, and it was dominated by Fisher. You are 100% right. I think it should be 12 out of 12.
I look at this fight as well, just the constant shot calling for Vital. Like, this was a piece that was missing. Even though Guger had the experience, I feel like his shot calling was not this crisp, was not this clean, and I think there's a lot of hype here for Nongshim, but calling to kill Guma in that fight, kill the Xayah first as soon as you can, as fast as you can, and they did just that.
Yeah, and this must have been what they were building Vital into, right? That's what he's been in Challenger trying to get to. And I think so much of this is an investment towards 2025. I don't think Nongshim knew that they were going to turn around enough to be able to challenge our top teams here in the LCK. But if this is a taste of things to come for Nongshim, I'm loving these noodles, man.
It's a budget Challengers roster until the Challengers players get a ton of experience to become veterans, right? It's a budget roster, it's a new piece until all the pieces start working together, all the pieces have experience, then all the pieces start beating teams like T1, and then you're like, uh-oh, is Nongshim a playoffs contender next year? We'll see what happens with the roster. I'm not ready to say it just yet, and I think not T1's greatest day, but you love to champion a team when they rise to the occasion and look way better than they normally do when the pressure's off. Let's see if they can do it when the pressure's on.
Yep, I can't wait for DRX to beat KT so that we've had these games for absolutely everyone. And now it is time for us to throw it back to Dagon to break down the Nongshim win.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. It's just a surprise, a day of surprises as Nongshim take down T1 2-0. 2-0 here as we'll break it down here on the space.
KT taking down Gen.G, not really a surprise.
And Nongshim always step up against T1, you know, so...
How much is what it's been all day? I've just been getting gaslit all day here in the space. But
I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, they knew the whole time.
Remember the smaller game, you know, where they just lost out last time? They improved, you know. They got a little bit further this time. Yeah, I think game one, obviously, we talked a lot about how the draft was very wacky from T1. This one was a lot more straightforward. You know, we have criticized the Xayah a fair bit for sometimes getting outranged. I do feel like Guma was kind of struggling to cut through the front line at times, was quite late getting the LDR, went for the rapid fire cannon because the range was suffering. But ultimately, I don't think the game was on him at all. The Kennen we've seen today in general really struggled to have that impact. And it felt like when it came to the team fights, it was really Nongshim leading the charge and being so much more decisive in those. There was a whole early game scraps as well, which was just a complete mess.
Also, whenever you get to the end of a season, it's like the teams that get knocked out of playoffs, they have a lot less pressure, a lot of moving pieces, whatever. They come down to the end of it, they're just like, we're just going to play fun. No pressure, going to play a great game. I think Nongshim deserves a lot of credit for the way they played today. Obviously, T1 kind of all out of sorts, not really feeling well, but on the side of Nongshim, just really good stuff from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the lack of pressure, being able to pull out a Yone, which is such a need to perform pick, and Fisher able to do that here today. Let's take a look at the highlights as early game was focused on the bottom side of the map. Some good, some bad here for T1.
This was just absolute chaos. You know, the swap came in and they want to get some XP on the Cassante, so they try and move back on the tower, but they take so much damage before they get to the tower. The redive comes in from the side of T1, and with the tower damage reset, pretty easy to pull off. Yeah, so big flubs from Nongshim, and at this point you're kind of thinking, okay, is this just a game 3 angle? Mahal TP's in, you're like, okay, it really is a game 3 angle.
Surely this time, yeah. It's definitely a game 3 angle from here. You know, he gives up his life, and we've seen this before. I mean, Zeus has done this before. Top laners really desperate to get XP when they're behind in these lane swaps. Now, he goes down, but that's just Mahal. The rest of the team is able to respawn. Very low death timers. We got a Lilia, you know, just run around here. Nobody can really lock her down, doing a ton of damage. Picks up a double kill, leaves these two guys super low for the Ezreal Jew, who eventually comes over and is able to take them, well, at least one of them down. But it just shows that, you know, if you spend enough time doing the dives and stuff, you're going to spend a lot of time losing your health as well. And wait, there's more. There's more.
Yeah, try for another dive. You know, I feel like Guma gets the good feather setup here, but then gets aggro and has to leave. Unfortunately, does go down. And then, yeah, Ona also falls down. Just, you know, I feel like there was just so many things that went down in that entire package of plays, and it was just very messy. And you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of challenges. Okay. And we always talk about Nongshim and their challenger team and bringing players up. This is the sort of environment they thrive in. Because this felt so much like that.
It did feel like, since T1 was initiating a lot of these plays, the directive was, hey, go fight. Go let your hands go. You're the better players. And that's what they did early on. And then it started to slow down a little bit, like, okay, let's play some more macro, let's stop fighting a little bit more. And it led to one big fight here at like around 20 minutes at the Drake in highlight number 2 that we have here for you. And again, we highlighted Kennen not having an opportunity getting to fight. This is just a clear example of that.
We saw this in game 1. We see it in game 2. There's very little time to flash away. Also, it's very thin, but you see, once again, the CC layering here on the Zeus. I mean, there's not much he can do, and then the follow-up from Vital is just beautiful.
Yeah, and then Guma throws feathers down towards the Rakan, but the Rakan's left the fight, his job is done, so no real feather setup to punish the rest of them. I also want to mention the Celestial opposition. Rakan, a very squishy engager, but tanked so much damage with that at the start of the fight. And then off the back of this, they don't get the full cleanup. Ona managing to dodge away from the true shot, but it's enough to get Baron. And more happened after this, right? There was a lot more that went on. Obviously, picking up the soul was big for Nongshim, and a lot of fights where T1 tried to engage. But I think that was the point where really the game fell out of T1's control, and they never really got it back.
No, they did not, and you're just kind of waiting for that moment to happen. But eventually, Nongshim showed themselves able to close out games, which is what we always say about lower standing teams. Are they able to close it out? Because everyone has hands, everyone can fight, everyone can get leads, but can you win? Nongshim do so here. Let's see who the POG is for game number 2, and it is Fisher in the mid lane, his first one on Yone.
Yeah, almost felt like he could have gotten this in game 1 as well. Just really consistent, fantastic ult setups all across the board, you know, kind of getting set up by his team, but also, again, just very consistently able to, you know, get those engages, get the damage done, and kind of surprised this is only his first POG as well.
Yeah, and also, you know, Yone is such an easy champion to flub on because, yes, your Unsealed Fate really allows you to avoid a lot of CC, but a missed timing you can get really punished for. Your ult is very slow, very possible that you can miss on that, but it felt like he was so consistent on hitting those. We went for Sylvie. I think he really ran the early skirmishes, and that sleep on the cannon was big, but I think there's a lot of good votes in this one.
Yeah, even Right Media kind of, you know, bringing it all together right at the end. They're like, yeah, I kind of like this vote. They've been mostly based today, so this one kind of makes sense as well. I think
Yencast with the 80 carry vote.
It all makes sense, right?
Yencast finding the bot laner as they always do. Yeah. I think Vital played super well, and I think the cast highlighted it. Just his growth and his ability to affect this team. We have the interview coming for you very soon, but that gives us a little bit of time to talk the opposite side in T1. And what they need to do to fix it as they take on another upset-minded bro.
Look, I'll be real. T1 are a team who are no strangers to upsets, to moments like this, to rough defeats, and are able to bounce back. They've come off a week where obviously, you know, they've been unwell. There's been COVID issues within the team. So the hope is that they will bounce back from this, and they have consistently done that. We've seen them go into playoffs so many times as underdogs and then make it all the way to finals and challenge Gen.G. So I don't think you should be too concerned, and hopefully they'll be able to resolve the issues that they kind of displayed in this series.
All right, well, we have the interview ready right now with victorious Nongshim, so let's send it on over to G-Sun for the translations.
2024 LCK Summer Split.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo laners on the side of Nongshim as they pick up the POGs. Congratulations on the big win, guys.
두 분 모두 선글라스, 안경 굉장히 멋집니다.
Cool shades on you.
쓰고 오신 건지 좀
What does that mean, though? What are those for?
저희가 이번에 스폰받은 제품인데
this is one of the products from our sponsors, and it helps us perform better.
이걸 쓰면 게임도 잘 되고
For sure.
되게 건강해지고
You get to play better, and your eyes also get, brighter. So highly recommend.
자, T1을 상대로 승리를 하셨습니다. 미하일 선수부터 소감이
What
어떠신지
an
들어보겠습니다.
upset! You secured a win up against T1. Mihail, how do you feel? Honestly, I was not expecting a clean win up against T1 today, so it makes me feel even happier. Nongshim had a 11-match long losing streak against T1 since 2021 summer season. How does it feel to finally break the streak? I mean, I'm very glad that we finally managed to break that streak, and I hope this could be a stepping stone for Nongshim to perform better. Fisher, I have a question about the recent changes in Nongshim's roster. Starting last match, Vital has been starting as support. What kind of changes is Nongshim aiming for with this lineup? So I think for me and Vital have a really good synergy together, and he kind of takes care of the mid lane really well. So I personally really like this change. What about you, Mihail? Well, he doesn't come top, so no big opinion. But he still performs well in team fights, right? Yeah, of course, his team fights are so on point. So yeah, definitely a great kind of addition to our team recently. So going back to the first game, Nongshim opened Aurora and the enemy quickly picked it, and then you guys answered with Rumble Yone. Yeah, we were ready with the Rumble into Aurora matchup. So drafting throughout the pick and ban phase, we wanted to focus on the champions that we are confident in, and we wanted to keep in mind that we have to be having a really good reactionary, plays into the Aurora, kind of unexpected attempts. So you picked Yone in both games, Fisher. How did you plan to counter Aurora and Corki? Well, I mean, Yone, his late game values are really, really high. So as long as he can get through lane, he can pop off. So I was like, let's just get through lane. And indeed, there were a lot of moments where Yone was able to kind of dominate the team fight. So let's take a look at those replays shortly. And early in first game, you quickly picked Rumble from the red side, and then opponent locked in Cannon. There's a lot of debate going on about Rumble Cannon matchup. What's your view on this matchup? I think it all comes down to how you played the early game, and we attempted the lane swap and we forced the teleport out of Zeus. So I think that was giving us a lot more space. Even though Rumble was nerfed recently, you performed very well. Is Rumble still viable? Well, it did impact his early laning phase, but it doesn't really matter as soon as he masters Q. So in the late game, he's still very, very strong. Now let's take a look at this replay where Rumble was able to just melt down the enemies. How are you able to just start up the team fight with your ult by yourself? So we had priorities in all of the lanes, and Kennen was freezing bottom lane, which means, we have to make something happen on the other two lanes. And then also I could tell the enemies were trying to kind of contest for the mid lane area, so I wanted to open up a fight with the ult. And then in the early part of the second game, there were very intense fighting in the bottom lane, back to back to back. So how did you communicate with the team to deal with the situation? Well, so speaking of the early game fights, well, because I'm Yone, I'm just a bystander. So I was just cheering them up. I was just like fighting my team. And do you remember any specific communication regarding the situation between the bottom laners and the jungler? I mean, completely none of my business, so I was just focused on my laning phase, to be honest. And then in the final team fight of Game 2, your Yone had a huge impact. So let's take a look at this replay. You just single-handedly opened up the team fight, even though you were down in numbers, and still won out the fight. So I was very fed at that moment. I had so many items, and I knew that I should be the one making team fights and making plays. So because I had my E skill up, I knew that I can go in and out. So I wanted to be a little proactive over there. Although Nongshim Red Force, the playoffs are out of the reach for you guys. Nongshim aims to finish the season strong. Your next opponents are D plus Kia in next week. So with today's momentum, do you think you can secure another win? What would you like to say to the fans? Sadly, we cannot make it to the playoffs anymore, but we will keep working our best until the end of the season. I will look forward to your support, everyone. Now that we just defeated T1, we will also take DK down to make our fans happy and show the best out of Nongshim. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, as it was great to hear from the Nongshim players. Again, we don't get to hear from them often because they don't get to win, but you were saying earlier, Valdez, the fans are based. The Nongshim fans are based.
The fans are based. They're just here for the vibes, They love the Noodle Boys, and they just love when they finally get that very sweet win over T1 that we felt was coming for a long time, and it finally did happen.
I mean, that's the thing. They get so hyped because they turn up for every match. There's always so many fans for teams like Nongshim, and then when they get those big wins, it's so rewarding when there's obviously been a trickier split where they haven't got the results they wanted, but then they come in clutch at the end.
Let's take a look at this standings as we close out the day here on Friday, and we march even closer to the playoff push as D+ lock in playoffs with that loss from T1. 8-7 is the score here for T1. Nongshim, although climbing up the leaderboards, their playoff thing's done. But you take a look at 4 through 7, super, super close. Next matchup, we have the Saturday Showdown. All of a sudden becomes super important for both these squads. B&K FearX take on Kwangdong Freaks, and then Hanwha Life Esports against DRX to close it on off. Y'all, it has been a great day of League of Legends here in the LCK. It has been so much fun, and the upsets continue to happen. Will it happen tomorrow? Well, we'll have to see tomorrow to find out. Until then, take care.
성장세가 놀랍습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 그 시간이라 광동풍은 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 좀 눌러보자. 파이팅!